impossible doesn't happen overnight. It happens in the hours nobody sees. It starts with a thought that turns into a dream. Reach your impossible.
For every click, every clutch, every respawn, we were there. Now, the proud founding partner of ewc, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
いますか。あれ？これじゃない？もしかして。
Here on the tournament as we are just getting things started.
ということでね、これね、よしよしよし。びっくりしたわ。あれ、本当ない？ね、これ。だるい。結構だるい。どこやねん。
Positions to secure really strong endgame placements. And not only that, but even as individuals, how many times have we seen Sky or Scroll just clutch up so many consistent points? And when you have a duo that is just kind of lethal on all fronts, it is very difficult to contend with, especially when you're dealing with the likes of other aggressive fronts in the lobby, like Cold and Rapid, who have certainly been making their names known with 4 eliminations already.
Live from Paris. Take a look at that camera right there. I recognize those two faces, but it's all good. We still got Twisted Minds, Cold and Rapid here. 4 eliminations are Elim leaders at the moment here in match number 1. They're off to a very hard start for the Twisted Minds team, of course. Meanwhile, Faded and Khan still holding things down here as well. They're eyeing up elites Iamzo and Josh. They're getting close. These are 2 NA powerhouse duos starting to fly by one another. Might have a Brazil versus Europe showdown here with Havix, Pixie, and Swizzy. Also at 2 Elim, still inside the zone, mind you. They're gonna have to get going here soon. Things might get a little dangerous.
Not too much of a surprise, though, that Pixie and Swizzy have fallen back to playing a little bit slower here. Have to put a pause to things after that earlier scuffle. Pixie having to go through the reset territory, and then obviously going at Night, very similar position. So whether or not these two teams actually decide to try and take a chunk out of the other, still left to be determined. But for right now, it seems like Pixie and Swizzy are fully focused on just trying to reorient themselves and get into a more natural position where they can better play an aggressive endgame.
That's right, Salvatore, Yasin already on the move here, using the crash pads and want to get a quick rotate around the outskirts, looking to save those very prestigious shockwaves. They actually get away with this completely free, even though there's teams close on their heels. The timing could have been better here. Meanwhile, Coyote, Yoma, of course, for representing Club Zeta. Gotta love this duo here. Beloved out of the Japan, Asia region. You know, we had that interview with Coyote, and the first thing we said is, hey, you do know the West, we call you guys the Peter Pot of Asia. How does that make you feel? He said it's pressure, to be honest, as the translator helped kind of get his thoughts across. And that was really awesome. He said it's a lot of pressure just being looked at as that well. So I feel like I have to perform well for my region.
But he also commands a lot of respect, even on an international scale.
He deserves it.
There are so many players here that are recognizing his capabilities and just what they're going to be able to potentially put up numbers as a team. But this is what I'm really excited for at Monster, is seeing who's actually going to try and prioritize controlling height. Demish Darm getting a little tagged up on their entrance. Bit of a, call it a deposit from the rest of the lobby, but Demish Darm, man, they've drawn way more attention than what they had bargained for, and they're gonna have to drop all the way down this hill face, trying to get a little bit of natural coverage, trying to really just escape being the focal point of the lobby right now.
You know what? And the idea was to actually hide behind those trees. They thought they were being smart, but the team said, no, no, no. We see what you're trying to do there. You're not gonna break line of sight onto us. And the focus comes in from everyone in the lobby. That timer there, though, bang, no more reload. nodes, so you cannot afford to go down now. Otherwise, you will be stuck in the lobby until the next round.
I do think it's hilarious, though, that it was Sky and Scroll that were shooting at Darman Demish, because remember how Sky and Scroll were setting up earlier on. They were shooting out those trees, trying to provide themselves those kind of opportunities, and other duos just might not be suspecting it. Clearly, it wasn't in Darman Demish's game plan, but hey, things can change on a dime here. There's now an Axe Salco trying to get a little bit of pressure against other teams that are looking to try and break in towards where they're at. But rotations can be very risky. Swizzy and Pixie sort of avoiding the bulk of the focus right now, but still keeping tabs on a duo that they know is behind them.
Yeah, definitely. 3 eliminations right now. Looking pretty good. Here comes the end game. Full moving zones are in effect. Pixie, Swizzy opting to play that mid-ground, looking up towards the top. Jojo and Aoxy here looking to do the same. Meanwhile, a little scrappy fight on the outer edge with Bolts there. We'll get caught up as the rotate goes through. Coyote finds 1-2. Sky already down for AGAL. Scroll here. And they haven't earned a single point. All that effort, all that work. And look, his hands are in the air. Yes, something went definitely wrong.
That's the problem. Sometimes it can be so unforgiving which way the lobby tends to pool. And well, or at least right now, Scroll's gonna have to put on a bit of a masterclass if they want to build up any sort of placement points, because this endgame is just so stacked. We have so oftentimes seen placement points not really get to factor in until right around that 10th movie zone, and it's just so problematic too when you've got a duo like Elites holding down the high ground.
How have we not had a full duo get eliminated just yet? We are so due at this point. Iamzo and Josh playing for the high ground, the first team to just get a little glimpse, a little taste of what it's like. Swizzy, Pixie on the other side, still fighting their way through, trying to dominate, but no one's earned any big endgame eliminations just yet. But that's going to change here shortly. Crash practice starting to come out. Big rotates here. Where are they going to land? Pixie going for high ground, so the call has been made.
And it's the right direction ahead. Now they're going to have some leverage over the rest of this lobby. Take some shots over towards Yasuo. Won't get anything just yet for it, but Salvatore also a little bit pieced up. They're all just trying to skirt by, preserving as much HP as they can find, but Swizzy and Pixie are just not letting up, and it's just so difficult to evade their line of sight when they are just so high up in comparison to everybody else. Most of these duos opting to drop a little bit lower, committing towards this ultimate low ground too. Could be the end of things, but for Acorn and Bolts, who actually have that launch pad to work with, it's all about timing now.
And they do the right thing. They go to the ultimate low ground, recognize that they just got to stay alive. Kanata gets knocked and finish in the feed by Cold and Rapid there. Their 5th elimination coming through. That means Victor V is by himself now. Cold and Rapid front side of zone. They actually get the favorable pull. Meanwhile, Swizzy and Pixie controlling things from up top. Finally, eliminations are starting to connect for them, and the pressure is coming through as well. They're holding it the right way here.
Still, Pixie down to his last overdrive grenade, so unless Swizzy's rocking with a little bit more mobility, things could start to get a little bit tough here. For those two on the high ground, Scroll still making it happen as a solo, doing his best to try and preserve a little bit of this section, but caught for a moment, probably gonna sorely miss that overdrive. Every single resource is just so much more crucial when you are playing as an individual here, and especially trying to avoid the team on height. Swizzy immediately taking out Faded. Don't even think about coming near this high ground.
And don't come to the low ground either, Oatly. It's now time for Cold and Rapid to put on the show. Scroll is having the most impressive performance for AGAL. The amount of championship points, the club points he is earning right here is impressive, as he is solo surviving here. And also, no Elans just yet here, Taco.
Down but not out. That's kind of Scroll's calling card. He's going up as a solo. He's ready to challenge it. Swizzy may be fortunate that that shot didn't get to connect just yet, but Scroll still doing a great job at concealing his position, out of sight, out of mind from the rest of the lobby. A little bit of Fizz to work with too, but 8-4 now also left to contend as a solo. But it's going to be Rapid and Cold who ultimately commit to height and take it over.
The old man's mountain will get his toe. Here it is, that indestructible vertical climb is too difficult for many duels. They're getting put in the blender. Another team ends up shocking wave wave up. It's Bazin and Anon, but he falls right back down. The Siphon's going to keep him in the game for now. Meanwhile, Scroll still alive. A top 10, a top 9, and still going here.
This is disgusting out of Scroll as a solo Pixie on the same foot, though, taking out Demish, holding on by a sliver here for having just barely making it into the zone. How does he manage to stay standing? The same question could be asked for Scroll, but now both of these players hoping somebody else looks elsewhere. It won't be the case though for Pixie. Scroll now dropping, forced to try and contend with anybody on low. Might even be a body for him to steal a little bit of loot off of, but now Cold and Rapid, this one is looking all twisted minds.
He's still down there. He's still fighting. Anon's in the game here, trying to look for anything possible, but I haven't seen Scroll fall just yet. Give it a little second though. Anon here, moving, mixing through the builds here. Iamzo's down. Scroll fighting for his life, but down. He finally goes to the hands of Khan. That's going to be 4 eliminations for this duo here. Now, just trying to get a little reset. Still has plenty to work with in his own. Actually bounces back. Cold and Rapid have to come down. They are starting to slowly run out of material, but it depends where this is all going to go. Sky jumps. Mopsy gets a pop from the crowd. France is still in this one.
Absolutely nobody realized what Skydive and Momsy were sneaking their way up towards the high ground, but it's BotCon, a little bit more time to work with. Cold and Rapid, a little bit more fixated on trying to contend with these other teams, but at the same time, they recognize we've got to at least take care of the solo directly with this. We need the material that Khan can provide, but Khan is just doing so much damage as a solo, and the double whammy pressure is too much to handle. Rapid is down, Khan has fallen, Momsy and Skyjump are ready to collect. France wants to strike big on this first game and really make themselves known, and Cold, even with they, won't be able to stand tall. Skyjump and Momsy with the victory royale.
Skyjump and Momsy represent for their home here on land. What a performance for the duo. And then they get to just soak it all in. It doesn't get better from that from them. Even Cold and Rapid seem to be in healthy spirits there. What a fun game one, and a competitive one at that.
Yeah, and nothing for Cold to really be too pressed over. 8 eliminations by himself, another 2 from Rapid. So you know that they were able to definitely build up a very hefty lead over the rest of this lobby. But it is only game 1 of 10, and obviously Skyjump and Momsy, they're just going to be looking to try and replicate the success that they were able to capture in game 1.
I just feel like the French community, they've already won. They've already won here on the day. They've done enough. I'm happy. I think the crowd's happy. Clearly the celebrations there were felt, and that was such a fun first match. You're looking at the emotion on some of these players. Some people feel like maybe they didn't do enough, and then others obviously here celebrating, kicking back like Skyjump and Mumsy there. Let's take a look at the highlights though. From Mumsy's perspective, boom, gets the elimination. There's the siphon points. Skyjump of course comes through. He's gonna get that final shot, and then we get
Solo lui, en 5. En retard, mais ils vont récupérer, je pense. Ouais. Non. C'est pas le fight. Ah bon, c'est 50-10. Allez, commence, je décale, je te je fais des kills. J'ai le kill, toi. Wesh. Tu viens? Ah, je suis mort. Je suis mort, peut-être. Non. Quelqu'un? Tu. Chin. Il va open. Nice! Let's go!
I almost wish that I could have had a live feed of comms too from Revenja and some of the other French commentators, because I know he was going crazy watching his boys put in work, but obviously Skyjump and Mumsy, they earned every bit of that win.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I didn't expect it to happen so soon, but that is the nature of the beast. Sometimes, you know, when you just got that hometown buff, as they say, so clearly they're showing up. The crowd seem to love it as well. I love the way they're facing their audience as well, too, so they get to see kind of the reaction from that side of the audience. It's really awesome.
It can for sure make a pretty big mental impact, of course, but I'm also thinking about it from just the overall landscape of what we just watched take place. But obviously, we'll get into working our way through some of that and a little bit more action here to come. So go ahead, grab a drink, come right back, because we'll see you guys shortly.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
the thing, came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm a champion.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
I have 0 shocks, by the way. You have to go back. Yeah, I will. I have 3 builds. How many do you have? 3. Okay. Here, come. We're gonna pickaxe him. Follow me. Drop down. Left side. In here. Look. Bind.
Yeah.
Spray. Dig. Show.
Yeah.
Here, come around. All the way down.
Yeah.
On this wood. 100. Yeah, I'm playing myself.
Yeah.
Send a cone if you can. Hey, come on, bro!
There's one right here.
Wait, no, we should get in. Should we get in? Or?
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, you're right. Here, I'm gonna shock us first. Ready? Shocking. Biz. I'm gonna throw. I hit the cone and I'm gonna throw.
Go on, right? Right? Yeah. Live. Stick it.
Okay. How much miles?
We can play below.
Okay.
The healer. Let me
Yeah.
go. Pickaxe, double pickaxe.
Okay.
Holding. 100. That's ready. Go for it. Yeah. Get it. Getting with you.
Yeah. Come.
Get it with you. Yeah. With.
Nice. Go.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I'm on.
100. That.
Nice.
4 build. 0 build.
20. Yeah, 5 builds. Big. Gotta healthy.
Wait. 1P.
Good comms that we get a chance to hear from Group A yesterday, but today is Group B. And by the way, for everybody currently watching, if you are a content creator, don't forget to sign up to the Esports Foundation Creator Program. That way you can share everything that's going on here with EWC with your community. You can earn some rewards and win some awesome stuff. That trip for 2, I'm still keeping an eye on it. Scan that QR code and join the Esports Foundation Creator Program. I'm joined by none other than Vivid. Kelly, thanks for joining us this time. And Levin, we got a chance to talk about these players that just ended up winning, Sky Jump and Momsy.
Look, I thought I was maybe doing a bit too much, trying to farm some of the French love, the French fans, as you do, especially we're in Paris.
You got it.
But they did what I said that they can do. They have that ability to come through in these games and just have these big pop-off games. Shout out to Skyjump, right, in particular. Skyjump now has qualified for all the major lands this year in Fortnite without playing with the same teammate. He's playing with someone different every single time. What? It doesn't matter. He's rocked up with Mumsy here in Paris, and they look like a team that's been playing all year long.
They played that end game so well. There was a lot of contention on that high ground, and not just the high ground that was the issue, but the elevation of the map that caused so many issues. Yesterday, when we saw high ground, there really wasn't too much trading, unlike what we saw from game number 1 today. So I think that kind of gave some of these teams that didn't necessarily have as strong of a high ground plan, like Skyjump and Momsy, to be able to kind of take advantage of all the chaos that was going on.
Yeah, obviously, when you kind of talk about the terrain that we were looking at in this end game, I thought Cold and Rapid had this one kind of locked down without a doubt, but you blink, and all of a sudden, they actually went ahead and lost the high ground. So great little nod over to Skyjump and Momsy for finding the timing there. And as we do see Scroll go down there toward the later stages of the end game as well, it would be absolutely criminal for us, Seven, to not mention his solo clutch there. I mean, Sky went down, unfortunately, a very long while ago. I think it was actually like almost the first player eliminated from the lobby.
It was Zone 7.
Yeah, it was so long ago. Still alive, kind of picked up some points for the team there. They got to be feeling pretty good about that one.
They're definitely going to be feeling good, especially because of what you were mentioning, that duel getting eliminated within the first 2 players. I don't remember if it was the first player or not. It was definitely within the first 2 players. Another squad that I want to bring up because they ended up getting a top 3 bidder was SAUL. This is a squad that's also in contention for the club championship. They might not be in contention for that title, but they're definitely in contention for that money. That squad was able to secure a 3rd place.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was super, super cool to see the positioning that was actually being able to picked up by Khan himself, because we were kind of talking about the natural terrain that we were kind of seeing. He just had this box set up towards the top of that cliff that all of these players actually had to go ahead and traverse. And because he had that little box that was kind of opened up into the storm where he kind of expected all of these players to be rotating in from to kind of help with that natural terrain, he found so many elims on the back foot of that.
Honestly, Khan and Faded really impressed me, and I know as far as EU teams go, they're kind of more of a newer team. Fred coming out of Germany Germany right now, and they're really starting to impress everyone. So, Levin, I'd love to hear from you. Is this something that you kind of expected out of this duo?
I think that the talent is there, the ability is there, but if I'm gonna be real with you guys, I just like these guys because when SAUL did their announcement video, it was just the best announcement video for any team in Fortnite I've ever seen ever. So go check that out if you haven't. They did like a full movie, like it was insane, like genuinely one of the most entertaining things. And it's good to see that their actual duos bringing some entertainment to the lobby as well.
Earlier too, we were talking about T1, the Polish duo Kelly. This squad was able to actually secure themselves a good amount of points for them. And the conversation earlier that we were having for this duo, it was none other than Demas and Darm. For them being able to actually make it to the top 7. It was actually not a bad start from this squad, Vivid.
Yeah, I mean, they are sitting in 8th place right now, right? 33 points. So probably not the game that they specifically wanted to happen. But I think this is going to be kind of the territory that we typically are going to see from the T1 team, kind of sitting around this little bit of a bubble, right? Maybe hugging around that 7th to 10th place. Just going to be all about staying consistent and having one of those good games to actually push them into that top 7, in my opinion.
No, I think that's fair. I think that's been the level we've seen from them for the most part. I think what might give people a bit more hope is when it comes to just ceilings for teams. Like, if everybody's playing at their absolute best, what could you expect to see from that team? Their ceiling is just so high. So hopefully we just get a sneak peek of that today.
Now, 7, I'm surprised that you don't want to talk about our team in 5th place, because not only is their org 7, but their name is also 7. And to see some of our smaller regions representing this early on in the top 7, well, that's got to feel pretty good.
It does gotta feel good. I'm not associated in any way, shape, or form, but I am waiting to actually meet 7 so we can do the Spider-Man meme and be like, wait a second. It's the same person. But talking about back to this first game, anything that surprised you, Levin, for the first game?
You know what? It wasn't a surprise. It was actually something. If you allow me to put my analysis hat on here.
Put that on.
You know, the developers involved in building this reload map, they must love a mountain zone finish. I mean, the elevation in Elite Stronghold is something that we talked about a lot when the map initially came out, but we have seen it so much. It feels like so many of these endgames, you end up in situations like you almost mentioned earlier, Vivid, where it's like cold and rapid. You have a team up on height. You think it's going to be an easy game for them because of the way the zones are pulling up a clip, up a hill. It's just constant on this map.
And it would be a little bit less egregious if it was a hill, but they're like plateaus. There isn't just this gradual incline. It becomes this stark wall that players take advantage of. They identify that that's where the zone is rotating, and that's when they do early rotations. And that's actually what we saw from Cold and Rapid. They did some early rotations there. Same thing with Josh and Iamzo.
So, of course, being here in person, we get the opportunity to talk to some of the players. Yesterday, I myself had the opportunity to go ahead and talk with Muzz, talk with Sphinx, talk with Virgo. Of course, they were having dinner, so I didn't bother them for too long. But one of the things that I picked up on was that they just had to take a couple of games to get used to these setups, right? So we've gone through, game number 1 here for group number B. Give your favorite teams at home just a couple of games to actually get warmed up to these specific setups. And I gotta imagine then they will start to feel comfortable.
Yeah, let's see how comfortable these players are going to be getting. These duos are going to be performing because they have 9 matches. Yesterday kind of went by in a way too quick way. In a split second, it was just all over. But let's send it over to the casters, none other than MBF and Taco for game number 2.
Thank you so very much. That's right. We have had a little time now to digest things coming out of game number 1. Clearly, when you start looking at how that overall performance went, it looks like it's going to be taken by Cold and Rapid for Twisted Minds, as they had the most eliminations.
And they've got to be feeling really good about it. I mean, it's a big part of the reason why we saw Cold cheesing so hard in that player cam, even after the match concluded and they'd come second. And it's just knowing that they can deliver such huge elimination points, that is really going to be a difficult point of contention for other teams, because sure, you always want to look for consistency in terms of placement points. I mean, think about what Scroll was able to accomplish as an individual, the amount of solo placement points he was able to accrue from so early on. You would think that things would have gone completely south for a duo like AGAL, and with so much on the line here for the club championship points, it puts so much more pressure, and yet he's still able to deliver.
Yeah, you wouldn't have thought they'd push that far. They end in 9th with a 7th place performance, all on the backs of one player, is so impressive. We actually can't emphasize that enough. There were duos that were alive that were taken out before Scroll could be found. So rotations were clearly exceptional, and he definitely made it very, very far. Victor V, Kanata, as we didn't see their early journey, but clearly they made it kind of towards that end game there, dropping in 14th place, so not too bad. We'll have to see a lot more from them if they want to be higher on the standings, but you know, coming into this game, let's set some early expectations. So now you have like this clear breakaway starting to take form. So Seven, Axa, Vazen, Anon, Swizzy, and Pixie are currently holding that line for the bottom folks of the 7.
And when you look who's directly behind Swizzy and Pixie, that's going to be T1's Deemish and Darm.
Yeah.
And obviously, you know, I think there is ample opportunity still for these duos to really play catch-up, especially when you have 9 other matches to sort of break through. So especially for some of our veteran players who are a little bit more familiarized to kind of the longevity that's involved in tournament series, that's where I think these first 5 matches, you can be a bit more experimental. I mean, just think about what happened in Group A. First 5 games didn't go that great for a lot of teams, and yet they were still able to make a recovery stage and really bounce back in that second tier.
That's right. Even for our reigning champions, you know, Acorn, Bolts, our North American champions, they had a pretty tough time. You know, that map is notorious for being very difficult to traverse. You heard Levin say it there best. There's a reason the pros kind of look at it and have evaluated that. This one is a little bit tougher, but for game 2, let's see what players have figured out, what they can do to kind of optimize their end games. But one thing was for certain, it was a passive game 1. Now things are changing. Victor V, the fear Salvatore as well. So Victor got knocked, but JoJo gets finished first actually there. And you see that the strategies are changing. Teams are playing a little bit faster as they try to secure points.
Looks like a little bit of trouble on the horizon too for Rapid. He's going to be brought down, trying to be a little bit of an agent of chaos here. And Iyamzo, very similar fashion, already has 1 elimination too, but Elite Armory, no real surprise to see so many teams kind of collecting in that vicinity. Yesterday's competition, Muzz and Sphinx, that was something they were contending with pretty regularly. And so now, here today, everybody in Group B really trying to figure out what is going to work out best for them. And you get those game 1 jitters out of the way, but when everyone else is also trying to make very similar kind of adaptations on the fly, it does get a little bit more unpredictable.
Well, looks like we already got our first duo eliminated. On the other side, Panzer is putting up quite the fight. This is a really bad scenario for Iyamzo and Josh to be in. Iyamzo knows that he got reboot himself so he can start the timer. Panzer's got basically 10 seconds to finish this elimination here. It's all going to come down to Josh, and he clutches up for Elite Esports to stay in the game, and GK falls.
Can't really think of a better time to hold your nerves than what Josh was able to deliver on a performance.
That was
man. That is a tough break though for Panzer, because it would have been such a great opportunity to just get a quick top tier competitor duo out of the lobby, but not gonna be able to snipe them out that easily, as now Havix, Pixie, and Swizzy on the move. Pixie even rocking that RPG. Swizzy also looking to give a little bit of hot pursuit towards Knight, and Porygon and Knight, man, they seem like they've really been getting isolated from start to finish so far.
Darmin Deemish, looks like they just took down Sky Jump there. Didn't see Momsy, so they still have a chance to, of course, get rebooted back in. Victor V is getting farmed right now. I've seen him fall a few times to defeat, unfortunately. Meanwhile, Cold is getting a couple onto Gon there. You saw Knight go down. Now we're seeing Gon go down shortly behind them. There is just no breaks for the Wicked. These guys are having a pretty tough time right now. Cold and Rapid are just dominating their side of the field. Knight falls again. Oof.
They are just barely surviving. Like, the second that the reboot timer concludes and the other one is coming back into the lobby, it seems like the other is immediately being eliminated. They're just not having any sort of wiggle room, but that's just how merciless the lobby can be. Swizzy, Pixie, obviously going to be looking to try and take advantage of that, but Momsy, Skyjump, there are no rollovers. This was their recovery. They're going to get a nice little collapse onto Anon, and that is going to buy them some more time.
Yeah, definitely. And now they have those exotic upgrades, legendary burst rifle here as well. So loadout starting to come together. Things are shaping up well for Momsy and Skyjump. They needed that Elim because remember, Skyjump just loaded back in. And that is definitely the difference maker. You know, being able to get with your duo, kind of play defensively, bounce back into the tournament. Here's how it looked. It was Momsy who put up the huge shot there, coming to the rescue, if you will, of his teammate, and then the follow-up. So that's a full duo eliminated, mind you. Back on over to Havoc with Swizzy and Pixie here. Look at this. They're doing such a good job for their club here, earning points consistently game after game. They get another one there, too. That's another set of eliminations. They're trying to full finish this SAUL team here. Bad.
A little bit of a tough break there for Swizzy, but it's one that Con and Faded aren't going to be too upset over. In fact, they've got to be so relieved right now that Swizzy wasn't able to get over that railing. Be forced to kind of give up that pursuit. Really like the way that they were splitting the focus there, though. It had Con and Faded incapable of reuniting to try and support the other. So getting into those isolated positions, that's just something that Swizzy and Pixie sort of excelled to do as a duo because they are such strong individual fighters, too.
Take a look at this. Kanata is way off by himself. That's why we're seeing Victor have such a tough time get settled in this game. But it's up to Kanata to kind of stay alive here at this point so they can actually see the end game. Meanwhile, take a look at this shot here. We have Bolts and Acorn right now setting things up. Sky and Stroll as well. A little update for them. Again, surprisingly slow game. 0 eliminations. That's not really heard of for European favorites.
Well, you would think as much, but it's Sky and Scroll. That was actually their calling card, especially throughout the course of FNCS and even a lot of their Reload Elite Series finals. I think most of it just ultimately draws down to the fact that they understand we want to play Storm until right around that 5th, 6th zone territory. That's when we're going to start to make our move, make our presence, and really start to shape how this low ground position is going to unfold. Because, again, just think about that last lobby. Even as an individual, Scroll was still able to contend very heavily on that low ground position. And so it's very clear that they have a strong understanding of that, but they've also made it known in the past that they are capable of playing for the high ground. It's just these first couple of matches, you almost expect things to just kind of constantly be shuffled around when it comes to height because everyone is looking to really stamp their mark as king of the high ground.
Yeah, you definitely have to. Getting a touch base here with GK's Panzer and Jacko right now. Nice little start for them. A single elimination here. It's not too bad. They're still at the hostile hold, though. Duos kind of floating in the area. You have Salco and Nak on the other side here. Trying to see what's going on. AXA and 7 as well. Just playing a Storm. They actually have a little bit of a drop here, potentially. Now, both teams do have a couple elims, so this is not no 0-point game by any means, but Salco and Anak are definitely at the bottom of the standings. Now we jump back in with this friendly rivalry here going down for Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds might need to get in the middle of this between these two teams. It's got to be a tough watch. Rapid, Cold, Acorn, Bolts just seem like they can't get away from each other. Although a good chunk of this action probably is fairly intended. We know just how much both of these teams like to get aggressive, specifically Cold and Rapid.
Yeah, that's what happens when you play general areas nearby one another. It's just inevitable. In this zone, man, big southern pull here. A lot of teams still playing outside, inside the Storm. Darm and Demish are one of those duos there as well as they slowly start to traverse their way down outside the Chisel Cubes here. And there it is, the big update. So this is when teams start to really hustle their way towards the safe zone. The Storm after this is going to start picking up in damage and then, of course, will cut off. So you got to get situated.
And that's something that Demish and Darm are certainly looking to set up for, like you'd already called out. With no one in sight either, they'll be able to utilize the launch pad, just get a little bit of airspace, airtime, and really gauge how exactly they want to touch down into their next position. Obviously, it'd be nice to sort of clear out a little hill face, but never know who's going to be lurking around which corner. A lot of little crevices on this map that can definitely be taken advantage of. And for a duo like Josh and Yamzo, those early fights definitely helping shape their endgame strategies at the moment.
I mean, just all those elimination points alone, right, kind of jumps them up to 3rd place here. So this is a very strong game for them. Just in general, 12 points earned off of elims. Meanwhile, Kanata and Victor V making their way south as well. Nice little update for them. see the focus here on the duo, completely capped on material, but they're part of this late wave of teams moving. There are a lot of duos nearby, shots going off as well. Panzer gets going there in the distance. Kanata, Victor hear the action, and they go sprinting through the builds. They're like, no, we don't want to be fighting here on the backside of Storm. Let's get out of here.
Nice little upgrade there for Kanata, though. Won't be too pressed over that, but it is a bit of paranoia, right? That it sort of has to kind of be embraced by these players as they make their way through the Storm, especially knowing that there are going to be so many other teams trying to just get any semblance of peace. But Mumsy and Skyjump, they are all too eager to take advantage of the weaknesses from Gon and Knight. Unfortunately, Gon and Knight still yet to escape these earlier woes. They've been chased across the map from start to finish for 2 lobbies in a row now, and this is just brutal to witness.
They're just riding the momentum right now. 5 eliminations, continuing to widen that gap between them and everyone else, and then the pop from the crowd whenever they, of course, get elims here on the broadcast. You love to see it. Meanwhile, got Rapid and Cold already getting situated. Once again, Bolts and Acorn closed up pretty closely by Demis and Darm, not too far out either. So it is going to be a Chiseled Cubes endgame here as the zone finally begins to settle itself. All the heavy hitters kind of opting here to play that little bit of height like we talked about. There's all these hills and crevices, but you want that bit of high ground. Otherwise, you'll be kind of trapped down low. The overall rankings looking really good here. Yuma and Coyote somehow finding their way consistently towards the top. Things are starting to connect for them, but Bolts and Acorn finally now getting elims here. That one's onto Japco. Luckily, reloads are still active for a couple more moments.
A little.
They're starting to Yuma and Coyote. Otherwise, you'll be kind of trapped. Down low, the over.
And one thing I like on the actual open edits and actually extend hands at the moment that they tried to actually break into the zone.
Well, here we have it, 20 seconds now until the reboots completely come to a close. And then no one will be able to get back in the game. They'll be sent to the lobby instead to kind of await their fate there. Sky and Scroll as a duo here looking as healthy as ever, but still no points earned here for AGAL. Only points they've earned this week are by Scroll's clutch endgame with placement performances. See how they can do? This is a very gutsy rotate through the middle of these duos here, but they thread the needle well, they get to safety, and no one sees them do it.
And what's more impressive still, they're able to just continue clearing out space. Eoxy and Jojo Fishy having a little bit of reconsideration for where they were just headed. Sky Scroll, just a little friendly reminder that this direction not exactly up for grabs. Sky also already scouting out the next move, keeping tabs on some of those teams that are starting to box up overhead. It's gonna be AXA, but obviously there are just a couple of other teams sort of lingering nearby. Salco and Nakt, Momsy Skyjump also in for 7. Unfortunately, no longer a participant as Sky and Scroll immediately punish those two for trying to make their way overhead. But this is just part of the awareness that's involved when you're dealing with the likes of Sky and Scroll.
And believe it or not, that's the first elimination of the tournament coming in game number 2 here. 17 duos now remaining, so the lobby's starting to get thinned out. This is where Sky and Scroll start to perform the best. It's endgame, especially when they're live side by side. 6 shockwaves as well. It doesn't get better for AGAL. Still though, a long way to go now. And decisions to make. Do you play for high ground? Do you go down to low ground? They have so much mobility here to go ahead and work with. Bolts and Acorn looking to get active as well.
It's just going to be a really tough task for anybody that does choose to try and tango on that ultimate low ground, because Sky Scroll, something they do excellently compared to a lot of other teams is they just fully understand we can tank up some of these storm ticks to get ahead of the rest of the lobby, really claim a lot of space. As Cold nearly finds himself getting eliminated along the way, but will just barely manage to stay standing. Panzer Yapko despite suffering a little bit of damage from Acorn and Bolts earlier on, now looking upwards, trying to force Sky and Scroll's hand, and sure enough, Scroll has fallen. Now it's on the other end of the stick here for Sky to be the one to come out with a solo clutch performance.
Man, they just can't catch a break. This is a tough spot to be in. Another teammate down. What can Sky do? Well, we'll keep tabs on them. Cold Rapid on the other side are moving and grooving. Low ground is theirs. Still 17 duos remaining, although 2 players have fallen now. Things are getting a little bit tough here for Momsy and SkyJump. You know, they were the first to get the safe zone. They positioned a little bit high, but they felt like it was too early to go for high ground all the way. Sky seems to have been fully eliminated, and now it's Havoc, Swizzy, and Pixie up top once again. Back-to-back games here, going for the early high ground.
Like a really tough break there for Sky and Scroll, but they'll just have to sit and wait to see who's actually going to continue trying to capitalize on their elimination here. Who's going to start creating some distance is Deemish, Darm, just trying to make their way towards this front side of zone, but with Swizzy and Pixie just bearing down from overhead, it is going to be rather scary because everyone else, you have to worry about blocking off your overhead space, but then you also have to worry about what's directly in front of you, and part of that might just involve Kanata and Victor B.
Well, my, look at this. The boys are up and running here for Team Dignitas. Meanwhile, Demis is under fire here. T1 might be in trouble. 2 HP just left here. Only a single point earned. Playing with that zone so close. Almost gets taken out there by itself. He is just looking to hold on by a thread right now. Every team that falls, though, he's earning a little bit more points. 14th place now, a little bit more earned. This is the difference. This is what it takes if you want to be at the top. Golden Rapid also struggling here, and they make their way to the vending machine there.
What a little bit of a robbery there from Golden Rapid, while the rest of the lobby is just suffering. Gold Rapid managed to find a little bit of breathing space, but of course, Gold Rapid still running extremely low on material. They've got a little bit of a safety net inside the building, but they're going to have to break out of it eventually and then start to get involved with the rest of this lobby. Swizzy and Pixie all the while just racking up elimination, but so is Panzer with 5 already, but immediately falls the moment that he tries to make his way forward, and teams are just dropping like flies here. The way that the zone is pulled, all the shifting elevation has done some damage, and Coyote and Yuma have somehow managed to just steal hideaway from Swizzy and Pixie.
It's a fight up top. Asia versus Europe's best here, and it's going back and forth, but it doesn't come without its own troubles. Coyote finds one onto Pixie. Swizzy's all that standing way up top, and it's Zeta's Coyote who's down low. Swizzy, though, it costs him a lot of extra builds there. He's only down to wood here. This is not the strongest structure, of course, to play with. Cold and Rapid fully sent back to lobby. I believe it's just Gone and Knight here, one of the few duos remaining. Kanata's a solo. Down he goes. Bolt is still in this. Cole takes a significant amount of fall damage, but somehow still standing in here. This could be the difference. Here comes the pressure. Down he goes. More points heading towards Gonan. Knight representing for Brazil.
But Swizzy, fact of the matter is, he's still managing to stay on the high ground. Somebody's got to chop him eventually. Instead, he'll even opt to reconnect, but now they'll be forced to drop Knight and Gone. They took care of Coyote. They're looking to take down Swizzy next, but it's not going to be easy. Knight and Gone are just refusing to budge.
Where did Bolts come from? How is he still in this game? We have seen him do it before. Can he do it again here on land? Of course, it's going to be a tough one, but in the end, Knight will take that win with, honestly, we have seen him do it before. Knight, he do it again here. Come from? How is he still in this game? We have
Gone are just refusing to budge. Think about how the game started for them. These guys were being chased non-stop. We saw their names. One at still to net themselves the victory royale. It is actually incredible that they were able to recover in this fashion.
Very difficult endgame there. That elevation just started chopping away at the build. You saw that verticality as Swizzy was just trying to hold on desperately. I didn't even know Bolts was hiding in the mid layers alongside Swizzy, right? Like, there's just so much going on there. But in the end, Gone, what a way to do it. He's happy. Of course, his club's happy. And just like that, we get these highlights here. Cold and Rapid pop off. Going to Knight win the game. The last shots go through. And just like that, we have our Game 2 winners.
You know, Fury is definitely going to be celebrating, though. Gotta appreciate the love that going tonight. We're clearly showing the org with the jersey flex, and obviously that's going to come with a pretty big mix-up for the leaderboard standings, too. You knew that there was going to be a little bit of shakeups, especially since we saw some of our leading duos from that last lobby kind of struggling, but the big takeaway for me, MDF, was seeing what happened to Sky and Skrull dropping all the way down in leaderboard standing. It is a tough blow. They were originally in that 9th place position when the match had started off, and now they find themselves sitting right around 13th with only 30 points. AGAL, you know, pressure's definitely rising.
Yeah, I mean, hey, they still have a foot in the door with the competition, but tough spot to be in. Only earning 3 points over single elimination. You kind of go the distance as well. They have this placement-based play style, and unfortunately, they just couldn't quite do it.
For sure, but obviously a lot more Fortnite to still work through, so make yourselves comfy because we'll be right back.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
I'm here with the legends themselves, Mr. Savage and Clicks once again. Boys, you watched day number 1, Group A. How are you feeling about it? Did you enjoy the day yesterday?
I think yesterday was sick, you know, watching EU absolutely dominate, just like I expected with Shark and TD. No, it was amazing, yeah.
Yeah, now, Clicks, if I remember rightly, yesterday you said Booga would be the team to look out for. What happened with that?
To be honest, so he's a vet. He's really smart. He's been playing this game for 9-8 years. You have to understand, he thinks with IQ. He wants to play Last Chance Qualifier to have more practice than the other players. So going into Final Saturday, that's when he's going to get the win.
Is that a strat that you tend to use when you play as well, or you just try and get the job done?
So I use that strategy a lot. I usually wait till the last game to qualify so I can get more games than everybody else. And then the second, I get in finals, I usually win because I have that extra practice.
It's just what you do. Savage, you're no stranger to a sort of a last chance call as well. What's that like? Have we got any tips for those players that are in the survival stage now?
Yeah, probably just go back in my VODs, see what I usually do. I'm really familiar with scraping the qualifiers like my boy over here. So yeah, if they want to talk to us, then we're right here. So
you said you don't scrape, Clicks. When have you ever scraped?
I never scrape qual. That's the thing. I don't leave it to Last Chance Qualifier to qual for globals. I don't have to win a Last Chance Qualifier grand finals game to get into grands. I usually get it right away, and then I usually watch Mr. Savage on EU. Or I watch like other NA noobs.
Okay, you don't watch me play.
I watch you play. You're pretty good too. I'm not gonna lie.
Appreciate that. Now we got Group B. You guys were mentioning some names from yesterday. What are some names that you guys are looking out for today in Group B?
Well, I think my top 3 for today would probably be Sky and Skrull, yeah, Oli and his teammate, and Cold and Rapid did really good day 1, so maybe Rapid can pull something off when he's playing with tier 1. So
a lot of people call Goatly or Oatly Goatly. Yeah. You agree with that?
Yeah, he's the go. He's the go for sure. And he just did his face reveal, and yeah, I think he looks great. So.
He's got that Ferrari too as well, right? So he's got that aura about him. Clicks, any NA teams to look out for today as well?
NA teams to look out for, I'm gonna have to say my duo Rapid and Cold. I do feel a little bit bad. Rapid is unfortunately playing with someone a little bit worse than me as like a fragger, but as you can see, they're still first. So knowing how it would feel like if we were to be there together, we would be first by more than 8 points.
Yeah, how does that feel when you see your teammate playing with someone else? Do you feel a bit of betrayal right there?
No betrayal at all. I actually feel a little bit of like sadness. It's more of like kind of what I said before is like, I know as he's playing with Cold, he's thinking about me in a positive way, of course. Yeah.
I mean, who isn't thinking about you? And of course, who isn't thinking about both you guys here for the Coast streamers? I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the games, and thank you so much for the interview.
What are you doing?
I'm practicing my floss.
We don't do this anymore.
Very 6-7 now.
20 mais 20 mais 20 mais 7. Aí é muito fácil, professor. É 6-7.
Jacob,
Do you maybe want to show us what you've learned from that? Do you want to?
I mean, I could show you, but it may not be that good. You know what I mean? Hit him with one of these.
There it is.
Hit him with one of those.
There
and
it
just
is.
gets done.
There it is. Obviously, we are here at EWC. It was an incredible last game. Are there any duos that you wanted to highlight? I feel like, I don't know, there's probably a duo out there that we're really excited to see. Maybe like Skyjump, Momsy. I don't know why I get in that vibe, but it feels like a duo that people are really excited to see.
Yeah, I think they're excited to see him because I heard the crowd erupt when they won that first game, really set the tone and the pace. And honestly, throughout the history of Fortnite, the French players didn't necessarily get all the same respect and competitive, but this year with the Summit Championship, with here, these French players are showing up and they're showing up big.
It's gotta feel so good, right? Especially in this context with these fans going crazy. Incredible. Another duo I wanted to highlight. It's Iamzo and Josh, right? They're here on LAN. I love to see them compete. I mean, obviously this crowd is amazing. Are you guys feeling hyped for the competition? Make some noise! We love it. It is time though to get into more action from EWC. You might be thinking, where can I learn those dance moves? That's our boy Jacob and DPR across all socials. Got to throw him some love. It takes a lot of guts to go ahead and hit moves like that for the broadcast.
Let's be so honest. Jacob is one of a kind, and he's the best Puerto Rican out there for a reason, right? It's in the title. But getting back to the competition itself, MDF, it has been a very interesting start, but more importantly, Cold and Rapid, what they're able to accomplish, the little bit of disparity they're creating in terms of leaderboard standing because of the eliminations that they're managing to accrue, it might be a tall task for Momsy and Skyjump to stay within that trailing period, but they are still in the fight for that first place position.
Yeah, this reload format is surely playing into the favor of Rapid and Cold. It's a really interesting duo too. You're looking at two of NA's strongest fraggers on a duo together in a type of format where you are quite literally reloaded and rewarded for taking down players. So with game 3 booting up here, let's see how things are going to play out. Cold and Rapid have a nice comfy lead. They touch down first. Rapid versus Bolts here for the tower. Bolts ends up taking the first one. Jojo Fishy has to win those, and he surely does there. Very nice job done for them. And then we get on over to Darman Demis, who also have touchdown and got an Elam.
Just barely, though, cutting a little bit close to the wire there for Jojo Fishy. And not only that, but the real shark in the water might just be Darm and Deemish. Spooks and Oakley, though, still looking to try and secure some more eliminations here. We've seen Spooks 2 matches over already with some decent early game successes, but I'm going to keep lurking around. Jojo might just find himself sandwiched between Polish and Australia, but it's Spooks running in, trying to steal it away, has no success. Still, Darm incredibly weak, but Spooks now in a similar note, gonna try and see if he can escape, but it's a 2 versus 1 fiasco right now, and Spooks will not be able to reveal or avoid the pressure out of Darm and Deemish.
You know what? Spooks has put up such an impressive performance here, you know, just coming in, continuing to earn points off of those elimination chains right there. That's what you had to do. And then the timing there, right? Hey, you didn't put in the work to get that first one, but you snatch it away. It's 3 crucial points. You start taking a look at the bigger picture here. The points are, of course, starting to take shape. If you're down in that bottom 3 area, you are in trouble here. And I can't even believe you have Sky and Scroll as a part of the few duos down in that conversation, barely holding on with 33 points.
And of course, there is always the club championship standings too that are factoring in for Group B's competition. Cold and Rapid, of course, steadily leading the charge here. I'm trying to represent 4 Twisted Minds, but T1's not done just yet. Anon going to be eliminated by Darm. A little bit of a review into some of these early successes here. Got to see the other pieces of the puzzle from before Darm was able to take out Jojo Fishy and Spooks.
Yeah, well, don't hold your breath. We got some serious action coming up here. It's Swizzy and Pixie on the fight right now. He ends up disengaging. This is a sign of respect for Cold and Rapid as they get back to their duos there. That could have gone either way as both teams were kind of involved in that fight, and I don't think they liked the way that pressure felt, even though they were going blow for blow, exchange for exchange there.
can be a tough spot to be in, though. But regardless, teams like Cold and Rapid certainly like to open up the doorway of making those aggressive kind of instances. And, well, with the way that the competition is starting to unfold, some of these teams might not have any other options to resort to. They're going to have to start making up for some of those misplacement points by factoring in with elimination points instead. But it's always easier said than done.
Definitely see Acorn making the best of cutting that glider to really thread the needle there, get on under the bridge here, trying to secure a little bit of time and space from himself and his duo here. As Bolts is the one who's on the hunt right now. He's got control of the outskirts, so this is the reuniting of the two. Meanwhile, we get those leaderboard updates all the way down to the bottom there. AHL Snow and MHND just struggling to really put points on the board for their club, but anything is possible. A 10-game format, there's a lot to play for here, as this is only match 3.
Yeah, just think about what happened yesterday. How the team was able to bail themselves out. Mofu and Tomat, it looked like it was going to be the end of their run yesterday. Then they managed to find a Game 10 Victory Royale, so can never completely rule anybody out just yet. Sky and Scroll, though, definitely trying to get a move on, but they are under some early pressure from Kayota and Yuma. And Sky just getting picked apart, having to use a lot of those resources that he just gathered up just to stay standing. And Scroll even looking to create a little bit more space. Unfortunately, he might just have to leave Sky to the Wolves here. And Sky knows he's got a very steep disadvantage to try and contend with, but Yuma and Kayota can't blame him for wanting to just fully collapse.
Yeah, I was going to say, you saw that duo really pushing in. Here's Dignitas Kanata and Victor V sticking to that strategy, playing dead side rotates right now. So you get that little update. The V continue to light up. Rapid seems to have backed up his teammate. Meanwhile, Southco from downtown hits a monster shot there, going to initiate. That Mammoth pistol is so exciting. I'm glad we don't have that in BR at the moment. It is definitely a game changer. Cold and Rapid are still staying so active. Here's your Game 2 winner, still alive here, settling in well. Meanwhile, Zeta's got some serious pressure coming in. Rapid, Cold get another elimination. This is it. It just keeps on going the way they wanted to. This is their format.
Rapid and Cold have definitely been leading the charge in terms of kind of establishing a standard for Group B's competition. And sadly, Honeyfield hoping that he can escape. He's just got next to nothing to work with. It is rags versus riches, essentially. And Rapid actually forfeiting the chase is a bit shocking. But at the same time, it's because he knows he's right in the tunnel. I've got him locked away. And even if he tries to surface, we can stake this one out.
Yeah. There's other duels down there too, so just try to be careful. Here's a look from Zeta Yuma's perspective as he takes down Sky. I didn't want to really highlight that when I first saw it, but I was hoping that Sky and Scroll can kind of get their footing going. They're trying something differently, playing a little bit more aggressively now since they didn't before. And I think they're starting to sense a little bit of desperation, right? 30 points is really not where you want to be kind of in the first quarter of the games. But hey, I can respect that they're trying something different now.
The earlier matches would be the best time to experiment, and even if it all goes south, one silver lining for Sky and Scroll is just knowing that they are a team that can deliver a whopping performance. Would not be surprised to see them even perform in like a similar nature to what we saw at Peterborough and Poyo yesterday, where it kind of took them slower starting half, and then they really just started to come alive in the secondary portion of it. So only time will tell whether or not some of those new ideas actually come to fruition for them, or if they're going to have to go back to the drawing board. But for Josh and Zoe, they're really just taking their sweet time. Ample medkits, just tossing them across the map, doing a great job at just wrapping around some of the natural terrain, avoiding line of sight, and obviously they might even have an opportunity if they find any duos that are incredibly injured to try try and establish some elimination points.
You can run, but you can't hide, Acorn. Where's your teammate? Where's your backup? Panzer and Japco are on the hunt right now. I already saw Acorn's bolts go down, so that was almost Acorn and Bolts being fully eliminated from the tournament there. Should be enough time by now. So Acorn has done his job, and look, it's cost him everything. Metal builds everywhere. That's the sign of a desperate player on the run.
And the worst part is knowing that Yapko and Panzer, they are not going to give up the chase anytime soon. They're just hunting this man down. Panzer goes directly over his cone. Neither of them are checking this position. There's no way Yapko and Panzer don't have a Scooby about what's going on right now. But Acorn just saw in his mouse, not going to reveal himself. And now Panzer, Yapko, they might get distracted by another team entirely.
Sounds like they lost signal in the tunnel there, you know? No reception, no signal. Can't hear you, can't see you. That's for sure. Panzer and Japco just allowed Acorn to get away with that. Acorn now even has time to heal. He's out of the visual effect for the heal cue there too. That was a close one.
Nah, Yapko fans are gonna watch that one back and be kicking themselves for it. That's a bit of a doozy, but hey, goes to show. Can happen to some of the best. Darm teamish though, scoping back in. A big part of their strategy so far today has definitely revolved around utilizing these launch pad features, and of course, plenty of teams that are going to be looking to kind of glide in a little bit after the fact. Everyone trying to preserve as much of their material count as they can, because already in the 2 lobbies in a row, we've seen so many teams just struggling to have any builds presence by the end of it.
It's actually a really good time for especially Darm and Demish to play the zone. 66 points in the tournament. They're on the cuff of basically being or continuing to be in the qualifier conversation. So with the super launch pad there, the extra heals late into the tournament run, and they already earned a couple points, that is a very smart play for them. Victor V, Kanata finally get their heals here kind of set in and dug in, and they're inside the safety of the new zone. You see the focus there also on Victor's pops as he's watching the competition here intently, seeing what Victor can do.
And see, it's a really interesting dynamic too between Victor V and Kanata, because they found their success. They got their qualification locked in so early on in the competitive year. So after all these adaptations they've had to make for the competitive meta in Reload, we've still really yet to see them find their rhythm.
Yeah, look, they've only gotten a single elim as well, right? Victor V is one of the best fighters on NA right now. He is definitely putting up the performances. You look at the analytics and the stats after every tournament, his damage ratios are crazy. But this land performance is setting in, I think, for the young bucks. So, you know, he's just really got to figure it out, maybe kick the nerves aside, and nothing else. Get ready to stay above the bottom 3. You just don't want to be down there. So we'll continue to keep you guys updated. Sky and Scroll need to do it as well. What is going on with their strategy? They're not performing up to par.
Definitely not, but again, it's just one of those circumstances where sometimes zone pools are just a little bit more vicious than what you originally anticipated, and the rest of this lobby, they are going to be hawking down any signs of weakness, and especially when you've got a duo like Swizzy and Pixie doing such an excellent job at just making those initial grabs for height and maintaining it relatively well. They've been challenged a couple of different times, and we've seen that be the demise of some other teams, but for the most part, Swizzy Pixie have certainly made their mark on the high ground already.
Yeah, definitely earning a couple points there. Again, those club championship points are critical for the EWC. This is going to mean so much. You have to fight your way up and out of this qualifier to make it to the grand finals, and then everything will culminate into a one final finale. Victor V, Kanata getting ready for the rotate here, crash pads in hand. Let's see what they can do. Anon advising go first. Kanata's the IGL of this duo. Cold and Rapid here on the other side. The double fragger, the big power. There goes the crash pad. Following close here. He's on Kanata's heels. This could be a tough fight.
Kanata, though, definitely wary of the fact that they've got at least a handful of teams surrounding them, but for the most part, still in control of that front side position. Meanwhile, Sky, Scroll, maybe have to get it at the mud a little bit here. In a bit of a tough spot. You can tell that they want to start making a little bit of an opening sequence, but it's just not really being provided to them. A little bit too much action, and they just don't want to find themselves on the receiving end of it as Swizzy, Pixie, the tempting loot pile, but that was the intention all along. The trap's going to net a little bit of damage, but no knock just yet. Still, you have to be very cautious about seeing those little loot piles roaming about.
Yeah, this is a big time right now for Panzer and Jacko, the GK duo. They've already earned a little bit of points here. Bolt in A corner, eyeing up that suspicious metal box down low, trying to wait for that duo to move. It was Kanata Victor B. Off they go. Bolt in Acorn goes to the outskirts here. They position themselves pretty well right now. They're just trying to make sure they don't get cut off here. Acorn, of course, one of the smartest to do it. Meanwhile, high ground. Cold, Rapid, all the time in the world here. There goes the Shockwave. Off they go to the front side. Havocs, Swizzy, and Pixie still playing high to mid-ground layer. Too early to really commit to high ground. Cold and Rapid jump down a little bit.
Bit of an awkward transition now because Cold Rapid recognizing the fact that Anon applying a little bit of pressure from behind, but still they do have a more leading spot, so that's going to be for Anon to try and break through his Momsy sky jump. They got tagged up a bit there from Cold before Rapid made that rotate, so they will be forced to take a little bit of a pause and heal.
Yamzo, Josh from Team Elite is down and out. Bolts, Acorn from Twisted Minds, down and out. That's 5th and 8th place now. This is going to change the standings, and we should have a crunch on the points for Pixie, for Swizzy. This is a very, very nice find as they'll be able to gap themselves ahead of the competition. And it's really interesting. Pixie and Swizzy are identifying themselves as the high ground duo of this group stage right now, continuing to play for these dominant positions, and they're not afraid. They're not afraid to go early and ride it out to the end.
They are committing so much so early on, but when you're able to get these stronghold positions and everyone else is kind of just forced into more congested layers, Momsy making the attempt to potentially go up, but he's just not going to be able to actually connect. So Pixie and Swizzy continue to be uncontested on height. Kanata and Victor B, though, starting to get a little bit of momentum building, but they still have so much room to actually break through before the placement points really start to factor in here. Demish Darm finding a 4th elimination here, and they know every single one of these points counts.
This is the most important part of the tournament right here, right now for this game. Start earning placement points or you will be set behind. Salco's gonna be the next duo to fall there. He's down and out. Cold and Rapid still playing that mid layer. They haven't quite gotten the refresher though. Notice that Cold is starting to gas out on material. Meanwhile, Pixie, Swizzy, the early high ground take proved to be a smart move. He still has 5 missiles in the rocket launcher. Down low, our French solo sky jump in the game, jumping base to base, takes down Gold with a monstrous shot there. Your match 2 game winners are down. One's out. What more can he do?
And Skyjump just continues to find the perfect openings, the perfect delays from the rest of the lobby. But now Sky Scroll continuing to try and seek out even more refreshes. They're going to need every single bit of material they can get. Scroll's going to lose a lot of his shield. Scroll is going to be out of this.
Whoa.
Sky eliminated also. Knight and Gone immediately follow. This leaderboard is all due for a big shakeup.
That is so bad for AGAL. They fall and slow down Havoc and Swizzy on top, finding more and more Elans, and they're doing it in a cinematic fashion. Look at that, Team Joe go down low, getting the pressure here from Swizzy and Pixie. This is now a top 6 duos situation. Kanata by himself, 5 Elans earned with this duo. But what more can he do? Yasin here is a team that's very hurt. He ends up following up. Another Elan for him there. Oatly and Jogo fall down with Spooks down below. Meanwhile, Cold and Rapid, 9 Elans. They are so far and wide ahead of the competition. It's impressive.
And they know that they've got a solo right behind them, and it's Kanata. He's not the only one, though. Pixie, Swizzy just barraging these teams underneath them with the RPGs. This pressure is so much to contend with. Cold's not going to be able to overcome it. Pixie and Swizzy just making it look all too easy here in Game 3.
Cold, calm, cool, collected. They do it once again. Swizzy and Pixie are looking and shaping up to be one of the strongest duos on the evening. And you know what? It's because they're not afraid to play for high ground and really put it all on the line there.
But at the same time, Cold Rapid, when you look at how many eliminations they were able to secure, it's for good reason that they're not interested in height. They are just absolutely tearing through every single team that they run into. They're doing such a great job at tarping ahead, claiming space, and having the luxury of looking back and just eliminating anyone misfortunate enough to cross their paths. But love seeing that little bit of sigh of relief, it seemed like, from Minipio and Cocoon. They were definitely in the hot seat as this game started, sitting inside of that bottom 3 of the leaderboard. But this placement bound to help elevate the position on the leaderboard.
Most definitely. The crowd here cheering for Swizzy and Pixie. You see the signs being held up and the chants come through. Swizzy's feeling good. He's playing into it. You love to see it. Where was this Swizzy at the last land? That's what I want to know. As Pixie is also basking in the moment. This is just lovely stuff here.
Team Havoc's definitely got to be very happy with their performance so far, and if Swizzy and Pixie can keep it up, you never know. Cold Rapid, sure, they might be securing the eliminations, but they're taking a lot more risk by staying inside of those more congested areas in comparison to Swizzy and Pixie, who are still netting a decent amount of eliminations in a stylistic fashion to find these strong placements too.
Yeah, Fuku, we saw there in the highlights with Mini Pollo, actually ended up finding their stride, finally really getting their foot in the tournament here, jumping themselves significantly up and out of those somewhat dangerous positions down low. Same can be said for Victor V and Kanata, who we saw also finally make an end game. But the upsets surely are going to be for Elite's Iamzo there. We saw that too. They fell super early, really kind of allowing other teams to, have a chance.
Nothing to be too pressed over though, given that they do still have 7 more lobbies to try and make that bit of a bounce back. But yeah, you just don't want to find yourself sinking during these earlier phases, because it does become all that more complicated to actually cement yourself inside of that top 7. I mean, think about Kayota and Yuma, a duo that was just at the cutting line, I believe, before that lobby had started, and now finding themselves just slightly pushed out from the threshold.
Yeah, also Acorn and Bolts, you saw they're kind of slipping down, falling very early, just allowing other teams to go ahead and shuffle around. Well, that allows teams to, of course, start to get crunched in with the points, giving us a much more competitive competition. But I think that's what we expect at the Elite Stronghold map, right? Let's be honest, it's pretty volatile. Going into this Slurp Rush, the next map, that is going to really shift things up. I'm pretty much done with Cold and Rapid at this point. They're doing this on Elite Stronghold. I don't want to see what they're capable of when things are a little bit more streamlined in the other map.
And it's crazy to think about too, because there is that mini competition that's been building between Cold, Rapid, Swizzy, Pixie, and yet we're still seeing a very comfortable lead from Cold and Rapid because of how many more eliminations they've been able to rack up. Momsy and Skyjump, though, obviously huge shout outs to them, still managing to keep their footing, but SAUL, Faded and Khan doing an excellent job at representing for that club championship metric. And hey, the points can really start to factor in, and these two have clearly managed to capture a ton of success inside of the reload format.
There's Skyjump, there's Momsy sitting back here, just kind of taking in the moment, reevaluating the strategy coming in. The crowd happy to see them, of course, on the big stage here. Third place, not too shabby as we start gearing up here for match number 4. They're doing pretty well, averaging over 3 eliminations a game, roughly 6th place. That's a pretty impressive performance.
I think right about now, though, is where teams might really start to feel a little bit more of a crunch, because while a lot of players would definitely argue that Slurp Rush is the more preferred map, it's hard to say. But we know one thing's for sure. Swizzy and Pixie have been finding a ton of success here on Elite Stronghold, so let's hear it more from them directly.
That's right. They're indeed finding success. Here they are, your winners after this last game. Swizzy, Pixie, oh my gosh. You heard it here the moment you guys got that massive victory. Even now,
Let that sink in for a moment, boys. They are cheering you guys on. How does it feel to have this crowd immediately behind you guys, giving you all the support?
It feels amazing. Thank you all guys for supporting us. We actually appreciate it a lot.
Of course. How does it feel for you? Does it feel the same? Are you kind of like overwhelmed by it? Or you're like, oh, dude, I'm used to hearing this.
It feels good. It's very good.
I love that. So what's the game plan, guys? Obviously, big game for you. Is it going to be kind of continuing more of the same? Or are you guys thinking about right here, right now? Or are you maybe thinking about finals? Where are you guys at?
We're just playing.
Classic global champion, no big deal. What about for you? Are you still focused on the games? You're already starting to think forward and thinking maybe finals. I'm thinking about that.
Are we just playing this as practice, I guess?
I love that. Obviously, with the competition, this being Group B, is there any duos you guys are looking around, you're thinking, man, I kind of would love to take a fight with them? Or are you guys not even worried about any other duos?
No, we're not even worried about anyone.
Classic. I love this guy, Ice Cold. What about you?
Not really any.
Gentlemen, thank you guys so much. Congrats on the VR. Make some noise for these guys right here, crowd. And of course, we're going to throw it on over to Luddy, who's standing by.
And I'm here with Skyjump and Mumsy. Guys, congratulations. I'm going to ask them some French question, of course, because we're in front of a French audience, but don't worry, I'm going to translate for you. Première question. Bon, ça s'est plutôt bien passé. On dit souvent que pour un tournoi, il faut faire une bonne entrée en matière. Première game, top 1. Comment est-ce que tu te sens après cette première game?
Réussir la première game, qui est souvent la plus difficile, entre guillemets, c'est toujours un bon moyen de rentrer dans le tournoi. Surtout que c'est 10 parties, donc c'est pas une course, c'est un marathon. Faut gagner d'autres games.
So, of course, winning the first map, I asked him how he feel about winning the first map because, of course, in a tournament like that, you have to be big at the beginning. He say it is the hardest game to win, so we're really happy to do it, but it's a marathon. We know we have other game to win, but it was a good way to start the tournament. There's a question for you, Mamsi. So how are you doing now? Like, in front of the French crowd, what is the feeling? Like, you heard them when you make this Victor Royale in the first games. How it is to play in front of the crowd? Do you like it? Or you are a little bit under pressure? La question que je te pose, c'est, vous avez gagné, t'as entendu le public exploser, je pense, en même temps que vous quand vous avez pop-off. C'est plutôt stressant, plutôt, ça te fait plaisir. C'est quoi le ressenti de jouer devant un public français?
Franchement, au début, c'était un peu stressant quand je venais de rentrer. Après, passer les 5 premières minutes, directement, t'es dedans. Et dès qu'on a top 1, je chantais que voilà, c'était pour nous, quoi.
Of course, at the beginning, it was a little bit intimidating when we entered the stage because there was so much noise. But after 5 minutes on the game, and I just get to hit a lot of people, and I was like, I can feel when we have this first win, it is for us, and basically, we own this. So, guys, last question, maybe, like, do you want to say something to the French crowd? Do you have, like, a message for them? Est-ce que tu as un petit message à passer à tous les fans français, que ce soit sur les streams ou aussi sur place, qui sont venus pour vous encourager?
En vrai, continuez, le support, ça aide beaucoup, en vrai, les joueurs, les messages, etc. Continuez à faire du bruit et on va essayer de win pour vous.
He say, guys, continue. The message, the support you have for us is kind of insane, and every message you send on social media is helping a lot. So thank you. We're gonna do it for us, but we're gonna do it for you as well. Merci beaucoup, les gars. Bonne chance pour vos games. Good luck for your games, guys. Have a good run, and hopefully you will make it to the top 7 for qualify. Back to you, guys.
Check in with Trav because you've got some CC updates over in Crossfire. Who's in, who's out, what's going on?
Well, at the moment, it's Na'Vi, Vitality, and AGL who have made it to the top 8. The quarterfinals have just started now, and we'll play through them all today. So we'll see if any of them manage to get to the semifinals. But even bigger news for the teams who are out. Team Falcons is one of them, which is absolutely huge for the club championship. Obviously, they've now managed to put themselves 300 points ahead again, thanks to getting the top 8 in CS2. But here in Crossfire, they're out of the competition, and AGL are powering on. I will say, it seems to me like AGL need a big win here, otherwise they're not going to win the club championship anyway. And in the first game in the quarterfinal, they are currently down. So still some work to be done, but AGL need to really power on now.
I mean, they are the defending champs here, so they still could definitely mount a comeback. We'll have to see if they're able to do that. We'll check him back later on in the day and see how everything plays out.
Thank you, Glitter and Trap, for that club championship update. Trap was talking about AGL. Don't worry, we'll get a chance to talk about AGL here as we're back with none other than Levin, Kelly, Vivid, the 7WG. Well, let's talk about that last match because it was Suisi and Pixie being able to get the win.
Yeah, I really like that we had an opportunity to actually get an interview with those guys because me and Levin were kind of watching Swizzy up on the higher ground, right? Using those dualies, those pistols to kind of allow you to kind of float in the air. And me and Levin looked at each other like, you know, he's been really loving those pistols lately. And kind of the sentiment that me and Levin kind of came to the conclusion, Swizzy's just up there having fun, man.
He's having fun playing this Fortnite. I mean, you know, when you look at how they played in Battle Royale of late, it's been not height focused at all. We've seen a lot of them just trying to focus on mid ground, low ground. I think they understand here in these Elite Stronghold lobbies, especially even in Reload in general, they want to be aggressive for height. It's how they ended up qualifying in the first place earlier on in the year. They were very aggressive up on height.
And I don't know necessarily if this is a prioritized weapon, but using that rocket launcher as well just allowed them to apply more pressure onto the low ground. I actually was one of the games where I didn't see too many players trying to steal height. And I think that's just from how dominant they were holding that high ground. And speaking of dominance, of course, Cold and Rapid with their eliminations have been at the top of the leaderboard in the first two games. But Swizzy and Pixie have finally stole that away, Seven.
Yeah, Cold and Rapid being able to just stay towards the top of the leaderboard too without a victory royale yet. Levin, what are you pointing out over there towards the match ranking?
Well, it's just the match ranking.
It's not
right?
the overall ranking.
It's not the overall ranking. It's not the overall ranking. But I think especially in the case of Cold and Rapid, they're going to be way up there, right? Because they just keep having these really strong games.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, actually, Cold and Rapid are in first place. That's why I was a little bit surprised to see there. And a lot of that is just due to how many eliminations they have.
I mean, Cold and Rapid are playing incredibly well. We obviously had a conversation after game number one. The natural terrain was very, very tough for all of our teams specifically, but for Cold and Rapid, they'd like to play a very, very intense low ground strategy, right? Where they're all the way on the bottom of the map. Similar situation here in game number 3 where natural terrain kind of pulled on top of a hill, but every single time they are managing to get themselves up ahead of all of their teams. Like, how are you the team that is playing at the absolute bottom, but you're still making it? You're still the first team to actually make it on top of these natural terrains to actually go ahead and clutch up these incredible placements.
I think the beauty is when you're Rapid and you are playing with quite literally the best mid and low ground fragger of all time. Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. Just sit on mid ground, let him get a bunch of elims for you. You're always just going to be able to tarp ahead and make sure you're in a good position to stay in the priority position.
They're being so successful at it that actually in game number 1, we saw that Cold and Rapid tried to go for height just a little bit, but they're like, no, this isn't for us. But even that opportunity, they didn't falter. They were able to kind of go for it, and they're like, no, we're going to stick to the mid and low ground there. So they just can obviously win from any angle.
Levin, yesterday we got a chance to see you being a coach. All right. Now it's time to have another coach talk with Levin 2K because there is one team that's truly underperforming, and that is none other than AGL. And we just heard it from Trav as well. Yeah. AGL is putting on the heat over there because Falcons got eliminated. AGL here need to do exactly what Falcons was able to do yesterday, which was bounce back.
That's true. That's true. Okay, thankfully, you picked a team I like. I was going to say, actually, I just will rescind my coaching offer. I don't want it anymore. But in the case of Sky and Skrull, everything you've done this year has led to this moment. You've climbed the mountaintop in EU twice. You've been the most consistent team. Many people think you are one of the best duos to ever live. But it has to be here in Reload. You have to showcase it across the range of the modes. We believe in you. I believe in you. I don't want to put too much pressure on you. Forget the noise of the AGL Club Championships for just a moment and remember who you are. The best duo in the world.
Right. Shivers. Come on here.
Simple. We'll just... And now let's see though. Because obviously, after yesterday, Peter 1.0 on a masterclass. I had people atting me on socials like, thank you, Evan, so much, man. I mean, Peter 1.0 needed that. I'm like, all right, guys. Let's see if Sky and Scroll can step it up now.
Well, luckily for us and luckily for you too, after that coach talk, we still have 7 more games to go. But let's take a look at the overall as Twisted Cold and Twisted Rapid are currently in that first place because of what you were saying, Kelly, earlier. Those eliminations are coming out.
I mean, we've seen them from the start. As soon as they're going off spawn, they're getting at least 2-3 eliminations every single time. And I think game 2 was a little bit more passive, but still able to grab a handful of eliminations. And then in that last game, 10 eliminations for them. And they didn't even get second place. I think they ended up that game in 3rd. But for me, Vivid, what really is shocking me about this leaderboard right now is how many smaller regions we have represented in our top 10 right now. We got Oatly, we got Yuma, we got Gone, we got so many players. I just was not expecting to see this so early.
I mean, you want to talk about smaller regions. Levin, I think you might have something to say about this one, right? NA West, quote unquote, Cloud and Victor V up there in the top 7. So good to see them have a good game 3 to make sure that they kind of stay in contention. Would love to see Acorn and Bolts kind of join the ranks because this top 7 right now, pretty EU heavy.
I mean, the whole tournament's been EU heavy, guys. I don't know if you've been paying attention. I mean...
Hold on. Let's wait till we get to finals, all right?
Yeah, all right. I mean, I think we will have a great final for sure. It's going to be filled with a lot of the best EU teams.
Well, we do get to see a little bit of Brazil there with Furia being able to get at least one victory royale. I know you were heavy on Brazil yesterday. Let's see what's going to happen with them today.
No, I'm really impressed by Gon, right? Gon in particular is a player who I've been a big fan of since obviously he played at Globals in 2024. Kelly, we were talking a lot coming into this competition. I said my team from the Brazil region was Leo and Romero. You said you had, Gon, and I feel like both of them are impressing so far.
And this is something that's honestly often talked about of how Brazil is, we call these all like smaller regions that aren't EU or NAC, but Brazil has to be the best region out of the smaller regions. And time again, they try to prove themselves as one of the big ones.
That being said, though, take a look at this second page, right? You're like, oh my gosh, like Josh and Yamzo, a team that is so good. How are they in 14th place? To be fair, right, if you take a look at 5th place has 97 points. So the difference right now between 5th and that 14th spot location is actually just 23 points. So we are still very, very close. Of course, we haven't played that much Fortnite yet today, but do not be worried if you see some of your favorite teams kind of on that second page or further down the leaderboard than you might think. Still a lot of Fortnite to be played.
Yeah, we just saw Fu and Mini Pio actually being able to bounce back too after those first awful 2 games, because we got to call it how it is. Those first 2 games were awful, but they were able to secure at least the 4th place here in this last one.
It is better late than never. I don't care if it was off on the first 2 games. The fact that they were able to get 2nd place against the likes of Cold and Rapid that got 3rd place in that game, that to me means so much more than having our first 2 good games.
Yeah, and I'm glad they actually just celebrated, right? We got all these EU players who are just like, yeah, nah, winning's just like, well, man, I ain't got to celebrate a win. These guys come forth and they're like, yeah, bro, like, let's do it. Again, a team who their vibes are immaculate. Mini P, I feel like every time he's at these lands, he's always just so grateful to be a part of it, right? He always exudes that type of energy, and you really feel it here.
Like, even in that game, Levin, we were watching the reactions after the game, and it's like Swizzy and Pixie won, and they were just like, oh, yeah, whatever, you know what I mean? Just stone cold. Yeah, just do some free balls or whatever. And then Mini Poyo and Fu, they were the ones that are excited. They were the ones that were kind of getting emotional there because they picked up that 2nd place. So just incredible stuff to kind of see them on the stage doing well.
All right, we got a chance to get coach talk earlier, but now it's time to do our pick'ems, and you can do your pick'ems at home too. Don't forget that you can go to the EWC Play app and put in your pick'ems, put in your predictions, and I'm gonna put y'all on the spot. And the one we're gonna be going with is none other than AGL, because they were in 17th place there, and it's a team that needs to bounce back. So after that coach talk, Levin, where do you have them finishing in the next match?
Ooh, in the next match, I think we're gonna see a top 3 from them, and I think we'll see a top 3 on the day. Burst their way into 1st place, but I think I could see them still finishing 3rd.
We're going to see them climb up to 2nd place at the end of the day.
Listen, I think it'd be a little bit too obvious, right? The theme that we saw yesterday, P. Brown and Poyo, they were like in 17th place, and then it was after the 3rd game where they really started to heat things up. I think Sky and Scroll, I think they're going to need a couple of more games, man. I think in this next game, I think they're going to get like 11.
A stinker. A stinker.
You don't believe in the coach talk from Levin? You know what, Levin? I have full belief in your talk. And I think more people are going to be adding you on social media and using the hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26, because that team, I have them winning the next game. But that's just my thoughts. That's just my pick'ems. Let's see what MBF and Taco got. You want to put y'all on this spot. What is AGL going to finish on in this next match?
Look, Seven, I can appreciate your ambitious thoughts for wanting to see Sky and Skrull bring home a win, but with the way that we've been seeing Swizzy, Pixie, Cold, and Rapid sort of duke it out already, it's going to be a very tall ask. But more importantly still, we got that motivational speech out of Coach Levin, right, Monster? And I'm also thinking about the fact that there are just so many friends and family here in support of Sky and Skrull. ADAL obviously going to be rocking behind their duo too, but I think it's really cool just seeing the likes of, you know, personal coaches and friends like Eggy that are also on site. And with that kind of motivational factor behind them, it can certainly go a long way in turning the competition around.
I do think it's hilarious to keep tagging Levin as a coach, though. Might have to rebrand after that one. Get us all your thoughts down in the bottom. But with that being said, we do have a lot more Fortnite ahead of us. The next battle bus is here and ready. Let's see what Sky and Skrull can do. Let's see if the conversation was enough to help them get their head back on their shoulders, their feet back on that track, and on to the races. Demis Darm for T1 on the other side. We'll be one of the first to take a little bit of damage here, but not the first down and out. That is not going to be reserved to anyone just yet, even with the hot drop here.
Okay, the fact that he survived there, ridiculous. Looking a bit wiggly, solid movement, but it wasn't enough. Faison gonna cut that one short. The AXA and 7. And AXA will be the victors currently. Salvatore, though, looking to close in, maybe get a little bit of revenge here, but 2 versus 1 can be a little bit difficult to, and not exactly the most enticing fight to take.
Yeah, definitely a tough fight there. Pixie, Swizzy, little update from them. Slow start to the early game. Chisel Cubes, for the first time, actually being somewhat contested in Pixie and Swizzy, not looking to do a split drop at all. Meanwhile, Zeta's Coyote finds Rapid there, so already an exchange of blows going on around the map here. Yuma and Coyote putting it all on the line. This is super risky, but what a play from Coyote. The RPG into the shotgun follow-up. That's a monstrous moment there for Coyote. That's it, to keep him in the game as well. 2 Elings now, and they will live to see another day.
Literal hero shots there by Coyote, and Yuma just able to place that full trust into his duo that he will be able to connect on the most important shots there, because sure, it wouldn't have been the end of the world for Yuma to be fully eliminated, but it would have been a bit more annoying, that's for sure, because so many other players suffering that reboot circumstance around the map. Cold already finding his first elimination also here at Elite Experiments, and Cold, when left to his own devices, we've been seeing him toss up time and time again so many high elimination games.
It's really interesting, like, for whatever reason, the way this battle bus played out, he did not go as aggressively in the early game, and it's looking more like a game 1 kind of slow burn approach here to the lobby. Take a look at that bigger picture. You see how the zone's starting to play out, that nice comfortable spread happening here. This looks more like some standard Fortnite action, but with that being said, don't worry. Let's just watch it again. Let's just see how Coyote find that first elimination. That's how he, of course, took down Rapid. And then this one right here. What a shot. There it is.
Impressive stuff, that's for sure. And Salvatore, yes, and they have managed to pick up 1 elimination. So a little bit of a pause in the action now for these two, but Salvatore might still be on the hunt. Keep in mind that part of the reason why some of these teams are starting to take a little bit of that slower approach, yes, the bus path can definitely reflect in that, but I also think it's because teams are trying to not take too many risks, because from this point forward, they are just going to have to be focusing entirely on securing solid points. They want the club championship boost as well to factor in here.
And it looks like we do have some updated points there. You see Team Falcons still barely holding on, but AGAL is now starting to sneak their way up as the club championship points are beginning to get updated. This really is an important moment now for Sky and Skrull to, one, make sure they qualify out of this bracket. It's been a competitive Group B, that's one thing for certain. And then everyone else, I mean, we were just looking at the points. It's a 1-game spread right now between roughly 14th or 15th all the way up to top 7. So no one is safe, even if you had a couple good rounds so far.
And Sky Scroll fully aware of the fact that they are trying to deliver on a top 7 performance. They know exactly what's at stake. And the fact that they're kind of flirting with disaster, potentially staring down the barrel of being in that bottom 3 position, this could be a crucial day for them. But they are looking to find some semblance of a recovery. They were rather isolated, far and away from the rest of the map. Only Aoxi really left to sort of hang with them. Skyjump, Mumsy, Golden Knight, other teams that have already had relatively good success on the day and looking to keep that momentum rolling here. Gon won't be able to get finishing blows onto Demish, but that's where Knight just opts to pick up the conversation instead. Still, we'll have to deal with Darm along the way here, and Darm fighting for his life, doesn't want to get eliminated too soon because they are the cutoff. They are currently in that 7th place position, and for T1, they know above championship points, exactly what they're hunting for.
Listen, 3 eliminations separate you from 12th place to 6th place. 3 eliminations in a reload format. Come on, that's nothing. We might as well all be tied up on points here. And that's what I'm talking about. That's how close the competition is. So don't let all this leaderboard fool you. It is so competitive from 16th and upwards. And then you jump down to Sky and Scroll, who need that massive game. This is where the players down here need massive games.
And they are getting a little bit squeezed right now by Kayota and Yuma. That RPG just forcing Sky and Scroll to opt for a different way of approach here. But Kayota and Yuma also got to take a moment to heal. Yuma getting a little bit more tagged up than what he was hoping for. Yasin and Salvatore trying to close in on his position, but space has been created. The collapse won't be sought out just yet. Is now Rapid and Cold to head straight for the supply drop. World is their oyster at this point.
Yeah, definitely. As they're now fighting for the airdrop here, it's actually really nice. 4 eliminations for Cold and Rapid. I mean, they're so far ahead of the competition. It is just gross to watch at this point. They make the lobby look easy. Well, hey, we know Shark and TD obviously are going to have their work cut out for them as we are seeing some real light shine through. Take a look here. We get an update with Victor v. Kanata, 97 points here, 6th place on the overall standing. They were in 5th when this all started, but no eliminations earned just yet. Again, just a few eliminations separate them from the rest of the pack.
Really got to watch every step you take, even when you are in these more far and away spots on the map and no one's nearby just yet. It can all just change at a moment's notice. But Sky and Scroll looking to get a little bit more active here against Aoxi and Jojo Fishy. All the way far south on the fringe of Elite Armory. Jojo Fishy doing what he can to try and stay standing here, but Sky and Scroll are relentless. They desperately need to start factoring in some points, and every little bit counts. The knock is going to be secure. The elimination is going to fall through here, and now it's down to whether or not Sky and Scroll can really just manage to keep securing additional eliminations and a nice endgame run as a pair.
As that Elim went through for Sky and Scroll, it looked like Cold in the feed actually took out Aoxi. So like you said, that's the full elimination. You know what? I just want to give a little bit of shouts and a little bit of credit to them. This is their first LAN event, right? So Aoxi's got a big smile on his face. Jojo looks a little timid, a little nervous. But unfortunately, he's not going to be smiling after that. When they get put on ice, they can still make a return, though, in the tournament, of course, as we have a lot of games in front of us, right? So don't feel like, you know, it's over just yet. But still, at the end of the day, you got to perform to the best of your abilities if you don't want to get your keys crushed here at the EWC 26. Furia, 916 is gone. Furia's Knight looking to earn more points for their team. At the Peerless Pier, I actually like this. They pulled a zone over this way. They're going to get situated early, and that's a good spot to be in.
And what's also impressive is that when you think about how that very first lobby for going to Night, and they were just kind of going through the blender, getting chased down nonstop, and ever since they found that Victory Royale recovery point, and in a very similar fashion to having a very unsuccessful early game, it just seems to give them all new kind of confidence, and they're just not suffering from the same sort of aggressive factors that they initially struggled with. And maybe that could be the turnaround for Sky and Scroll also. If they could just make it through towards at least 10th, 11th zone as a pair, that might just be the catalyst to really remind them of who they are and their true potential.
I think the real problem is teams were not falling. I mean, we had a moment where there were so many teams alive, even if they were just fractured down to solos, and that just means you're not going to earn those placement points. I think it's around like 16th or 14th where it really starts to, add up, but even then, things are really difficult. Well, take a look at the bigger picture here. Again, there are already 2 duos fully finished there. You can see from the overall wide picture there. Jumping to the new zone, though. Congestion starting to take place here. Team Furia looking to get into a fight. They are 5th place in the overall leaderboard at the moment. Truly representing for Furia. But still, they are, I'd say, gapped away, right? They need that big game to kind of get in the more cushioned kind of room. They can kind of ease up a little bit, but that's what happens when you can win a round.
And to be fair, only a few more teams need to actually go down before those placement points start factoring in. Sure, it might be slim at only 3, 4, 15th and onwards, but it starts to accrue. It really starts to mount up here, and Sky, Scroll, fully aware of the fact that all eyes are on them in today's competition. But obviously, with the club championship picture overall, it is a team effort. So they know that if they're able to just kind of deliver it on the Fortnite front, it could go a long ways overall for Week 7 EWC.
Well, we heard the speech from Levin. We're getting towards that end game. This is where we'll see if the words of encouragement, the words of support from the fans and the coaches alike are gonna come through. Yuba, Coyote have the most interesting position here in this end game. That countdown is starting to happen here. Reboots are no longer active here, and now Swizzy and Pixie get the most primed opportunity to open fire onto Darm. Darm's out. Demis is right behind him, and there it is. Reboots are disabled. Scroll is the one who gets the elimination credit with Sky. That's going to be a full teammate taken out.
Wow, that was a big delivery, though, for Sky and Scroll. Anything that they might have been missing or hurting for, Devish and Darm just handed right over, and it's partially due to some of that pressure coming out of Swizzy and Pixie, but hey, sometimes you're just in the middle, sandwiched between teams that are ready to just find those opening shots here. And for Sky and Scroll, 4 eliminations. They're starting to pick up the pace here. Signs of life towards the front side of zone. And look, I don't want to get ahead of myself, MDF, but this is
good.
The Sky and Scroll.
It's looking good. You can say it. You can say it. It's looking good. It's actually looking too good at this point in time. I don't know if I like it too much, as AGAL have so much pressure on them. But Mobsy on the other side looking pretty well here. Sky Scroll continuing to keep the pressure up, this time onto the French duo Mobsy. And of course, Sky jumped there, end up pushing them down. See in the distance, again, still all of the notable names still up and running. Zone number 7 now is going to start officially closing here shortly. And this is where things get really difficult. This is where they haven't been able to put the pieces together, but so far it's been the strongest game that we've seen from them.
I like the way, though, that Sky and Scroll were just so adamantly scanning the teams on the higher layers. It's obvious that they're going to have to start to make their next move, and they're going to continue to kind of wrap around the edge of zone. They want to try and secure another frontside position towards that ultimate low ground. It's where they feel the most comfortable, and they know that there's going to be a lot of familiarity if they're able to control that part of the zone. But obviously, Coyote, Yuma, way up above, starting to have a little bit of shakiness, but nothing too hard just yet that they can't contend with. And they'll actually make their next move towards the front side. Thought for a moment that they might have been softly chopped, but a little bit too faced up, too secure.
Yeah, no, it was Team Shockwaving past, almost hitting him with that mammoth pistol on the way by, but the tags didn't quite connect there. Meanwhile, GK's Japco ends up going down. We'll keep eyes on Zeta up top. That's an exciting duo, of course. But you still have Coyote here looking to defend his. Sky and Scroll go for the super pad up to the top. This could be their moment to siege height or just buy themselves some time and earn a little more points. Swizzy, though, from that last game victory, now having to play this one out by himself. From one champion to another, he's in a tough spot here. 200 mats left, 100 mats left. Things are starting to thin out. Things are starting to look bad for them. Pressure coming in from all angles here from Momsy and Skyjump. And what a terrible zone pull. My gosh, it's going into the water. I hope you brought your swimsuit and your vest, because this one was so uncalled for.
Coyote and Yuma won't have any complaints just yet, though, but Sky, Scroll, they're ready to overtake. They're going to get a little bit chipped away at Force Shield, but Scroll immediately dropping, reuniting with Sky. With Swizzy so incredibly injured, only one build remains. He's going to be forced to play through the backside of zone, hoping that he's not on the receiving end of any big shots, but still, only a couple of overdrive grenades remain, and a whole lot of players in front of him as Coyote and Yuma just continue to assault these lower layers. Mini Pio and Fukuno, they could make things a little bit more interesting, but it's a big elimination duo. Swizzy, Pixie completely out of the picture. Cold and Rapid now have the chance to try and run away with it.
Yeah, I hope you didn't forget about them. They're still in this game. A lot of big names here. Kanata finds Salco in the feed there. Little friendly one-on-one action from one West duo to another. Two elims now for Kanata. Victor V down to the low ground. They've had some excellent frontside rotations, really taking charge here. Look at Kanata making the calls as Victor's here to back him up. Meanwhile, up top, the full connection has come through. The picture coming together. This is looking like Coyote and Yuma's game to win. Talk about throwing your way back into the competition. We said it before. It is so close at the kind of bubble area here for the qualification positioning. Meanwhile, Gone falls, Night falls. They're done and out. Fukuna and Mini Pollo, what can they do here? They're trying to stay alive. SAUL faded, still in the game. Little big tags coming in, though. It's going back and forth here. They're all out of gas, though. Faded goes down. Khan now is left by himself.
Yeah, you can tell these players are just running on fumes right now. And Khan, what more has he got left in the tank? Trying to see if he can keep it pushing, but with Momsy Skyjump racking up elimination, but Momsy taken out, loses track of what's taking place right behind him, and Sky, unfortunately, will be forced to try and contend through the rest of this mess all by his lonesome, still picking up the pieces after the fact. Elimination onto Salvatore. The Siphon gonna buy him a little bit more time, but he's running out of builds at a rapid rate, and no puns intended, because Cold and Rapid are running this lobby down.
That was big, and they just took down Victor V as well. 9 duos remaining here in the game. Couple solos kind of in the mix. Iamzo is one of those solos. No points earned on the eliminations just yet, but he's got decisions to make here. You have Spooks, Oatly putting pressure from up top. Shots are coming in. He gives up the layer, and he's just trying to survive here and go the distance. You blinked, and you missed it, though. Cold catches Kanata with a monstrous shot to keep him in the game now inside the top 8.
But Cold, will he even have a chance to try and restore some of his shield? He's just got to try and conceal his positioning for the time being. Spooks and Oatly still relatively healthy up above him, but Coyote and Yuma just haven't had anyone left to challenge them. They are way overhead, where everybody else in this lobby is currently sitting. Acorn and Bolts directly underneath. Spooks and Oatly still trying to get the job done, but with Coyote and Yuma just so solid far and away from the rest of the competition, the players are going to thin the lobby out for them.
This is actually insane, because if you think about it, coming in says Oatly and Spooks were in 8th place. Coyote and Yuma were in 9th place. Sky and Scroll, well, they were out of the tournament altogether, and now Sky is still going. 2 elims for him back to back. Can he get a third? Doesn't matter. Top 5, though, is an excellent spot to be in. Oatly is playing so well himself. That's his 3rd elim in the endgame. Meanwhile, Acorn Bolts actually finding their footing down in the ultimate low ground. And Coyote and Zuma have finally given up that height. They're coming down for the win.
Finally, Skyjump's gonna get scouted out, but Coyote and Yuma, all they need is just to find where Bolts is at. It's going to be a little bit of a heel-off showdown here now, but Bolts realizes he doesn't have anything left. Yuma was trying to wait it out, but Bolts, what great awareness there. Immediately capitalizing on the opportunity. Strong victory royale for some of NA's best.
Not only that, both of those duos were in that sickness territory. You saw the HP falling super quickly. Bolts recognized it immediately, cancels the medkit, says, I gotta go for this. I can't stay here. And that was the difference maker for him.
Still a really strong showing, though, from Yuma and Coyote. Maybe mildly disappointed because they really looked like they were setting up for the perfect victory royale. But it's just so many points to accrue. And when you think about how many teams inside of that top 5 even were already being eliminated so early on, outside of Cold and Rapid, but more importantly still, AGAL, a little bit of relief. Because it might have been Sky as a solo, but it was still a top 5.
Look at Oatly cook as well. There's a shot from Bolts. You love to see it. Also, afterwards, he was trolling. Trying to act serious, but he was actually having a good time. He then loosened up there. Here's Victor V. After that game, a big round for them. Nonetheless, they were relatively consistent. And you know what? I gotta say, I think the Levin speech was overall a huge success. I don't know if it was just meant to be, but Sky and Scroll definitely showed us a little bit of life. We threw them a lifeline, and they got pulled out from being deep in the water there. They're somewhat in the competition now,
yeah.
right? They're not down there in that 30-point range. We're just like scratching our heads saying, hey, what's going on?
It's just crazy, though, when you really boil it all down, because one solid endgame placement and a handful of eliminations really is enough to just leapfrog your way on the leaderboard. And sure, while they're not within that top 7 threshold just yet, they are still so much closer. And if they can keep finding those kinds of deliveries for overall point buildups, that's just going to put them in an excellent spot. But obviously, we've got another match to go before we reach the true halfway point on the day. So make sure to get a couple of refreshments, and we'll be right back.
Josh Riley is one of 2026's biggest new talents, and the Reload Elite Series qualifiers were his calling card. In late 2024, unknown player Josh first turned heads beating Clicks in a 1v1 to win a gaming PC. Now 2 years on, he's going head to head with the biggest Fortnite players in the world.
That moment was like the best moment of my career, I'd say. Like, I was playing on laptop for like 2 years and like 300 earned. And like whenever I beat him, that was like one of the happiest moments of my life. I think it definitely helped me with like brand and like my story. But I think eventually I would have gotten that good, but it like definitely sped it up because I wouldn't have gotten a PC. So
in less than a year as a competitive Fortnite player, Josh has qualified for 3 FNCS Grand Finals. But the Reload Elite Series qualifiers are his biggest achievement yet.
Lands a big shot, but Josh is that much bigger. They take the game out of their hands.
It was a trial by fire, but Josh and teammate Iamzo rose to the challenge, taking second in 2 stacked NA Central lobbies to qualify for Paris.
We were playing for the quad of this. We were in the last game. We got a shockwave launcher. We were like 4th place, so in the qual. We shockwave launched Kanata into the air, who was in like 5th place, and we beat him. That kind of guaranteed our qual, and it was just like, yeah, I was really excited.
Side angle, shockwave coming out from Josh, sends Rapid packing.
For Josh, the Reload Championship is the biggest stage of his competitive career, an opportunity to show the world what they glimpsed during the qualifiers.
It'd just be a great experience, you know, like playing in Esports World Cup. But if I'm uncontested, I want to get like top 3. But if I'm contested, like I think we can like pull it top 10. I'd be happy with that.
On the hunt for his first title, all eyes will be on Josh to see if he can deliver when it matters most.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen from around the world. Kelly Link here, joined by Mini Miner. We just wrapped up game number 4 for the Reload Elite Series, and this is Group 2. We gotta find 7 teams to go to the Grand Finals, and after game number 4, I feel like there's some teams that are kind of standing out right now.
Yeah, we got some amazing teams popping off right now. One that I want to mention, of course, Cold and Rapid. What a performance from these guys coming into today. I think we sort of anticipated a great performance, but coming from the EU region, I wasn't expecting this level, Kelly. You've watched them a lot, so is this the expectation we should have of them?
The absolute aggression that we're seeing, and we've seen some other teams popping off right now, but when we added, we're at the end of game number 3, I didn't see them in first place because I read the graphic wrong, and I was like, there's no way Cold and Rapid aren't in first, but of course they are. When they get all of those eliminations, whether it's from the low, mid, or even high ground, no one can stop them.
And the synergy that they seem to have as well in these layers, they're playing so well together. They seem to bounce off each other so well in these moments as well. Another team as well, Oatly, Spooks, a team that I really didn't expect too much from because of the fact we haven't seen them on a LAN yet. It was a bit of a question mark, right?
I never doubted you guys. I had you guys in first place the whole time. No, but there's a reason why they call him Goatly. He's been around this team for so long, finally revealing his face to all of his fans and finally showing up. And no, like you said, I don't think a lot of people expected them to be as good as they are.
Just so calm when they're playing these end games as well. Monster was saying on the cast right there, he's just having fun. He's enjoying himself, Oatly, which is really interesting for your first LAN. It's a sort of a really great thing to see on this stage.
Yeah, I think it was after game 2 or game 3 where they went down in either 3rd or 4th place, and he like was high-fiving and shaking his hand, where everyone else, even when they win, are just unbothered by it. He was so excited to be able to make it into the end game, and then he does it again.
Yeah, a little solid diss on the Sharkantini right there. We didn't see a reaction from them all weekend yet, but we should see that, of course, coming soon. Of course, we cannot come up here on this stage and not talk about Skyjump and Momsy. What a performance.
Any fans of Skyjump and Momsy in here? Just a few.
Yeah,
just a few.
Yeah, 1 or 2. I mean, these guys, they always show up when the pressure is on. If that's something we've learned from EU, they're showing it here again today. Picking up that first game victory, it's like almost the perfect story. And then even Swizzy and Pixie, a team from the French team as well. This is exactly what we want to see here on the stage.
And we want to see exactly more of this in the next 6 games, Skyjump, Momsy, everyone that we have, and we have more action coming your way, so don't go anywhere.
Hope you guys enjoyed that little bit of downtime. Definitely some hype in the crowd here as we got a nice pop for, of course, Skyjump and Momsy. Man, what a pleasure the tournament has been so far. And this is the last match now of this map, though, Taco. So, hey, if you've been having a hard time here, well, guess what? The pain's almost over.
But look, it's been such a ping-pong effect on the leaderboard in terms of where the top 7 cutoff is actually going to be held.
Yeah.
Right now, we currently see it for Khan and Faded. Victor V, Kanata, just slightly pushed out from being inside of that top 7 threshold, but already so much of the club championship points, as well as just these leaderboard standings overall, shifting between every single lobby. There is practically no guarantees, even though we're approaching the halfway point, outside of the fact that Swizzy and Pixie for Team Havoc, and then obviously Cold and Rapid for Twisted Minds, having the performance of their lives here in Group B.
Yeah, they definitely seem to be the shoe-in duos here, but hey, we know that stranger things have happened in the past, and it's gotten actually a lot closer, right? 2nd and 3rd place between Momsy and Skyjump are actually neck and neck, pretty much tied up on overall points, which is really interesting. Then you start looking down towards that bubble line, Acorn and Bolts, where they were pushed out because of one bad game. Now they're back in the conversation for the first time, though. Oatly and Spooks are inside that top 7. This is exciting here. Match number 5 of the Elite Stronghold is kicking off, and we're off to a hot start. Unfortunately, Joe goes. Spooks there couldn't quite get those points he was looking for. This has been the strength of this duo, is trusting in Spook's performance in the early game, but right now it's Salvatore who's like, wait a second, we need to get back in this tournament.
And this is honestly kind of a nice little resurgence out of Salvatore and Yasin, the original starting point of the day. You know, they haven't been doing horribly by any means. Their worst placements being 11th, but you're just going to need to have a lot more top 5 consistency if you really want to consider yourself a little bit more safe. But they have been making headway in terms of getting closer and closer to that top 7 position.
Yeah, most definitely. All things considering, they are flying back up. Here's a little update back to the Chisel Cube. Swizzy and Pixie have no longer been dropping aggressively. Now they're just kind of easing up here. They're like, all right, we got our lead. We just got to make end games, kind of keep doing what we're doing. and the rest should be history. Meanwhile, get to look at, again, a little bit of that start of the round here, what it means for VSN Salvatore and his duo. This is allowing them to really be inside the top 10 just after those couple of eliminations being secured there. Then they get another one onto Toyota right afterwards. So teams got to be careful not to be fully eliminated at this point. MHND finally earning themselves a little bit more points, given that they have had the toughest time this evening for the AHL club. Victor V, Kanata in an early fight here. Victor losing to Salvatore, but I don't blame him. Salvatore is just firing up right now as he is quite literally crashing on the lobby, playing absurdly well.
Yeah, Salvatore, who are you feeling like? Because he is doing his own thing right now, but that was also kind of a rare miss out of Victor V. But Salvatore, he's not done just yet. MHND might just be next in line to be added to the count here. Salvatore hunting for his 6th, and never mind, he might even be able to secure a 7th should he get the elimination onto MHND. Snow, maybe even considering, should I even try and poke my head forward, gauge whether or not I can get a nice little shot in on Salvatore's feet, but Salvatore just on his own kind of warpath, 6 eliminations, and he's not done.
It's like he's living up to the name, just popping off right now. 6 elims, putting his team on his back here. That is the type of hero's effort we need to see from players if you want to go straight to the finals. And look, now he is in contention at 9th place, just a singular point behind Victor V and Kanata there, jumping up to 16 overall active eliminations.
Look, they tried to play the concise, calculated Fortnite, but they've been seeing what Cold and Rapid have been getting up to, and they decided, why not look to just handle our own affairs here? Pretty solid showing, though, out of Khan getting good elimination onto Cold, but Sky and Scroll can't forget about what just happened for them in that last lobby. The top 5, the signs of life. Will it actually be the catalyst, though, for these two to really carry over into a strong close for this tournament?
Yep, Yuma and Toyota, not the strongest start as they were eliminated pretty early, but they jump back in, they find a few more tags, few more pickups, and now they've already cushioned a few points here. Let's take a look at how it was playing out from Yuma's perspective. He gets the teammate there of Salvatore. Salvatore not by himself. You played so well up until now, and now you have Asia's monsters on your heels. Luckily, it gets away. That is still showing to how good he has been able to perform here. And what a find. Hey, sometimes you need a little RNG, you know?
Might need to transform that Flowberry Fizz into some bandages. Some whites could go a long way for this man, especially when he's being hunted out by Zeta Division. But revisiting Cold and Rapid, saw a little bit of early hiccups. Nothing to deter them just yet, though, from this aggressive playstyle that they had been manifesting all tourney long. And right here, right now, Cold seeking out a good opening shot against the likes of Josh and Iyamsa, who are desperately in need of converting this match with a halfway point exactly into a nice placement finish, because they've got to start really bouncing their way up the leaderboard.
Yeah, being in 110 halfway through, you know, it's not too bad, but it is not great, that's for sure. 2 eliminations this game, though. That's a good start here for the tournament. 19 duos remaining, 7 and AXA being the first and only duo to have been eliminated so far. We've had some close calls for a few others, but nothing yet as we save that. See the replay there as Yuma finds another elim. If these elims keep racking up, they are going to get a comfortable lead up onto Skyjump and to Momsy. That'll keep things interesting for us there. Meanwhile, Anon Vazen on the move right here. Saw Kanata find a little elimination there in the feed.
This is really awkward.
Uh-oh.
Anon knew it. He's never able to consider himself as safe. Spooks also suffering elsewhere on the map. Enact and Salco immediately looking to close in, capitalize on additional elimination points here. But not only that, Gone Knight kind kind of scrambling here temporarily. Going and not being so split from each other, and going not trying to reveal anything just yet, but doesn't get the shot he needed. So Enact and Salco will strike yet again for a second elimination here.
Very nice elimination there. Continuing to earn points. This is really bad for Victor V, though. He's got Cons pushing from one side, Faded on the other. Victor V is very hurt here. Just lost the wall. Kanata's here to back him up. Then all of a sudden, I see Twisted Minds, Cold, and Rapid there in the distance. They put their influence on the mix. They find an Elin, and it's all-out warfare here as they jump into the fight. Quite literally bailing out, maybe saving even Kanata and Victor V.
From hunter to hunted, Khan now having to conceal himself as much as he possibly can, but Kanata, he's definitely got an inkling of an idea of where Khan might actually be at, and he's looking to get a little taste of revenge here for all the time that Faded and Khan had sort of expended, holding Victor V and himself at bay. Now they refuse to let Khan get out of dodge on this one, just continuing to kind of chase him around, and Khan really forced to expend so much of his material, and even worse still, Cold, Rapid. They are nowhere near done with chasing out Faded.
There it is, Kanata and Victor V securing their third elimination, both landing monstrous pump shots, and they are back in the conversation here. What points are they at? They're at 133. 147 is where Faded and Khan are, so this is a very telling battle of your immediate competition. Faded falls on the other side. Khan's already been taken out, so this is now going to be an even more difficult situation for them to kind of claw back in as we're getting into the late stages of the game. Oatly and Spooks are also at that 147-point area.
It's just incredible, though, that Cold and Rapid decided to play a little bit of third-party intervention, and how quickly something can go south that once initially looked so promising. But it looks like the Jogo fella is getting a little bit of revenge on Enact and Salco. Sure, they might have cleaned up Spooks earlier on, but just saw Oatly lighting up that elimination feed with a clean pickoff onto Enact. And right now, as you can see, only one duo that's been fully eliminated as of yet, Seven and AXA. And that's going to be, I think, a lot of motivation for those teams that are currently inside the bottom three. Salco, Enact, Aoxy, and Jojo Fishy. It's a very tall task to ask, but Salco and Enact specifically might have a chance to jump up quite a bit and close that gap.
Yeah, anyone can still get back into the tournament. A win is worth 60 points, mind you, right? So any real end game with a couple elims, this whole entire story will turn around, and someone else will be in a dangerous position. The worst, honestly, is AHL, Snow, and MHND. They're going to have a really tough time, given that they're about 2 games away from being out of the danger zone. For Khan, though, take a look at the highlights there. He finds Japco. Wow, STC replay there was just excellent. That's how they're earning their points here on the tournament.
It's like also looking at the fact that he went from 0 builds to practically 5-5-5. A little bit of a huge come up there. But again, even when you have those small victories, it's about stringing together enough of them to really put yourself in contention for having a solid endgame run. Right now, kind of witnessing that brief resurgence from Sky and Scroll. AGAL definitely looking on towards this duo and really hoping that they're going to continue catapulting themselves forward in this competition. It's not easy, though, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, look, what he's doing right now is telling us that they're just trying to stay warmed up. They need to. They're in 15th place right now, 101 points. They had a good previous round. They have a long, long way to go. Talk about long ways to go. Cold and Rapid taking a long rotate here. Going for a little bit more of a passive positioning as well. To opt to play for these exotic chests that, of course, back into the rounds.
Nice little stash of loot, though. Cold and Rapid have managed to stumble upon. Not too surprised either, seeing them willing to tank a little bit of these early storm takes, because, like you'd already mentioned, it does put them in a very strong positional kind of section. And now, darn Deemish, 6 eliminations, by the way. Definitely trying to make up for some lost time here. Not happy with the way that they've had some earlier than intended departures in previous lobbies, and fully understanding of the fact that they just don't want to have to worry about making it through on the survival day 3. They want to close it out with a solid performance in Group B.
Yeah, and it sounds like the reboots are now closed. That countdown already going through. While that was happening, Salvatore and Yasin's aggression comes to an end in 9th overall there. You can see if the names are fully crossed out, they are now eliminated from the tournament. It couldn't be a worse time either, as we were just getting into zone number 7. Touching base with Cold and Rapid. Was it worth going into the storm? I mean, absolutely. They seem to be pretty decently set up right now, but they have a long way to go. Yuma and Toyota might have also just fully fallen in 5th place there. That's going to be very, very devastating to their overall consistency right now. There's no way they stay inside the top 7 at this point. It is just too close.
You never know, though. They were able to secure a couple of eliminations, so that might just be enough to still keep it close. At the very least, Swizzy, Pixie, it looks like some of their earlier passiveness has definitely boded pretty well for them currently, but that's only if they don't find themselves getting unexpectedly addressed on. Doesn't seem like Minipio and Fukun are all that interested, though, in getting involved just yet. As Kanata, Victor V, 3 eliminations to boot. They're fully understanding that their sole mission right now is to net that strong endgame placement and really start to make Dignitas' presence known.
You saw how hesitant they were to walk through those builds there, really making sure they have full control of things. Momsy Skyjump starting to get active now, though. The opposite placed out here as they're fighting for some loot, fighting for the refresher. Here's a team that doesn't have a lot of builds here, and even them making sure that they do not get themselves edited on or caught out of position. Was it worth it? Surely. They just picked up about 200 mats, so not too bad. Couple heals as well to go the distance here. Could be the difference maker. Meanwhile, Pixie and Swizzy for Club Havoc looking very, very good right now. Once again, defining themselves as the high ground duo.
And this is also going to kind of shape the rest of this lobby too, because the one time that we haven't seen Swixy and Pixie in control of height, that's been really the only time where we saw Toyota and Yuma really had that opportunity to just net a strong endgame performance. Since nobody else is really looking to challenge, it's evident that Swizzy and Pixie exclusively want to lead on the high ground. And for Rapid and Cold, disaster might have finally struck the pair, because it's only Rapid that's left standing. Cold at least managed to get 2 eliminations along the way, but this is the first time that we're really seeing these guys look so injured.
And also, Hughes and Dark down and out as well, as they were so close to top 7. They're going to start slipping down the leaderboards as well. Everything is now starting to change here as the points are looking to start taking place. I see Skyfall there as well, unfortunately. So this is going to start mixing things up. It's all going to be up to Scroll here. Give him a second. Let's see what he can do. He's by himself. He's putting pressure onto Faded and Khan. Really just trying to defend for himself now. He's got enough to work with, though. Full team below him. Jojo, Fishy, Aoxy make the edit. He's got to go as well. 5 shockwaves to work with. There's not one smarter that can play these rotates. We've already seen him do it earlier today here in game number 1.
But still, doing it one more time, it is just so overwhelming, the amount of pressure that must be on Scroll's shoulders currently, and knowing that there are so many other healthy teams. But Pixie, Swizzy, they might be changing that up. Yapko Panzer, it's the right intention, but Pixie and Swizzy are not giving them a whole lot of airspace as they make their next move, still managing to be strong contenders of the high ground. But they might be nowhere well still.
Now, he's got enough to work with.
Having a little bit of a tough time securing that secondary layer, but Momsy and Skyjump inside of the low ground, and Momsy just can't make his way through. He gets caught for a moment, and that's all it takes for the lobby to dish him out.
Right now, Skyjump has to stay up and do something. Kanata, Victor V earning points here on the low ground too. Already, 12 duos remaining. Placement points are starting to add up. Victor gets the secured elim there. That's going to be 5 for them here and now, and they don't have any builds to work with. Kanata's only got 3. Rapid's going to be the target of focus here. They almost secured that elim. Little did they know, I think Scroll was still in the storm. He's just tanking here, barely makes it in. somehow he's better off than they are.
It's crazy, though, just how rapidly his build actually dwindled. And Scroll, he recognizes there's a little bit of a loop ball behind him, but he doesn't have the chance to go for it just yet. Too many players surrounding him. Cone maybe going to get an opening shot here, but no, Scroll prioritizing this frontside ultimate low position. He feels like that's where it'll be best for him to try and hedge his bets and just concealing himself as much as he can. Still, this is a really rough spot to be in. Only one build remains. One overdrive, but a big shot onto Victor V. He's able to get the siphon materials, and now one more time on the low.
Such a huge elim, and I was looking at how close he was to top 7. Everyone now is getting crunched down into the standings there. Oakley and Spoofs are down and out as well. Josh and Iamzo are flying their way back up, but Scroll is the most important player here in the lobby with the most critical clutch that he needed to get out of the dangerous territory of being down at the key crushing ceremony. Bolt and Acorn as well fighting their way back into the tournament. Up Scroll goals. That might have been a mistake. He will be frozen in 3rd, but what a performance. Mini Payo as well is still in this game. These are huge, important games for these teams.
Acorn and Bolts, though, they're looking to try and see if they can secure the halfway victory royale. Minipio Cocoon directly underneath. Acorn Bolts finally looking to drop, but Acorn Bolts, they don't have any builds. Only one remains for the pairing. Cocoon, Minipio also running on the last of their resources. Bolt and Acorn from overhead, trying to see if they can get an advantageous shot, but the preservation by Minipio and Fukun, they are stalemating this one temporarily, looking to get into the healthiest state possible. Fukun manages to heal just a moment longer, can't connect the shot though. That's what Bolts does best. The accuracy is just overwhelming right now, but Bolt, Acorn, and Bolts finally gonna find a little bit of an exchange, and it's Minipio and Fukun who managed to find the victory royale.
And what a game that was. Back. Rise a huge enough. They're feeling good. What a way to really stamp yourself through that map and close out your first half. 5 games. It took them 5 games, but finally now they get a small taste of what it's like to be in the lead.
It's a little bit topsy-turvy, and it's also just so difficult to see, too, MDF, some of the player cam panovers, because we're witnessing the celebrations out of the lives of Minipio and Cocoon, but then we're also getting those direct shots of the duos that are currently inside of that bottom 3 threshold, and it's a tough spot to be in, but that's what makes instances like what Minipio and Cocoon were able to really just break through after they found some earlier success with a nice endgame placement, getting themselves out of that danger zone, and now this win comfortably putting them well above that scary part of being inside the bottom 3.
Yeah, what's wild about it is when you look back at it, they had such an advantage, but Acorn and Bolts fought so well. Bolts finding one. He nearly clutched this up. Both of these individual players were just a shot away from it going either way, but in the end, they did need it more. They were further down the standings, and now they get to stay and compete amongst the top. Oh, you can just see the emotion from others that didn't quite perform the way they expected. Even there, just really tough. You know, you have these 5 games. You understand that you had an opportunity and then you might have come up short there. But it's all good. We still have a lot more Fortnite ahead of us. It's really wild, 10 games, how much you really get out of it. The best will eventually float to the top.
And it is still just such a rough state to be in. Yapko Panzer, you absolutely hate to see him in that kind of position. But then again, when you look at the likes of Sky and Scroll. Scroll, yet again, top 3 placement. And just when they need it most, because now things are going to start transitioning over to the Slurp Rush. But when you're able to actually get that little bit of rhythm going, it just is such, I think, a mental boon for that duo, because clearly the earlier game instances, you know, you can kind of just brush those off a lot easier now. And Scroll, just what a crazy flow state he hit at the very end of that last lobby.
Yeah, I was trying to see, like, overall, you know, he went from being nearly out of the tournament altogether to tying up with Furia's Knight Gone. And that's going to put him around the 150 point-ish threshold. He's basically neck and neck with from himself all the way up to those that are in 7th. So it does seem like the story really has began to turn around. And everyone in between there, Koyota Yuma, Night Gone, Josh Yamzo, Victor V. Kanata, and then the line, the bar is Oatly and Spooks. It is just that close.
I don't know how many people would have necessarily anticipated this top 10 to be as close as it is. And the reason why I'm expanding it towards that top 10 is because, like you already highlighted, MJ, the numbers are just too close. But obviously, all eyes have been on AGAL for good reason here today. And we've even got Barney standing by with Sky and Scroll.
Welcome back to the Gadia City Grid. I've got Scroll from AGAL joining me now. Scroll, before today, we had the opportunity to have a quick chat backstage. Now, aside from the fact that if you added yours and Sky's age together, I'm still older. That's extremely embarrassing. Apart from that, we talked about the improvements you guys have made over the past year. You guys are playing incredibly well. It seems like your synergy, your game sense, you guys basically have one brain. Today has been a bit of a tougher start to the day. I think you'd agree. What are some of the issues that you guys are running into? Is something just not quite clicking?
I feel like right now we're just trying to see how the lobby moves, and then we're trying to fit into the lobby. But it's really hard for us right now. But I feel like we're starting slowly to get in form again.
Do you think it's like, obviously you guys are so dominant in BR, in the main Battle Royale, and obviously coming into Reload, everything is slightly different, the pace is slightly different as well. Is that something that you guys are having to adapt to, or is that something you typically have on lock?
Yeah, we for sure have to adapt to that, because like we're used to control everything, but now we just need to control what we can control and then work from there.
I like that. You've got a good head on your shoulders, I gotta say. Do you feel like you can pick this up and get some momentum now towards the end of the day?
Yeah, for sure. We are gonna go crazy the next 5 games. I'm not even worried about that.
I love that. I love that confidence. That's right. Let's hear it for AGAL. Scroll, thank you so much for joining me in this interview. Your mum's in the stands cheering you on, and that's what we love to see here at EWC as well. Back to you guys.
You're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? We have none other than Cold and Rapid. You know them, you love them, guys. What is going on? How's it feel? You're here on LAN. How are the vibes?
Feels great, you know. We look forward to this every single year, and just being here feels great.
It feels great. It feels good to be back on LAN.
I love that. So, guys, let's talk about a little bit about the elephant in the room, okay? So you guys performed super well. You guys qualified for EWC, and then you split up. And now you're finding yourselves back together again. So what led up to the split up?
I'd say it's just like a compatibility thing, you know? Like, I feel like me and Rich are just a better fit than me and Rapid. Not that, no shade towards Rapid, of course. He's a great player here, but I just feel like I fit better with Richard.
How do you feel about that, Rapid?
Yeah, I agree with what you said.
Okay.
Yeah, I love it, guys. Listen, obviously, another elephant in the room. You guys are crushing it on the leaderboard. You guys are in first place by a ton of points. And honestly, the biggest factor of that, Cold is just crushing it individually on the elimination leaderboard. Like, you're like above 20. Second place is like barely crossing that 10 mark. What do you attribute to that? Like, how are you finding all these elims?
It's just what I do, you know. I'm the best fragger in this game. I tell you guys that every year, and I'm here to show that.
And listen, obviously, you know, Rapid, everybody who loves your IGL in the game, they contributed to one of the best IGLs in the region. How are you putting Cold in a position to find all those eliminations? Or is it like one of those things where Cold is just kind of going off and finding that?
I'd say it's a bit of both. Like, I'm just tarping way more because Cold just eliminates everybody. Like, he just spawns in eliminations, and I'm just tarping. It's really easy.
Nice. Yeah, it's looking easy for you guys.
It looks so, I'm telling you, that anytime we see you guys play, I feel like it's just such a fun moment because you guys, like, you have like this natural swagger about how you guys kind of go into these games. Like, yeah, we watch Peter Pollo, they kind of, it's very clinical. They kind of go in, they get these eliminations, they move on. But anytime we see you guys play, it just feels like something special, something maybe a little bit different. What is that? It's like, what's the secret sauce?
Just to have fun, you know, we're not taking it too serious, just having fun, like taking game by game and this.
What do you attribute to that, Rapid? What's the secret sauce?
A lot of preparation and game plan, I'd say. Just having fun.
All right, let's talk about the second half of the competition, right? We're halfway through. You guys are pretty much almost already qualified if we take a look at how many points it took yesterday. So what's going to be the game plan for the next 5 games?
Just get as many eliminations as possible.
All right. Elims are on the mind. Cold, what do we feel?
Just have fun.
Just have fun. All right, there it is.
Do you guys feel like you maybe resonate better with Stronghold or Slurp Rush, or where are we guys at?
I'd say Slurp Rush is our better map, but I mean, you guys saw how we played on the first map, so.
What do you think, Rapid?
100% Slurp Rush. On Stronghold is not that good.
I like that. One more final question for you guys. Obviously, the vibes are super up. You guys have to be thinking about finals at this point, right? If you make it to finals, is there a duo you hope you could take it to a final 2v2 for the victory royale?
I say Oli and Spooks.
Yo, they've been going kind of crazy, right? Oli's kind of going crazy.
Yes, I don't know. It's a movie.
It's a movie. Rapid?
100% Oli or Muga.
Oh, wow. I love that. Well, guys, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate you. Best of luck in that second half of the competition. Let's kick it back over and see what else is going on in the competition.
Human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello and welcome everyone. I'm here with Sky and Scroll from AGAL, and we're gonna find out how well do you guys know your teammate? How well do you think you know your teammate?
Pretty good.
Yeah, do you feel the same?
Yeah.
I mean, you guys are coming off of back-to-back major wins, so I feel like there's obviously a lot of teamwork and a lot of synergy going on, but we're gonna find out how well they actually know each other. And we're gonna start it off with something simple, okay? Sky, you're gonna tell me, what do you think Scroll's favorite weapon is that's currently in competitive Fortnite?
I'm just gonna say a gold pump.
Hey, what did you put down? The gold pump, let's go. All right. Now, Scroll, you're gonna answer, what is Sky's favorite competitive season of all time? Chapter 6, Season 1, last season. So not the same. So why last season?
I feel like last season was just going so perfect with everything, so might be the one. Yeah.
Sky, what is Scroll's favorite item currently in competitive Fortnite? All right, at the same time, Shockwaves, Fizz. Okay, I feel like together they're kind of so. Why'd you say Shockwaves?
We've won back-to-back just with Shockwave, so it was pretty like one of the obvious answers.
But you said Fizz.
Yeah, I was thinking about that one as well, but I feel like Fizz is just like a good item for everything.
What is Sky's best memory of you guys playing together? First,
FNCS one.
First, and then what is? Hey, first grand one. Let's go. So, Scroll, I'm going to ask you, what is Sky's favorite outfit in Fortnite? Same time. 1, 2, 3. The Lara Croft zombie.
Yeah,
okay.
it's a zombie superhero skin. So I thought it was.
If Scroll wasn't your teammate, who would you pick? All right, if Sky couldn't play with Scroll, he would play with Shark. Ah, what a surprise. What do you think Sky's favorite hobby is outside of Fortnite? What does Sky like to do when he's not playing Fortnite?
Yeah. I mean, that's outside with dogs.
So you have dogs?
Yeah, I have to.
Oh. So Sky, who does Scroll think your biggest competitive rival is? Let's reveal the answers on 1, 2, 3. Oh, Peterbot. Who could have guessed? What is Scroll's most used emo? Every time you win, every time you eliminate someone, what does he do? He does a dance on them?
I don't know any names. I mean, I'll just say like...
Point the axe, and then pickaxe emo. Yeah, that works.
Okay.
Let's go. What's Sky's bedtime?
Bedtime. I feel like Scroll should like pretty much know this.
Okay. So, what time do you usually go to bed? 1 a.m. And 1. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, looks like Sky and Scroll know each other pretty well. We're gonna have to see how that synergy is in the battle bus as well. But for right now, guys, that's gonna be it for us. We'll see you next time.
Welcome to the side of stage where we are live right now with the Fortnite Reload Championship at the Esports World Cup. My name is Barney and I've got Papa V joining me. How's it going, dude? Your son, Victor V, is currently competing on the main stage. It's day 2, Group B. How's he getting on? Is he doing well?
Well, yeah, I think he's doing well. I mean, I know he has to get a little bit of the nerves out. Oh, I do at least, because I'm really nervous, to see him up there. I'm proud of him, but I think, 10 games is enough to let the best Victor V come out.
I like that. I'm a dad, by the way, so like I've got a young son. I'm doing this thing where I have a lot of like dad chats with parents in the audience, and I'd love to get some perspective from you as a parent of a child who's thriving in an esport that's like so incredible, so large scale. Talk to us about what it's like being a dad, seeing your son competing on the main stage for all this money and all this pressure as well.
Well, for me, I know we only got a short time, so I'm gonna just try to stick to some key points because this deserves a whole
podcast.
100%. But I would say to all you parents, get behind your children, help them out. Like, do more than just let them play and just say, I let them play. Support them like you would support a kid that was an elite basketball player or an elite swimmer or a soccer player. Like, you would take them to practice all the time. When they don't feel like going to practice, you will make them practice. You will help them with the discipline. Support them in that same mannerism because this sport is to be respected. So that's what I want for all you parents to do. Give them that same support so these kids can really follow their dreams.
Yeah, let's talk about that structure because, esports is now a viable option for a lot of children growing up. And then you have a lot of kids maybe at home that are watching this with their parents and they're aspiring esports athletes. Maybe they're honing in on a game. Maybe that game is Fortnite as well. What was your approach, when the days were tougher for Victor? Maybe when he didn't want to practice like you said and you encouraged him to. Tell us about your structure at home and how, he's now thriving. I'm guessing a lot of that is due to you as a parent as well.
Well, I mean, I happen to be a coach as well. So, I mean, like coaching is what I do. So when Vic first told me he wanted to be a professional Fortnite player, I kind of laughed. But it was around the same time that Booga won $3 million. And luckily he won that $3 million because had he not won, I would have looked at Fortnite like a game like most other parents look at it. So since I said, people can actually make a living off of this. He won $3 million playing a video game. So then I started doing, looking into it and then saw how much it took, how much work it took and how much dedication these kids were actually putting into this game without the help of their parents. Like, imagine what these kids would do with a structured program and, the help behind them, they would be amazing. They're already amazing, but imagine what they could do with the parental help.
I love that. Wise words from Papa V. I really appreciate you taking the time. I know that Victor is currently playing right now, so you can go and watch. But thank you so much for all the parents and the kids out there. Listen to Papa V. The advice is golden. Back to you guys.
Box fighting lessons? That's perfect. I've been needing to brush up on my box fighting. Hello? Is this where the box fighting is? Oh.
In the red corner.
Monster? Oh. What?
What were you up to, Glitter?
Well, see, what had happened was I was looking for some box fighting lessons, and I think there might have been a miscommunication along the way. I don't know how I got there, but I honestly blame Monster. I don't know what he was doing as the voice.
Okay, all right. Well, actually, since we have here, welcome back, everybody, to Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC 26. I'm joined by none other than Taco. Taco, shout out to you because you went from casting 5 games to you're like, I want to be part of this, and we're going to have some fun. So stay tuned for that. We're joined by Levin as well. That coach talk ended up working out. We'll get a chance to break that down later on. But since we have you, Glitter Explosion, I want you to give us an update with what's going on with Club Championship.
Good thing you're asking because there's a lot happening today that I wasn't necessarily prepared for. If we take a look at CS2, thank you, Seven, for handing this over. CS2, big news in CS2. Na'Vi out, which means they're pretty much mathematically out of the top in the running for the CC leaderboard. They needed to get a good finish there because they didn't have a lot of titles left. We can't really focus on them anymore. However, on the flip side of things, Falcons are through, Vitality are through. This is big for them into the top 8. That means they've both guaranteed points now for their clubs on the board. But if we move on over to Crossfire, we mentioned it earlier in case you missed it. Falcons are out. They cannot get points in Crossfire, no longer in the running. AGAL had made it into top 8, but they are currently 1-1 in a best of 3, which is completely unexpected for the defending champs in Crossfire. We're gonna have to see how it all plays out, but it's looking a little bit scary over there, Seven.
We might need to end up cloning Levin so he can go have just coach talks with everybody, because you know what, let's actually take a second to talk about that, Levin. We were joking about it. It ended up working out yesterday. It ended up working out once again. AGL was able to step it up after that talk from you.
Yeah, I'm going to take all the credit, as I should. And look, if they need some help over in Crossfire, like I said yesterday, you guys know where to find me. Send the contract. We're going to have to double it up, though. 2 games means double the finances there. I mean, look, it was only a matter of time for them to start to heat it up a bit. And I think especially if things don't go their way in Crossfire, they're definitely going to be relying on that Fortnite duo to really step things up.
I feel like we got a bit of what we saw yesterday out of Falcons. Maybe not exactly the exact same thing, Taco, because Falcons was able to wake up much earlier than AJL, but it's good to see a team of that caliber being able to bounce back. Now it's time for them to push up to the top 7.
Right. Sky and Scroll are fully aware of the fact, too, that they've really got to hit it in overdrive and get the hustle on. But again, after Coach Levin's speech, we've seen these guys with back-to-back top 5 placements. So they are starting to make a little bit of a jump effect in the leaderboard, but definitely still a long ways to go. And they are adamant on trying to secure their spot in finals.
Levin, I just want to know if you are, what's your rate for motivational speeches? Can I come to you when I need them in my day-to-day life?
Yeah, I mean, look.
You think about that, okay?
I do personalized packages, you know what I'm saying? So you come to me, whatever challenge it is you're trying to overcome, we can price accordingly. Don't you worry.
All right. We get that friend discount, right? Nope, that's a no.
Best friend discount.
Oh, okay,
yeah, no,
okay.
Besties, man. Come on. Yeah, of course.
I thought you were about to hit us with the big no. I thought you were about to hit us with that about that money, baby. You ain't getting no discounts. But today we actually got something special for both of you. Yesterday we got a chance to do build your perfect Fortnite character. This time, Glitter, what we're gonna be having them do is we're gonna be having them cast something that happened in the first 5 matches in a certain voice.
Wait, when you say a certain voice, what does that exactly include?
And I'm gonna think about it.
Yeah, what does
and you know what? We're gonna pivot from this. We're gonna pivot from this. I just thought about it, and I realized that we might want to save that for survival.
Okay.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, all right.
I'm a fan.
Give me a chance to warm up the car.
Yeah. I'll give you a bit of a buffer. And I'm gonna just start mixing it up here. Don't worry. Don't get scared.
Okay. I'm getting nervous.
I got scared.
You know, not every surprise is a good one.
This one is gonna be a great one.
Okay.
What was it that you said AGL was gonna finish on in the last game? On actually after you talked to them?
Well, I said in the next game they'll get 3rd place, but they'll finish 3rd on the day. I do want to shout out Kelly, because Kelly said they're gonna get 5th place, and in that game they got exactly 5th place.
Okay, because I mean at the top of show when we were talking to Kelly and Jacob, they said they could take the whole thing home.
I think we all thought that, but
yeah.
not quite been
They
the
were
best
giving
day.
it that gas to me too.
Yeah.
I thought so too,
Yeah.
and then we kind of it didn't happen that way. Now, Taco, I know when I threw it to you, you were casting. Did you end up saying a match? I mean, did you end up saying a placement?
I never gave a placement because I like to see the way that the game actually goes. I did call your first place call out. That was a bit ambitious.
It was?
On the day.
Very.
A bit ambitious.
No, I was like, surely he's not going to say first place, right? And he just kept ramping and ramping. I'm like, is he not saying first place? And then he said first place, and I was like, talk about pressure. I mean, I'm a coach. I'm not a wizard, man. I can't make magical things happen. Either way, you know, they still had a good game, so.
I'm a full believer in you, okay? I'm just saying, that graphic looked amazing. Wait until you see what we're cooking for tomorrow. But talking about the overall, the team that's currently in first place, Twister, right? Today has been insane out of them.
Absolutely.
And honestly, just to jump in from a CC side of things as well, they might not be in like our top 4 right now, but they are a team that's completely CC eligible. So if they're able to do solid performance here, get through to finals, and make it to top 8, there's actually prize pool money difference that they are playing for their club that's still on the line.
No, honestly, I think, you know, if I'm Twisted, I'm probably frustrated that we didn't have Fortnite earlier on in the EWC process, just because I think, you know, Rapid and Cold as a duo is unbelievable, and they're the type of team that their performance could have inspired, I think, some of the other Twisted teams throughout the club championship to actually just step up a level, right? I think it's probably come a bit too late for them, but I think it'll be a nice finish for Twisted Minds. It'll give them that boost that they need on the club championship leaderboard there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just really excited to see whether or not Cold and Rapid can just kind of continue to carry with this momentum. We know that they're looking to finish strong on the day. An arguably more favorable map for them too with Slurp Rush, and they've already been tearing up the competition on the elite map. So it's going to be tough for anybody to overthrow them in that first place, but I'm right there with you, Lev. It's just a bit unfortunate that Twisted Minds didn't get to kind of have this rally cry behind them sooner.
If you guys were to pick a certain team, a certain duo to be able to overpass them, which one comes to mind?
Ooh, does it have to be from Group B, or like just in general?
From the teams playing right now.
From the teams today.
I jumped the gun on that one. I was all Swizzy Pixie. Look, it's hard not to get excited though from what we've been witnessing out of Havoc's team, because Swizzy and Pixie have just looked phenomenal. They've been doing such a phenomenal job, specifically at holding down that high ground section, and they've just made it so complicated for anybody else actually participating in the lobby. So it's exciting stuff, and we know that Swizzy and Pixie are definitely a high caliber duo that can also deliver on good eliminations.
For sure.
You're lucky right now we're not on camera, Glitter. So we're looking at some of those bottom teams on your screen, and I gotta get closer because I'm absolutely blind. Seven, my guy, remember at one point they were towards the top, especially after that first match. I
think you could argue he's living up to the name.
Oh. Just being short.
I don't mean that. I don't mean that. No, I mean,
that's your twin out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, but I think we saw yesterday, right? You can have one big game and it just sort of takes you away from that bottom part of the leaderboard, and at least it leaves you in a situation where tomorrow in Survival Day you don't feel as bad about how you played, you know, on your group. So hopefully it's a similar story for your protege.
Fair. Okay, I ended up lying, by the way, about you guys not getting to cast until tomorrow. Because I think we do have it.
Make up his mind.
Yeah, I can't make up my mind right now. It's like when I try to decide something to eat. Do I want a big croissant? Do I want a small croissant? Do I want a baguette? I'm still debating on which one I actually want. I think we should make them cast.
I mean, if we have the time, they look ready to me.
I'm always ready.
Oh,
always ready.
Okay. All right, Levin. Give us this one in a squeaky voice.
Salco drops down. Chinese best there finds the angle. Oh my goodness, Salco with the knock. I mean, we've seen him do it time and time again. He carries Faxity. He carries his team whenever the moment requires. What a player Salco is.
You want to be me so bad.
That's my best Salco impression, actually.
I can already tell. From the way that you opened up, I was just like, yeah.
I can't believe your voice even got that.
I mean, you wouldn't expect it, do you know what I'm saying? But, you know, sometimes you like that. I like the variance there, you know, catch people off guard.
Stop trying to give me the mic.
Well, are there more instructions?
Yes. All right, Taco, this one, I want you to cast it like it's a human, like a natural animal documentary or something along those lines.
Clearly, Sky and Scroll, ambitious, lurking, hijacking. This lower layer, they are really piecing up their own box control, but no one would ever expect Scroll just so quietly waiting for his prey.
What a clip we've given her as well, by the way. Just
Yeah, really lobby up.
yeah, no, they really gave her all the action for that one. I mean,
No, honestly, like it was like the whisper intensity.
Yeah.
You were selling that for me.
David Attenborough would be proud.
Yeah.
He'd be very proud of that one.
That's exactly who I was thinking of. And I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, it might have been that clip where he actually ended up hiding from Geeky. So if we would have played that clip even longer, I think it would have it worked out perfectly. But now, as we're going to be hitting, honestly, let's start talking a little bit more now about the 5 matches coming up, right? As we're going to be heading over to those next 5 matches, which is one team, Levin, that kind of comes to your mind, whether they're doing good, whether they're doing bad, or maybe they're middle of the pack, that you want to see something change coming up or stay the same?
I really want to see a lot more from Koyota and Rise. I feel like they've been impressive today. I feel like they have shown the talent that I think we've seen out of them over the years, right? When people are calling you the Asian Peterbot, it's not for no reason, right? They clearly see something in you that is special, it's exceptional. We haven't quite seen that, I think, a lot at some of the lands we've had in Battle Royale. Here in Reload, I think we've seen a lot more from them just already today. You know, I think it was last game or the game before, they were up on height and you're sort of looking at them and they're like, they look as good as anybody in this lobby when they're in those positions. I actually spoke to the both of them today. Koyota, his English isn't as good as Rice, so it was mainly Rice sort of giving me the deets, the insight. And he was like, yeah, man, I think today it should be easy for us, you know? I think we should have a good time. I said, are you contested? Are things looking good? He was like, yeah, we're contested. It should be easy. And I'm like, easy? He's like, yeah, easy. And I'm like, all right. And I think from a lot of what we've seen in these games, it actually has looked pretty easy, so I want to see a lot more from that.
No, they've definitely been doing a phenomenal job because Koyota and Yuma have just been really capturing a lot of that international presence. And it's interesting, too, to see Minipio and Fukun, some of their old comrades, but not necessarily the official representatives, also doing their thing. It's been an interesting dynamic between the two teams because where we were initially seeing a lot of that upswing out of the actual Zeta representatives, now Minipio and Fukun, they kind of picked up the torch here, approaching that halfway point.
Yeah, especially with that last match that we saw out of them, right? Being able to get that victory royale. Another team that's coming to mind, just based on what we saw yesterday out of Brazil region, is going to be Furia. Furia is one of those teams that I'm hoping they're going to stay within that top 7. With what you've been able to see so far today, do you think that's going to end up happening?
I think if they can continue repeating what has been working out so well for them, and it's just been a lot of those aggressive instances. Initially, at the starting point of today's competition, they were just getting pieced apart, non-stop, forced into these awkward positions because everyone is just farming them off of the reboot cycle, and yet, as soon as they hit that victory royale, it just clicked for them. You could just tell that that was the moment that they realized we don't have to be the ones constantly going on the defensive. They stopped being the reactors to the lobby and started getting much more proactive, and it's just benefited them so heavily.
No, absolutely. I think my favorite thing about that duo is they just have that Brazilian swagger. You know, you see them and they're just like, they just look cool. They look cool, calm, collected. The camera pans to them after the game. They just look like they're chilling. It's whether it's on the beach in Rio or whether it's at the EWC in Paris. They look just in the zone, and I think the results will inspire more confidence. We'll say, though, 5 more games is a lot, right? Yesterday, earlier games, we saw a lot of the smaller region teams. I want to give Brazil a bit more credit than that because I think their performances are deserved there. But you don't want to get ahead of yourselves, right? You don't want to get ahead of yourselves. You want to make sure that you're actually keeping that momentum going, especially as we switch maps.
I'm hoping, especially with this 5 games coming up, right? I'm hoping that some teams that have been consistent are going to continue to be consistent as well. And some teams that have not been able to find that consistency, they are going to start showcasing some of that, especially if they want to be in the top 7.
No, absolutely. I mean, again, it's not the end of the world. Survival Day is going to be fun. Obviously, we want to see all of you there. But you don't really want to play. You want to get the day off, right? You want to get a chance to, sit back, watch the rest of the competition and prepare for the final day.
Right, and just to kind of address the elephant in the room also, obviously teams that are currently inside of that bottom 3, while we know it's not done and over just yet, they can still dust themselves off, pick back up, and try to see if they can leave themselves in a better spot than how they started the day. Still, it's also just understanding that those teams that are currently staring down, being in that survival territory, the frustration that's clearly starting to mount. We've seen it in the player cam shots time and time again, and it can be difficult to overcome that, but I'm optimistic.
Look, at the end of the day, if you're one of those teams, you got to get yourself out of that hole. Coach Levin ain't coming to save you. You have to motivate yourself. You have to look at the rest of the competition, the rest of the players on the stage. I know people are quite spread out. Look in someone's eyes and really sort of see, they're trying to take your food, they're trying to take your meal. Are you going to be sent home, sent packing? Or are you going to stay on that stage and fight to stay in the competition? That's what it's about, man.
Listen, this is why I said mentality was so important when we were building our perfect player, okay?
That's why we're besties, man. We're just locked in.
You know, I'm
just locked in.
Saying, but I'm also, I stole the mic one more time from Seven because we actually did have a very important update that's now going to play into Fortnite. That happened while we've been sitting here. AGAL, defending EWC champions in Crossfire, are officially knocked out of the competition. That was almost a guaranteed at least top 4 situation for them. They are not getting those points. So this means there's even more pressure on AGAL in Fortnite now.
We were talking there actually after our amazing shot that we had earlier at the beginning of the show from the Eiffel Tower. Talking about, thank you, Glitter, by the way, for that update. Talking about how some of this team, some of these players are affected, if any, by that club championship. And I know we were saying some might be, some might not be. Now with those news, I feel like for AGL here in Fortnite, they have to perform.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure the AGL, general manager just probably walked from the Crossfire stage and he's walked into the crowd to see what, Fortnite's got going on. I'm sure he's probably messaging Sky and Scrolls right now to say, guys, I love you boys, but you better lock in. We cannot afford any more stumbling.
Yeah, this is a really tough spot for Sky and Scroll to be in because he might be the last person that they want to see in the audience. Maybe, though, it could be the last little bit of motivational factor they need. All I know is that right now, Falcons might just be licking their lips, seeing how Group B is shaping up.
They're looking at me like I was looking at that big old croissant earlier today because that thing looked good. I don't know where it ended up going. Maybe I'll be able to find it because I think somebody ended up taking it. But thank you so much for joining us, Taco, Levin, and Glitter Explosion. She's got to get back to just doing more club championship updates because there's a lot of stuff going on here at EWC. And I know there's a lot more stuff that's going to be happening here at Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC 26. And I believe we've gotten a chance to do some more stuff around here. Let's see what's cooking.
Hey, what's up, guys? Monster D-Face here, and we're doing a little segment called Guess the Emote. And guess who I have with me, of course, is your Major 1-7 champions, Vico and Malabuka. How you guys doing?
I'm feeling great. I landed in yesterday, so I'm hyped.
Malabuka?
Feeling good as well, yeah.
I'm joined with one of OCE's greats right now that have qualified. Spooks, how you doing?
I'm doing good, bro.
All right, so we're doing Guess the Emo, and of course, with any game has special rules. I'm gonna read the rules really quickly to you guys, and then we can jump right into it. If you can guess the emo in the first second, it's gonna be worth 2 points. But if you need the whole song, it'll actually only give you 1 point. So if you could put the headset on, we'll go ahead and get to it, and then we'll see how you guys do. All right, so we're gonna play emote number 1.
The tidy emote. Oh yeah, wait. I don't know the name of it. It's like doing like this.
That was good so far.
Some moves.
No guess yet, but that was very good. Let's get the full sound effect.
No? You don't know what it is?
When you did the swipe it, it's called the swipe it emote.
Oh
So
my
you were
God.
spot on. With 1 second, you were spot on. All right, we're gonna do the next one. So this is gonna be clip number 2.
Crowd, like it's a crowd win.
Good.
The crown emote.
It's called Crowning Achievement. So that's a good first 2 points scored. It's like where the crown, like you hold the crown, like the number above it goes up. Like,
all right, so you went with the crowning achievement. Very close. I'm gonna give you guys the points because you used the word crown. I think that was fair. We're gonna go with number 3 now. Clip number 3.
oh my God, it's a pom pom emote from Ninja.
I don't know the name.
That one's not the pom pom.
No!
But no, that was spot on though. It is the Ninja emote. It's called Ninja Style.
Oh my God.
Easy. That's 2 points. That's easy.
We're gonna go ahead. This is the 4th one. Again, I know you're gonna know this one. Let's just see if you get the name.
Laughing it out.
Yep.
Yeah. Just laughing it out.
Laughing it out. That's it. 2 points. Nice and easy. And we're gonna play emote number 5.
I know the emote. Like, it's a boogie emote. I'm trying to...
Do you want to go ahead and try and do it? If you stand up and do it, I'll give you the points. It's a booga victory. Like, it's a booga.
Yes,
like that.
yes. Something like bring it on.
It's actually called Bring It Around.
Oh my God.
Spot on. And that was all for 1 second?
This guy's carrying me, bro.
He's definitely carrying.
But that is going to be Spooks from Jogo representing OCE.
All right, that was going to be Guess the Emote with Vico and Malibuca, of course.
Sure that we won that. There's no way we don't.
What's up, guys? Monster D-Face here, and today we're doing a fun segment with Peterbot and Pollo called How Well Do You Know Your Teammate? I'm gonna hand you guys each one of these, and what I'm gonna need from y'all after I ask you a question is to write down the answer, and when we reveal it, we'll see how well you know your teammates. Cool?
Yeah.
What is Pollo's favorite weapon currently in Fortnite competitive? So you could go ahead and write the answer down. You go ahead and write the answer down. Don't show it to each other. Try to think about it. Get a good answer going. What is Pollo's favorite weapon? Peterbot, what'd you go with?
I went with the Lancehead pistol.
Is that correct?
I put the striker pump.
Striker
What?
pump.
Nah, bro.
Yeah, but bro, it's one pump.
So what is Peterbot's favorite Fortnite competitive season of all time? I'm not even sure Peterbot knows what his favorite competitive season is.
I put Chapter 5, Season 2, the Grim Gay season.
The start of it all.
Yeah, I also did.
What is Pollo's favorite item currently inside of Fortnite competitive?
Okay.
Let's do it.
All right. I went with the Shockwave.
Okay.
I went the Overdrive Shockwave as well.
What is Peterbot's best memory of you guys playing together?
Okay, yeah.
I think I have one.
This is a big response here. We gotta see what you cooked up.
Yeah, I think it was the OG remix season where we played Trio Cash Cups with Faxity.
That was like
You
really,
got it. Qualifying for the Asia Cash Cups for Faxity.
Yo,
those
that's
are like greatest
crazy.
times, bro.
What do you think Pollo's favorite outfit is inside of Fortnite?
Okay. I went with the core.
I went with the undercover core.
It's the same thing.
It's not the same thing.
This one's for you, Pollo. If Peterbot wasn't your teammate, who would you pick instead?
I would pick Agers.
Dang.
I thought he'd play with Rise. I'm not gonna lie.
What is Pollo's favorite hobby when he's not playing Fortnite?
It's pretty easy, bro. You know your answer. Don't lie.
Let's start with what you think.
I went with sleep.
Sleep. What'd you go with?
I mean, that counts, but I just went watching Faxity.
Who do you think Peterbot's thoughts are about the most competitive duo you'll be going against at this event?
I put Shark and Teeny.
I put Sky and Scroll.
Whoa.
Reload.
What is Peterbot's most used emote?
I put the Lil Uzi one, like the I Just Want to Rock. I don't know what the emote's called.
Nah, he's wrong. I put Take Yell.
What is Peterbot's bedtime? We're gonna
Recently or
I mean, you answer that one how you want to.
around 10 a.m.
10 a.m. Oh my gosh.
Okay, he might be right, but I went 6 a.m.
Dang. All right, guys, so that was How Well Do You Know Your Teammate with Peterbot and Pollo. Shout out to you boys. That was pretty fun. And best of luck in the competition.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, and those of you who are just tuning in at home, as we approach the halfway mark of day 2 of the Fortnite Reload Championship, I think we should reset the stakes. We've got $1 million on the line. We've got the stunning Esports World Cup trophy, and of course the legacy that will forever be forged onto the Esports World Cup totem. Now, yesterday, 3 teams were sent home, and 3 more will have their keys crushed today ahead of the survival stage. Now, speaking of setting the stakes, yesterday, you may remember, on stage, I was advised by my co-host to say some French phrases to the crowd, and I didn't quite understand what was going on. Hi, Luty.
Salut, Barney.
Okay, so can you please inform me of what was said yesterday? What did I say that people didn't quite understand?
Oh yeah, you say faites du bruit. Everybody understands that.
No. I said, j'ai plus de balles. What does that mean?
It means something like, I hope you guys are ready.
Oh, really? I don't know if that's quite what it means.
I swear it is the truth.
This is going to take a while. Casters, over to you.
I swear about it.
What does it mean?
Thank you, Barney and Luty. No lies here from us on the desk. We've got a brand new map, which means a brand new casting duo here, Miniminer and Jacob, to take you through these final 5 games of Group B. Jacob, I just want to let everyone know at home, right? If I'm solo casting at any point here, if you don't hear Jacob, you can hazard a very good guess that he's probably doing some emotes off camera in the game.
I'm gonna be hitting every emote on the stage, off the stage. Go ahead, buy the key crusher. While the keys are getting crushed, I'm gonna be flossing in the background. But I saw you post something yesterday about you and Monster, your first cast, your most recent cast. Well, guess what, Mini? My first Fortnite cast, my most recent cast was with Miniminer. Now comes full circle, and we get the Slurp Rush map to close out the day and see which 7 teams go directly to our finals.
Well, yesterday we saw big changes on the leaderboard when it comes down to Slurp Rush. Remember, Peter Bopoya didn't have the greatest start to the competition, and my eyes sort of look now towards Sky and Scroll, a team that did start the day pretty poorly, but are slowly rising up just outside of that top 7 right now. Lots to answer for, because I think a lot of people, I know yourself included, you said an absolute guarantee, literally not a prediction, but these guys will go through.
You know what? I just had a feeling in the moment. I think everybody knows. I don't go and use logic. I just use my emotions, and my emotions were saying Sky and Scroll can pull off a big day. And so far, it hasn't been big, but it hasn't been small either. They're slowly and surely climbing back in, and these guys are not only trying to do it for themselves. That club championship that means so much. AGAL in Fortnite. If they can take this one, they can basically put themselves in the driver's seat of it all.
Well, that's what makes this format so great. It's not just about you, it's not just about your duo, it's also about the wider org. You've got teams and players and fans from other games watching on, looking at you. Maybe they wouldn't have watched Fortnite before, but now they're cheering on their team. Huge games here for the final 5 for Sky and Scroll. Got to talk about Oatly and Spooks as well. What a performance from these guys. I sort of said it on the stage earlier. I wasn't expecting big things from them just because of that lack of LAN experience, but they proved me wrong.
Yeah, and I was even talking to Vivid, you know, why Taco and Monster were casting, and at one point Spooks had the 2nd most eliminations in this entire group so far. And honestly, I was talking to Oatly during the media day as well. I said, yo, I got you guys playing finals. I don't know how. I don't know if it's group survival stage. He said, nah. Don't do that. Don't put us in the spotlight. But look at what they're doing when they are in the spotlight. Still 5 games left to go, though. Plenty of time here. I always say it's a marathon, not a race.
Yeah, that's right. Momsy and Skyjumps got off the gates really impressively indeed. We saw them win game 1, of course, having such a strong start in front of these French fans. We haven't seen that level of gameplay necessarily from them. We had that sort of solo clutch from Skyjump earlier on, which definitely kept them in the contention for that top 7. But they're not done and dusted yet. Things are still not quite confirmed. And when you have an entirely new map, it's something we were speaking about yesterday on the cast, it can change so much. So if you're a team that is a little bit further down, they're a team that maybe need to stay inside that top 7, it's definitely an opportunity for you to have a clean slate here.
I don't even know where Jojo Fishy came from. Pixie kind of turns back at the last second, and Jojo's just waiting inside of the doorway. But now the tables have turned. Pixie now trying to go full aggressive onto Jojo Fishy. Swizzy has returned back here as well, so it is going to be a little bit of a 2v1, and it's 2v1 they want to take full advantage of, but Jojo's doing a good job fighting back while he has a sliver of HP left. So does Pixie, but he has the numbers on his side, so Jojo Fishy, even while on the run, still ends up with the knock lock onto one before he eventually falls.
There's Swizzy right there by his teammate's side. Really nice job from him. Pixie does eventually go down though, so they're going to need to rely on one of these reboot situations. And for a team that's been performing so incredibly well today, you can never really know what to expect from Swizzy and Pixie. They always seem to perform in the big stages, but then they have moments where you're like, oh, hang on, what's actually gone on there? But today, we haven't had too many of those moments at all. As we get to take a look at the map here, Jacob, lots of very much of a sort of west pull rotate.
Yeah, it's going to force, a lot of those teams that are already there inside of the zone to kind of position up well. Everybody else who's not still has to rotate on over. Swizzy, Pixie going from one fight to the next. The constant action finally catching up to here. Salvatore, Yasen are going to be able to get that elimination, but you can kind of see in the mini-map, teammate nowhere in sight, so he already created distance. You got ewc trying to come in, so it does look like the Slurpee Swamp is beginning to get a little crowded.
And the team that's the very top of their game right now, Cold and Rapid. Of course, you would have watched a lot of them over on NA. And I feel like this is a team that we can really look for when it comes to the finals as well. They're a team that hasn't actually won a game yet today. They've just been super duper consistent whilst also picking up so many eliminations. So really that's my question to them is, are they going to be able to do it in the finals if they are in a match point situation?
Yeah, and I agree with that because coming into this as well, a lot of the qualifiers, they weren't necessarily the team winning those games. They were getting eliminations. They were playing consistent, which might work here in the group stages, but we'll have to see how it continues to play out come match point finals. The Skyjump Momsy continued their aggression. 6 eliminations so far in this game, and they are certainly closing the gap between them and Cold and Rapid, who are in first place.
Big fight coming up here, though. Faded and Khan against Mini Pio Fukun. A team that I know the analysts were expecting more from as well. Currently sat inside of that top 6, Fukun and Mini Pio. And they're a team that we have, of course, seen pick up a victory royale. They were really hyped about it as well, which is nice to see. It's just about whether they can sort of carry that momentum on through. And that's going to be the big question for some of these smaller region teams. It's like, maybe you haven't been in this situation before. You've had a good start to the day. You've got a brand new map now. You've got an entirely new set of teams around you, an entirely new way of playing. Can they keep that momentum going? That's the question I have for them.
Yeah, and I think it's all progression, it's all experience every single time these guys load up into a game at these in-person events, and you kind of take a flashback to the Major 1 Summit LAN. They actually won a game as well, or came close to it, and qualified to the actual finals while triple contested. So that really says a lot about this team all the way from Japan, to see how they continue to kind of light things up, doing it big for the region. I know they've got all the support in the world, just like here, Victor V representing NA West along with Kanata. We saw ewc, Jojo Fishy going through a bunch of troubles in the early game, and that continues here with Kanata and Victor V taking him down again.
Look at how Momsy got an early elim right here. We saw them with a bunch of eliminations at the beginning of the game. There goes Vazen. Remember, they took down one of the other OCE players early on in the game, so that's going to be great for them. Skyjump and Momsy, fan favorite right here. Every single time these guys get in an end game situation, every single time they get in an elimination situation, the crowd here in Paris go absolutely mental. So I want to see more from them just from that perspective as well.
Yeah, and it's so tough. Like, they were able to get that elimination. If you're any team that goes down now at Zone 4, it's going to be very, very troublesome to not only get back in the game, but get a good loadout that you feel confident in going into the rest of the game. And I think that's why you may still see some fights from here on out, but you will start to see things slow down, because when those reboots turn off, or even before then, you're not going to be able to get much.
And also, the pressure is on right now, especially for the teams that are in that sort of bottom 3. I'm looking at Dharma and Demons. These guys are just outside of that bottom 3. Big expectations on their shoulders. So not only is it, of course, the reboots going away, it's also the added time pressure that is, of course, there every single time. Yassine and Salvatore, unfortunately, down just to Yassine. Pixie and Swizzy involved in all of this battling as well. Swizzy was the player that does go down. Yassine does not want anything to do with that. It's Victor V and Kanada that are getting really, really aggressive right now. But Yassine does enough to stay alive, and that's a key element of this reload format. Staying alive is super important, and Yassine investing his launchpad early on. We've seen so many teams do that in late game, but it just shows how important it is for those guys right now.
Yeah, I think it was very, very critical for him to kind of get closer to the zone, create distance, so that when his teammate reboots back in, he can kind of cover that gap so quick. Sky and Stroll. I do like the loadout so far, the Mythic Spire rifle, and this one can definitely put down a lot of pressure for a long time on top of that. To see him in this box fight, kind of give him a little bit of an advantage so far. But up above him, that's going to be Khan. That's going to be Faded. That's opposition that they played throughout the year and they come out on top against, but a slow start to the day kind of had you scratching your head about what's next for them.
Yeah, they've relied a lot on solo clutches, which was sort of synonymous with how they play typically. And they're a team that can, of course, do that more than capably, but I think they're at their best when they don't do that. Not as much their last season. Victor Vito down to 1 HP, unfortunately now back to the lobby from this game. Both Victor and Canada now down and out. That is not ideal for them. They were chasing that top 7 spot, so new map, new POIs, new teams around you. They crumbled, unfortunately, in that fight.
Yeah, and usually I give a lot of leeway. I give a lot of slack in the early games of an entire tournament. But now that halfway is over, every single one of these moments matter. You see that Kanata was able to at least get a knock and an elimination onto Pixie. But unfortunately enough, it was just a little bit too much for Swizzy and Pixie. They kind of overtaken them, and you can kind of see the upgrade in their loadout. Now they have that gold pump shotgun that we know kind of hits that 200 pump in seconds.
Oh, they're scary. They're a team that want to take height. They're a team that want to play from the skies, and when you're seeing them with that upgraded loadout, you have to imagine they'll be up there again in this game. Cold and Rapid also finding their way through this game. Zone pulls back towards the congested side of this zone, so plenty of those teams you can see rotating and will have a much better time. Steamy stacks there as well to the north. Not as many teams towards that west. I mean, barely anyone, other than that one pink arrow at the top. So lots of teams now having to make a difficult rotate, but most of them are okay.
Yeah, it has my eyes peeled, mainly on the east side, I should say. Or a lot of teams still going to rotate in from the zone. Anybody that doesn't like their spot that's already in on the west will try to go there as well. Josh Yamzo coming straight in from the north, trying to find their spot perfectly before they heal up. And see, there is a couple of lacking materials here, but not overall. And I think these guys are putting themselves in a good spot here. They still need to start to catch up, but I do think they're a team that can do it.
Look at that Club Championship leaderboard as well. Only 100 points separates Team Falcons from AGAL. A really big lead between second there and third. But AGAL, you can see the duo right here, Sky and Scroll. High expectations. We heard from Scroll after that last game, and he was just saying, yeah, we're getting a feel for the lobby. We're trying to get that understanding of how everyone played. And maybe if someone else said that, I'd be like, yeah, all right, mate. Yeah, all right. It's an excuse. But realistically, these are the guys that can be so adaptable to the lobbies that they're in. Their gameplay is so good. The way they play those low ground layers, the way they can make sort of repeatable plays is second to none. So I fully expect them to break their way into that top 7. But as we just saw, it's not just them that are looking at Sky and Scroll. It's the entire org as well.
Definitely going to be tough to see what everybody here is made of, including Oatly and Spooks. Oatly, first time ever at an in-person competition, and honestly, he's showing up big, but he is that line. 221 points. He has 25 eliminations as a team, and honestly, if they could just kind of stay consistent, they don't necessarily need to get the first, the seconds, they just need to continue to outplace everybody that's below them on the leaderboard. But it's not going to be as easy as it sounds, because look at 8th place, you got Sky Scroll from AGAL, you got Victor V Kanata from Dignitas, who are out of this game already, and Knight and Gone from Furia, who have had a good start to the day as well.
Well, it's almost the perfect situation for Oatly and Spooks. They need to make the most of this game. It's going to be really difficult to outpace Sky and Scroll, but with a couple of the teams down below them in Victor V Canada, Knight and Gone out of this game, all of these points are just going to be absolute bonuses for them. Honestly, just quite surprised at the fact we haven't seen that victory royale yet ready from Sky and Scroll. But like they say, they grow into the tournament. We saw it with Peter Bot and Poyo, I suppose, to a greater extent. They won game 1 on Slurp Rush, and of course won the last Elite Stronghold game as well. Ixie, though, unfortunately down to a solo. They were looking so good leading up to this endgame there, Jacob. They had really solid loadouts. They were looking really strong in so many aspects, and now Pixie's got to do it alone.
Yeah, and just one team needs to go down. Placement points will start to set in. At least half of them are around that top 8 marker, and so if Pixie can somehow, some way, find a way to solo his way to that spot, wouldn't necessarily be bad, but there's a lot of pressure being felt because you see kind of on his heels, Momsy Sky Jump, they're there as well. They are positioned with a little bit of elevation, not necessarily on the full high ground yet, but they're giving themselves options, which is huge.
Yeah, it's important. Cold and Rapid as well. They always give themselves options in these end games, always putting themselves in really good positions just to stay super consistent. And all those eliminations are helping out as well. You can see Cole just holding on to those builds right there as Rapid tries to go on up. It's always a little bit dangerous because you do get looked at. by so many of these different teams. So it was really important that they actually came out of there unscathed. Momsy and Skyjump, 7 eliminations for them so far. They have come to tear up the lobby, and the pressure from the French fans, the home crowd, has not got to them whatsoever, it seems like.
I think it's almost the opposite. They're fueling them this weekend. And honestly, you can see them peeking through the cone, grabbing crucial information. Probably seen Salvatore up above on the high ground. Yapko Panzer not too far off. And so they're just trying to check off boxes in terms of information before they make their rotation on over. Now we can get a look at the high ground. The bird's eye view, and this is where it does get dangerous for the teams in the backside of the zone that have to rotate on out. There goes Cold and Rapid. A couple shots are going to connect. More and more teams are becoming viable targets for them up above.
Yeah, that's the thing. They've invested so many of their builds right here, so much metal into this height take, that there is going to be a team undoubtedly looking to try and take it from them. That's why Salvatore is looking towards that backside of zone. Yasin is going ahead. You can see Acorn and Bolts just trying to set themselves up in a good position. This is the danger though. Sky and Scroll, teams that have launch padding up into the air using that Flowberry Fizz as well. Height is never safe and sound, so you've almost got to look in 15 different directions when you're playing height. So a big test here for Salvatore and Yasin, who are looking to break into that top 7.
Yeah, especially depending on where the zone goes. They got priority for the actual steamy stacks just towards the north. But I just saw Oatley in the feed go down. Spook's going to be left by himself. No extra shields. He does have the med kit, but using it for 15 HP might not necessarily be the best play, especially since he might have to stagger himself to the backside of the zone. But top 15 teams remain here, which means placement points are starting to set in. But slow, that is for sure, and it feels probably like eons for these guys that are playing.
It absolutely is. I think all the attention goes on to Oatley when you look at this duo. I was speaking to Mr. Savage early. He said Oatley and his teammate. Didn't even mention Spooks. Spooks, it is your time to shine. Prove why you deserve to be on this stage, and quite literally qualify your team all the way through with a decent enough game here. It sets them up really nicely. I said it before though, Acorn and Bolt setting up really nicely for that high ground take. Salvatore and Yasin are not safe whatsoever. Bolt, Acorn, very wounded though, going up for this height. Decent amount of material, trying to piece control the front side of Yasin, but they do the smart play and drop on down. Bolt and Acorn right now, no stranger to those high ground positions. They need to make it count here.
Yeah, Acorn was actually able to pick up the elimination, but you can see they're not able to reap the reward other than the points. Jojo Fishy down below is going to be taken down by Inact. Acorn's elimination finally gets cleaned up, and you see the zone is cutting back in their favor. That's going to save them a ton of materials, which is needed because you see only 5 left in the inventory of bolts.
Spooks, what have you got? What are you made on? Let's test your metal. No eliminations for him so far. Fader getting into the box next door. He needs that elimination. Fader is so weak. He's not going to know that though. Down to 16 HP goes Spooks. Needs to hit a big damage shot. We're going to try and look for an opportunity to pop a mini at some point right here. Spooks looking to try and give some spooks to the rest of the lobby because he's in a desperate situation right now. You see Swizzy Pixie going down, Salco and Act going down as well, so that's going to hurt their chances of breaking out of that top or that bottom 3. Scroll and Sky on their domain, both alive on low ground. This is where they can cook.
Yeah, we found and saw a bunch of players going down, but it's full teams that are figuring out a way to stay alive. Sky and Scroll just trying to take the front side of the zone. Spooks just trying to keep the miracle going, but it's Skyjump and Momsy that end their terror. Again, these guys have been picking up the pace all day long, but Sky and Scroll need it, not just for themselves, but for AGL overall.
And the bad news for Oatley and Spooks is that Sky and Scroll are making it far into this game. Fukun and Mini Pio, these guys are looking very, very strong right now as well. Also inside of that top 7. Look at this, Skyjumper Momsy taking down our favorites going into the day. Sky and Scroll, the French guys on low ground, are looking to cause terror, which is exactly what they're doing, and they're moving their way through this low ground. They've taken out the low ground kings.
Time is definitely running out. Desperation starting to kick in for some. Bolts going down. Mini Pio, Fukun, both getting taken down as well, but Rapid and Cold holding their ground. They got 1 elimination so far. They're trying to look for more. Darm Demons get separated. Skyjump and Momsy, 12 eliminations. These guys are on a roll.
An unstoppable force right now on low ground. They're looking to win game 1 of Slurp Rush as they did game number 1 of Elite Stronghold. These guys just break into the lobby, burst onto the scene every single time, and they're looking to do it again. They don't just want to qualify here, they want to win the entire event. But look who it is, Panzer and Yapko. They need a bit of a clutch right now. Not the ideal day for them so far. This is huge.
Yeah, there's one solo running around, and that could be the difference maker of where they choose to go. Yapko Panzer still still up above, using Shockwave to close the distance safely to try to reach the ground. But Skyjump, Momsy, they didn't really take any damage at all. On the flip side, though, Yapko Panzer did. That's why they're trying to create distance, make it harder for them to take a full shot. Cold with the heal off inside of the zone, whether he's fragging out or healing off, he just wants those extra points.
The French fans are heating up right now, as is Skyjump and Momsy. Big shot taken right there from Skyjump, but they do maintain this high ground. Unfortunately, they don't have the build. They got to tumble on down. Yapko down, Momsy down, and Skyjump and Momsy win in Paris again.
Another game when very few teams say they can win multiple games in person, but very few teams can say they did it in front of their hometown crowd. Cold staying alive long enough means maybe we don't see another first place team, but for Skyjump and Momsy, they're so close to guaranteeing their spot in finals.
Goosebumps from that last few moments right there. They're the sort of team that can make things happen when they need to. And realistically, they were in the worst position right there. They were on low ground. The zone was pulling all over the shop. They couldn't build. They couldn't break a lot of the situations and a lot of the buildings that were in front of them. They couldn't make it easy for themselves, but that's what the best teams do. Even when the circumstances aren't in your favor, they still pull through. And it's these French fans, Jacob, I think they are really just giving them that extra boost, that extra edge, and that's what LAN Fortnite is all about.
Yeah, and it's just these big moments right here. Panzer, Yapko 2v2. The crowd erupted when the first knock even happened. They saw something we didn't, but these guys deserve all the credit in the world for how they're performing, not just today, but even leading up to today.
It's absolutely lighting up the fans right now. They are super hyped. And that win could really be the sort of solidifying moment for them in the grand scheme of things. We've got 4 games left here on the day. I was sort of looking at Yapko Panzer earlier. Panzer in particular wasn't very happy at all. I was looking at the sort of player cams. I don't think he was crying, but he was very, very emotional.
Yeah.
And I think that can really make or break a team. I think if you're coming into the latter half of competition with those emotions, it can really go either way. And thankfully for them, they've used that as momentum. They've used that as a sort of catalyst for this second half. And for them, I really do hope that they can perform well, because over on EU, it hasn't been the best time for them. They split up, they've got back together. It's been topsy, it's been turvy. So for them, a second place is actually really strong. But Skyjump and Momsy, they are the team to watch right now because everyone is on their side.
Yeah, it just kind of gives me almost that same feeling of, you know, how Shark and Teeny were playing yesterday, Vico Malabuca, Peter Both-Pollo, and, you know, when we look to a match point style final, these are the teams, the ones that are dominating these games that will eventually clash, because if a team is on match point, you know, you gotta stop them or the tournament is going to be over. So I see the possibility of that happening, especially Skyjump and Momsy. 14 eliminations throughout the course of that game. I know I got crazy when 11 and 12 happened, but then they got 2 more with the game win.
And they got active really early on, didn't they? They had so many of those eliminations. What was it? Maybe 6 eliminations earlier on. And I think they just stayed alive as a duo from the offset. And a lot of the teams that maybe had to catch up right there did lose one of their teammates earlier on. So the fact they could make their way into that end game as a duo from the offset was super important for them. Of course, Cold and Rapid, you know, Cold doing a great job of sort of using that medkit, using all that experience as well that he has on this position. He never seems phased by situations where maybe there's another player that might end up trying to go for the win, but he's quite happy to play the medkit.
No, it definitely is, especially since, you know, he was deep in the storm, making it happen for a long time. Still ended up with 3rd, though, but that's going to be it for us on game number 6. We got plenty of action still to come, so don't go anywhere.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it. It's better than being hard second masters. You're going too far now. Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy. Is that airline? That's an L airline. Somebody better hold me. Okay, yeah. Do something then. You look nervous. You look short.
Everything good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, this feels like overkill.
Welcome back to Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC 26. Levin, Kelly, Vivid, the 7WG here to break that down for you. And Kelly, Skyjump and Mumsy just using that French buff.
And you could hear the audience. I think the entire country got a buff right there. That was such an incredible play. So much aggression. And that aggression started really early. If I'm not mistaken, Vivid, I think they actually had 6 eliminations by Zone 3. So that early aggression, being able to translate that into an incredible in-game just shows how prepared they were.
Yeah, super incredible at the front. So many eliminations in the early game. I just took a quick little peek at how many eliminations they ended with that game. It's got to be the highest we have seen so far. They had a total of 14 eliminations and got the win on the back foot of that as well. So 102 points out of that game right there. You can see how big of a difference, how big of a jump that must, come into play when we take a look at the overall leaderboard.
I think it's very clear these guys are really using that home crowd advantage. There's so much confidence in the way they're playing right now. They have no fear. They feel like they own the moment. And to be quite frank, they do own the moment at the moment. At the moment.
One more moment?
I'm a moment man. You know I like my moments.
You like your moments.
Yeah.
You know I love my moments.
But the chase for first place, it's just going to continue on because Cold and Rapid, Vivid, they're continuing to perform here no matter what happens.
This is what I wanted to see out of Cold and Rapid. And you know what? Me and Levin have been talking throughout the week, since we got here. And we've kind of agreed on one that we don't agree on a lot, Levin. Typically, NA, EU, whatever.
I seen it.
But the one thing that we have agreed upon is that Cold is so fun to watch. And the fact that Cold and Rapid just continuously plays so consistently, and it's just on the back foot of finding all those eliminations, seeing Cold in what feels like such a good state when it comes to how well he is playing the game, that is fun Fortnite to watch.
I think a lot of questions were asked about some of these duos where they don't play with each other anymore. Can they jump back into things and really just sort of get going again? I think it speaks a big credit to Rapid and his ability this year to just play with anybody and find results, right? Of course, when you're playing with Cold, you're going to get results always to some degree. But I think Rapid definitely deserves his flowers as well as far as steering the ship here.
Well, you want to talk about their performance in that game right there. I would say that was actually one of the weakest performances we had from Cold and Rapid, and they still were able to make it into the very end game. And for Rapid there, or for Cold, it actually came down to a heal up. You can see going down into 12th zone right there, but eventually did come into his favor, and they're still at the top.
And I got to tell you, we are talking about the fact that Cold and Rapid, they obviously split up halfway through the year, but they still have to play, obviously, the reload together because they qualified so early on in the year. So probably a lot of people at home are like, what does that really kind of feel like for a duo? Well, we are here, obviously, at LAN, so we get to actually get a visual look at these players. I can tell you right now, Cold and Rapid, even off the stage, obviously in the game, they're playing absolutely phenomenally together. But even off the stage, they're just walking around. They look like they're buddies, right? So they know exactly what they need to do. They have fully reset. Their mental is locked in, and they're just having a good time together.
And Levin, for AGAL in that last game, not being able to find the consistency that we're expecting out of them, but they did end up with at least 4 eliminations.
Yeah, did they ask you for another Levin coaching moment or something? Or what's the gimmick here?
Nah, not yet.
Yeah, look, ultimately it's going to have to be better for them, right? We've seen the duos who had big expectations in this competition come through. Shark and Tina yesterday, phenomenal. Peter and Poyo weren't as great, but we saw the signs there that the Peter and Poyo we know exists in Reload is there within them. Sky and Scroll, I think we're still yet to see the magic that people are expecting out of the best duo in the world, right? And so again, many questions to be had, I think, about their journey so far.
And there's been a lot of teams that we've had questions for. Yapko and Panzer, though, finally stepping up to the plate, showing that this is why they're regarded as one of the best teams in EU. So finally to see them, I don't think it's too little too late just yet. I mean, we are looking for, I don't think they're going to make it into the top 7, but not making it into the bottom 3, I think, is something that we would all expect out of Yapko and Panzer.
You want to talk about another team that's kind of stepped up to the plate here, because I was taking a look at the leaderboard, of course, when it was just a moment ago. I saw them. Josh and Iamzo now are in 7th place, right? So just kind of breaking that threshold into those qualifying teams for the finals. So kind of great to see them doing well as well.
Yeah, currently being separated from 8th place by just 9 points. And actually the team that's currently chasing them is one team that you were keeping an eye on earlier, Kelly, which they were performing good, but it's not looking like it as they have started to drop off. It's none other than Spooks and Oatly.
You know, they didn't necessarily have the best game there. I believe Spooks was a solo towards middle of the game there, Oatly going down a little bit early. But we've seen so much come out of them, and a lot of the aggression that a lot of these teams are kind of foregoing, except for Cold and Rapid. They are actually stepping up to the plate as a smaller region. I don't think any of us were expecting for them to have this many eliminations. So maybe just a moment, a breather to look back on what kind of changed in that last game, and we'll see them pick things back up.
Yeah, I think if you're, those two, you're looking at your sort of OCE brethren over in Group A and Alex and Reckless, and you're looking at how the sort of competition just seemed to pass them by. And at this point in the competition, you really sort of need to give yourself that boost of, okay, look, we are just on the bubble. Let's not let this slip through our fingers. We are in a position to make this happen. Let's do it here.
And Vivid, we were talking about AGL, Sky, Scroll, obviously with everything that's going on with the club championship. 19 points away from that top 7 at the moment. I feel like it's doable, especially with how many games we got left.
Yeah, they're definitely in range now. I mean, whenever we kind of took a look at the leaderboard prior to this moment right here, they were pretty far down the leaderboard. I think in one place, the worst place we saw them was like 18th, 17th or something like that. So yeah, Sky and Scroll have clearly kind of picked it up. Again, I am still worried for this duo, by the way, because Levin kind of already talked about it. We haven't really seen that moment from them. Really, the only thing that is actually keeping them in the competition right now, solo clutches. Now, obviously, individually, that's great, but you guys got to play good together as a duo.
I think the big thing I'd also be saying to them, right, if I was actually coaching them directly, is to not allow the AGAL noise of the club championship to get to them right now. Obviously, as far as club championship standing goes, their Crossfire team just got eliminated. They need a big Fortnite performance. Otherwise, again, the devastating pressure of losing that out would be awful.
I mean, speaking of big Fortnite performances, Acorn and Bolts coming off of their Major 2 win and now slowly climbing up the leaderboard. I feel like we are seeing the finals from Major 2 like what we did from Acorn and Bolts, where they were kind of a little bit slow, but slowly started just playing their game. It's Acorn, he's patient, he's smart. And with Bolts on the back end, you know that if they need to get a solo clutch, they can pull that out as well. So to see them just jump up the leaderboard without really getting any screen time, I mean, that's just what Acorn and Bolts do.
And another team that kind of has been slowing down too, hasn't been able to find that consistency, but they've been doing it good enough, is none other than SAUL, because their squad so far, the performances, I mean, at the beginning of the day, it was the 3rd place, followed by 7th place, 7th place, then 12th, 4th, and 10th. So you can see a bit of a roller coaster there for that squad right now.
Yeah, they're pretty much just consistently jumping into those top 10. And as a result of that, I don't really know if we've seen them actually jump out of the top 7 a single time throughout the competition here today. So just playing consistently, doing exactly what they need to do. That being said, I love to kind of talk about interactions with the players that we have had the opportunity to kind of go throughout the week. One of those teams that I had the opportunity to actually not really get a chat with because there is a little bit of a language barrier, but I did kind of see them during the break after they did get their win. Of course, it's going to be Mini Pollo and Fukin. Man, listen, all I kind of did was give them a little cheer. I was like, woo, let's go, guys, right? Immediately reacted. They were cheering themselves. They're like, yeah, you know what I mean? Let's go. So they are in great spirits, are sitting in 6th place right now.
How did they react again? Can you do it again for how did they react?
Woo! There you go. Well, we'll see how they're going to be performing. Maybe they'll be able to stop that roller coaster of emotions that they're currently having, especially the roller coaster of performances that they're currently having. But as long as they're in the top 7, they are going to be happy. One team that is definitely going to be happy is none other than the French duo. And with the French crowd that we have here, I wonder what our French stage host is currently doing with Luti.
Yeah, indeed. I am with some French audience right now, so I'm going to ask them some question in English. They're going to answer in French, and I'm going to translate you. Of course, insane game. A second top 1 for them. Victoire Real-Expect. A lot of pleasure, of course. So my question will be like, what is the meaning for you to have 2 top 1 today with these teams, French guys winning in front of you? What is the feeling about it?
Pour moi, c'est une fierté pour
la France. Tout simplement, on a sous-estimé longtemps les Français et on est fiers tout simplement. Un sentiment de fierté pour nos joueurs et c'est pas fini. Ils vont encore tout arracher. Ils peuvent encore tout arracher et puis je sais que la France est derrière eux.
So, I mean, we are really proud of them. Basically, a lot of us underestimate French players sometimes, but they prove again, like, they can do it. They can actually win today, I think so. And we are just really proud to be represented by these guys. But I have another question as well, because there is French players and there is French organization. Yesterday we saw Vitality as well. We have some Gentlemen's fan behind. And of course we saw Team Havoc today. They are doing really good. What is your feeling about Team Havoc and today's and yesterday? Like, how you feel?
C'est vraiment, comme il a dit mon collègue, une fierté parce que les FR on top et puis les structures FR aussi, hein, Avoc et puis c'est juste magnifique quoi. Et on les attend, on pense qu'ils peuvent encore gagner, ils nous ont vraiment surpris, c'était vraiment magnifique et on attend qu'eux quoi.
Yeah, we are just waiting for them. It was wonderful to see them win. Of course, the French player and the French organization as well. Like my colleagues say, we are really proud of this crowd. We are really proud of our players. And now we just hope they're gonna make good in finals. Guys, tout le monde, mesdames et messieurs, Paris, faites du bruit! Back to you, casters.
You know, Minnie, I might have to pick up an apartment, a house somewhere here in Paris, France, because the energy is insane. I just need more of it.
It's so good. I absolutely love it. The French fans. It's always the French players that absolutely pop off as well in these moments. The French orgs really come out to play. So, yeah, that first game here on Slurp Rush was almost just absolutely perfect. We couldn't have scripted it any better. They didn't look like they were going to win the game for a lot of that end game, and then they just turned things around so quickly. Doesn't quite put them in first place on the leaderboard, all because of this guy on screen, of course, doing so well to heal off in that end game. But really, a great performance from so many of our top teams continuing to plow on through here.
Yeah, it's just, as these games continue on, going into match number 7, then 8, 9, and 10 to kind of close out the day, I'm not necessarily concerned with the top side of the leaderboard anymore. Cold, Rapid, Sky Jump, Momsy. I'm more concerned with, 6th place, 7th place, 8th place, and everybody else outside of that bubble. Because it's usually in the last 2 games of the day, I say it's all or nothing, eliminations and victory royales to kind of close that gap. This is the moment here where you're not in desperation mode, but you're literally a few matches away from that being the case.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams that are in and around it, and it's actually really close, sort of on that bubble. Mini Pio and Fukun, of course. Vivid spoke to them. Let's hope they can use that energy to carry themselves into this. I love how they had to do that again, of course. It's a big fight right now. Rapid up here at Steamy Stacks. Victor looking for an opportunity to go for that pre-fire. Neither of them want to move. It's a game of chess right now. Oh no, we have cover. And the cover that comes along is cold, and that is not the cover that you want on the opposite side of things.
I give Rapid all the credit in the world. Playing Fortnite, you got somebody boxed up, you just want to go for the clip. Yep. But he was patient, waited for Cold, and then Cold just walked on in. Don't worry, I got you. And that's kind of their strategy. Typically, we do see a lot of solo players go out and try to W-key the lobby in order to pick up those eliminations. Most of the games that we have watched, not only here today, but the qualifiers, they push around the lobby together. They make sure they always have numbers on their side. As we go on over to Dirty Docks, we got Gone, Knight, get their 2nd elimination of this game. But even with 2 players down and out of this POI, there's still so many more left.
That's the thing. There's all different sorts of players everywhere around as Bolts and Acorn. I think you really could have expected a little bit of a better game from them, of course, in the end of things. But looking like they were going to take high. Oh dear. Do we have a self-elimination with an RPG? Because Bolts did not.
Yeah. I've been there. I can't say I've not a few times before. We even saw it yesterday. I don't want to say it was Malibuca, but that's the first name that does pop in my head. So it is going around this week. Just you could kind of see the nerves, the anxiousness coming through from some of these teams as Panzer goes down. Cold and Rapid, 2nd elimination of the game. And that's a team that you don't want to get heat up. You want to continue to kind of let them lose some of that steam. But for Cold and Rapid, it does not look like it's going to be the case. Gone and Knight either. They get their 3rd elimination of this game. Even while getting pressured from behind, that's Anon who just spawned back in. He goes down as well as Gone picks up his 4th of the game.
Yeah, Anon is not really having that great of a time right now up here at Dirty Docks. Gone involved in this fight as well. Trying to find angles, trying to find opportunities to heal, of course, as well. Lots of other teams sort of in the surrounding area. You can see Knight there just leading the way, saying, yeah, let's just get out of here. Picked up our 4th elimination here of this game. We don't need to have anything to do with that.
A lot of rockets coming out now. Momsy doing it, trying to put pressure onto Enact, break it through the builds, times the shot perfectly to bring the shields down. Enact goes down in that 1v2 situation, and honestly, you can kind of see the ones that are sticking together, just kind of lurking around the lobby, going after those eliminations, are the ones that seem to have built just a little bit of momentum here in this early game, and you can kind of see them looking around, trying to figure out where that player is going to respawn back in at.
Yeah, there's always 2 ways you can play it, right? You can W key as a duo, try and find those solos, or you can try and get a few little picks as a solo third party, some fights, get the elims that way, and then get back with your teammate later on down the line. Scroll there in the feed as well, getting an elim. Just find themselves, I think, inside of that top 7. I think going into that game, they were just out, so it's good news for them and good news for the fans, of course, of AGAL, looking to close in on Falcons at the very top of the overall standings for the club championship. And there they are, scrolling sky. And what I like about them, they haven't got too emotional. They haven't let the bad start get to them. Like we saw yesterday with Pete and Montpoyo, the best teams don't do that. They don't let those bad starts get to them.
Yeah, and I feel bad for anybody that, you know, might think they might be down and out, because it's a team that, you know, if they survive here in the group stages, they go to the survival side of things, they're just going to get better. They're going to use that little bit of a break to go ahead and try to VOD review, figure out what went wrong, figure out what went right, try to fix upon some of those mistakes. Bolts narrowly escaping there. You see him just kind of lurking around. He does have the slap splashes for the HP, but it almost feels like he might need elimination to stay alive deep in the zone here.
That's what's the plan is right now. Luckily, they managed to get away here very cool. And Bolts Rapid down in the feed there as well. Our top team, one half of them down. But of course, Cold is still in the game. 20 duos left. Everyone, of course, still in this one. And this is when things really start to get real. This is where things start to get difficult. Bolts there on the other side of this wall. Nice shots coming on through. Bit of a trade from both of these teams right now, and unfortunately goes down. It's Bolts and Acorn just finding that angle, getting that piece control, and catching him off guard right there.
That was looking good on the other side, but Acorn coming in. Probably hear the audio, the visuals. You kind of get a little desperate, push in just a little bit too far. Bolts is going to be able to shut him down. Con invaded here. This is against Sky Jump and Momsy. They're fighting over one of those supply drops. And it almost looks like either team actually needs it outside of the mobility. And it doesn't look like they're going to take an all-out fight for it just yet. But Momsy is still lurking around. He does have the rocket launcher. We've already seen him break some of the builds, pre-fire the shot to get some damage. But Con and Faded are not going to stand by and let that happen.
Yeah, they had to just disengage right there and just dip out of that fight, which is more than happy for them because, of course, they can get onto another supply drop. So if one fails, why not go for the next? You can see the leaderboard on the right side of the screen. Beamish and Dom just outside of that bottom 3. What an upset that would be if they don't make it into at least the survival stage. Faded and Khan as well. I think they're a team that you can expect big things from, but maybe you don't on this sort of stage. But currently sat in 5th place, actually looking really good, and 2 incredibly good fighters individually as well. So this sort of meta, the way that Reload is played, I think plays into their favor.
Especially since 10 games each day. I feel like this is one of the longest kind of structured formats. It's more of a marathon instead of a race, and I think that's kind of helping some teams versus others. That mental stamina to be able to kind of hold tough throughout any good or bad situations. Rapid probably spotting somebody out up above, marking him out as well. They know this is a fresh, rebooted player, and they're going to try to attack while they can and while they have the advantage.
Yes, nightmare situation for 7 and Axedas. Those guys go down entirely. So for a team like Salvatore and Yassine, they need to make the most of this game as the team directly below them have now gone out. So an opportunity for them to really boost their way up in the standings. Fukun and Mini Pio really looking to try and just maintain their position inside of that top 6. Cold and Rapid, realistically, are quite happy with how this is playing out. They don't need to close things out really quickly right now. Fukun thinking the same as well, and they can heal up really easily by these big slurp barrels. Cold and Rapid still sort of trying to seek them out, looking for an angle. Rapid finds one. Able to actually end up finding the player, though. Yeah, look at this. They don't know where they are here, Jacob.
Yeah, they have an idea. They just don't have the clue just yet. But they are lurking around, playing it very, very safe. Trying to make sure to check every nook and cranny, but it does look like they might try to disengage out. Acorn Bolts find themselves in a 2v2 against Darm and Dinas. NA versus EU here for now. Acorn is going to try to put pressure on Darm. His teammate is there putting down his own to make sure he does not kind of let him fight that one for free. As you see the elimination that took down 7 and eventually led their entire downfall.
Yeah, that's not ideal, of course. Rebooted in, got taken out of the sky. Dimas, though, is now left as a solo. Bolts is able to hold off, so Acorn could find that first against Darm. Dimas just needs to stay alive as long as possible. Bolts and Acorn looking for all these sorts of angles, trying to make their numbers advantage known. Acorn looking for some peace on the top of the build. Not able to find connections yet. Bolts looking from another angle as well. They've got to be careful here, though. Of course, they don't have those whites, as I say that. Bolts gets a nice little gift from his teammate, Acorn. And they're not able to actually find this limb onto Dimas, so Darm must have been rebooted by now. This is only surely a matter of time for Dimas to go down. But the more time that Dimas stays alive, the worse it gets for Acorn and his teammate Bolts, because it's just like they're wasting time here.
Yeah, and I agree with that 100% because he doesn't even have med kits, bandages, or anything either. They used their last one, and there's only one possible elimination down here, so somebody's going to be left without Siphon, and Bolts is going to get that elimination, so Acorn is going to have to go hunting. I will say, though, the blessing here gets the elimination, gets the materials, and you look, it has that kind of infinity symbol when it comes to gold. That means it has over 1,000. There's a mending machine nearby, so they are going to be able to access some med kits and big pots if they need them.
Ah, look who found him. There we go. Cold and Rapid. They found him in the end. It's a game of hide and seek here. It's not Fortnite Reload, as Panzer and Yapko getting into a bit of a fight as well against Mini PO. So there's 3 teams sort of getting active in this area. Thankfully for Panzer and Yapko, they do win out that particular engagement and are able to get the revive as well. But for Canada and Victor V, we saw them sort of have an opportunity in that last game, I really think, to break into that top 7, and they just fell far too early. So I think they'll be looking to try and correct a lot of those mistakes there, Jay.
Yeah, I know we were talking about kind of Cold and Rapid in a situation where after they qualified, they split up when it comes to the different BR mode or the traditional one. Yeah. Canada Victor V, same thing. So they don't have all the same practice as some of our other teams in this game, as Mini Pio gets found out yet again. Cold and Rapid initially took down his teammates, so both of them seem to be on the spin cycle for now. And it's interesting enough how aggressive they're actually playing, because we're in the 6th zone. Typically, this is where you would see things tend to slow down a little bit, knowing you only have 1 zone left, reboots turned off, and that's your last chance to kind of get back in the game. But Cold and Rapid are doing the exact opposite. They're not slowing down. They're making sure if you get rebooted in this game, you have little to nothing.
Yeah, they actually get zone here as well. The zone actually pulls back towards the north of this sort of bigger zone. As you can see them there, the sort of pink arrows just to the left of Slurpee Swamp Text. That's where those guys find themselves. They're actually in a really nice position if they have those whites there to be able to heal themselves up. And that's a prime position. So not only do they have all those eliminations, not only do they have all that confidence, they also have a really nice position inside of this zone. Even teams all the way up there at Boom and Base still finding themselves in there. There's Yomzo and Josh as the team that are in there. And it's going to turn into a little bit of a more dangerous storm soon enough, so it's going to be interesting to see how they approach this. I'm sure they have plenty of whites to keep them going.
Definitely gotta hope so, but they are definitely digging deep into their bag of tricks. In terms of the launch pads, typically you see 2 being brought into late into the game. You use the Flowberry Fizz launch pad strategy. You kind of avoid all the chaos underneath, but they're using that early just to make sure they avoid the mid game. They avoid going down to being put on that reboot cycle, so that way they can at least make it to this portion of the game relatively healthy. And you can kind of see them sitting there in 9th place so far on the overall leaderboard. They fell out throughout the course of this game.
Yeah, this landing is going to be really, really important for them. Where do they choose? This is a skill gap in the game. Where do you land? Using a lot of that natural cover, a lot of those buildings, I think they're safe and sound. They do box up next to a team, but they're okay for now. Actually, zone pulls back towards them as well. So for teams like Mini PO, for teams like Fuku in this sort of southwest zone is going to be really nice for them. And you can see sort of Mini PO's loadout indicating that, yeah, definitely been rebooted 1 or 2 times here in this game.
But at least he's getting himself a shot. 500 mats. I gotta hope that it is gonna be for the both of them, but not too far from the zone either. Sky and Scroll not too far where all that noise is being made, and they're looking to make a little bit more. A couple of quick tags are gonna land on the Toyota, but he go ahead, reunites with Yuma up above, another team down below. and they're realizing the zone opening up means they have to start gathering information. It's crucial. Figuring out where players are and where players want to be is going to be their recipe for success.
Yeah, I spoke about teams making sure to land in a solid spot. Sky and Scroll are one of the best teams at doing that. They're one of those teams that really do stay hit to hit so effectively well, and they don't find themselves in difficult solo clutch situations earlier on in the game. We see it later on, but they stick together so much earlier on, which helps them get to these end games, going to help them try and push into that top 7. Omzo and Josh making their way into the zone. Dom is down and out, so that's that duo, I think, potentially down. It looks as though actually Demas is still in, so only one of them now left in that duo.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure in a situation like this. Typically, you don't really get placement points till 10th zone, 11th zone, 12th zone. You're essentially playing the whole game out just to hope to get something for your efforts. But as we see, the dust settles. Sky Jump, Momsy on high ground. Sky and Scroll, too far away. And on the ultimate low ground, though, Cold and Rapid. But they're in the position that they want to be in.
Yeah, they're perfectly happy right here. We've seen them stay consistent. We've seen them find a limbs here on the mid to low ground layers. This is exactly the sort of position they want to find themselves in, using this bush as well to have them a little bit of cover. Momsy and Skyjump are on height, but Sky and Scroll, they don't like the fact that Momsy and Skyjump are taking the cake right now. They don't like the fact that these guys are the talk of the town. They want to be that team that everyone talks about. And they want to be reminding every single person in this arena that they are back-to-back major champions over in EU. So they're looking for that position right now. Cold and Rapid doing what they do best, just so close to each other, finding shots all the way at the backside of zone, staying calm whilst doing it as well. And now they have to rotate on in. Looks like it's going to be a bit of a solo shot situation as Cold tries to get them back towards that safe zone. Bolt's doing exactly the same as well via the grapple. Getting onto that second height there as well, maybe even full high ground if he wants it, but decides against it.
Yeah, definitely giving himself options about how he wants to play the rest of this end game. Same thing for Sky and Scroll, and they have another launch pad in their inventory. They are not pressed for time, and they have a ton of materials because they're dodging just this portion of the game where Swizzy, Pixie, they're trying to deal damage, but damage is still going their way, burning through some of their materials. You can even see down to just 2 bandages left, so this game has not been kind to them.
But this is the sort of team that can clutch in these situations. This is the sort of team that can turn absolute disasters into wins. Momsy, though, Sky Jump, staying together as well. There goes Spooks. Now it's up to Oatly to solo clutch instead. This time, Yuna and Koyota go down as well. So this is going to be an opportunity for them now to go back into this next game and reconsider. Nobody's really playing height. The highest team here, it looks as though, are Sky and Scroll. Not a position that we've seen them in too often in how they play, but Sky Jump and Momsy, they want that position back. RPG comes through. Swizzy tries to go up as well, but Momsy slaps him away.
He said, yo, you can have height just for a short moment as he fires the rocket, and even dropping down, continuing the fight here in this game. Victor V getting elimination, but Bolts and Acorn, they land perfectly in the front side of zone. This is a team that doesn't force those high ground situations. They force this fight just like this, and only going down opens up the window for Elite's team of the Yamzo and Josh.
This is huge for them. Sky Jump and Momsy up in the sky right now, getting tumbled on down as well by so much pressure from down below. Another team, it's Yapko and Panzer looking at their wall as well. This is the time for Sky Jump and Momsy to really show what they're all about, why they have so many of these fans on their side. Panzer and Yapko, second place in that last game as well. They need a comeback, and they're finding themselves in really nice positions in this endgame. Not too many eliminations, but they want to play it out.
A better late than never, but I called out the second launch pad and already being put to use. They're dodging multiple waves of these zones. Look at everything that's going down below. A lot of these guys are probably not having too much fun, especially Pixie and Swizzy that get struck down by Bolts. Acorn and Bolts, 11 eliminations. This is madness.
What am I seeing right now? They've got to make their way up on top of this hill, though. Cold and Rapid, another team that needs to try and do that. This unbreakable hill, this unstoppable force there on the low ground is Cold and Rapid, but they need to get their way up, which they do. And Bolts and Acorn, this is a team that is just on fire right now. They want height, they want the win.
Yeah, but they got to be careful. Bolts finally running out of that materials. Even though they do got the fizz, both of them using it, trying to get that shield up as fast as possible. They're still in the line of sight, but it's Cold and Rapid that are taking a lot of that focus on the front side. But Sky and Scroll come in next. They're the second height, but Salvatore gets dropped down. Him and Yasin, they have no builds to maintain their position.
They just have to play sneaky here. Sky and Scroll right down below, all the way down on the bottom. It's Rapid and Cold found themselves down at the bottom of that hill, but now find themselves in a really nice position. Sky and Scroll, they want a height. We haven't haven't seen them win. We don't usually see them win all the way up here, but if it's the way they need to do it, why not take it? Bolts finding his 7th elimination, of course, in this game as well. This is exactly what this team are about. 11 eliminations, continuing to push on through. Josh going down there in the feed as well. Rapid now as a solo too.
Yeah, this is for Rapid to try to hold on to first, but for Sky and Skrull, this is bigger than themselves here in this moment. We were all talking about what they were doing as solos, dominating the game, staying in contention, but look at what happens when these guys are finally together, side by side, up above, Acorn and Bolts, the NA Major 2 champions, and a whole solo comes in to try to disrupt the mess. You've seen, and he does so perfectly, taking down one, but Sky and Skrull fall from above and steal the game away.
They have awoken. It's only taken them a decent chunk of games here to get the engines going. You can see what it means to the family as well. They are so happy with that. They are here, and they're not here to mess around. They took height. They thought, you know what? Let's go for that position, and they took it incredibly well.
Yeah, one thing I've learned over time, it's not always how you start, but it's how you finish. And as of recently in these games, these guys have been finishing strong. And I think that's the thing about this team is, yeah, there's some phenomenal players individually. Their solo prowess is some of the best that we've seen in Fortnite, but when they finally get it together, they finally fix those mistakes and work together as a team, they are just as dangerous as the Shark and Teeny, Peterbot and Poyo, Vico and Malibuca that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, you just can't doubt them. They're the team that you cannot doubt. And you can see their family right in front of them, the celebrations. I love that. They can sort of see right in front of them, which is exactly what you like to see. They're actually sort of sat right behind us, and they're getting the pictures taken, the victory. I think for them, they would be disappointed with how they played today. I think they would be sort of expecting more of themselves, but I think what we couldn't ever expect was for them to just completely dud or not play well here, because they've just shown why they're back-to-back major champions here.
Yeah, I think sometimes when you're traveling, you're out of your comfort zone of your home, you know what I'm saying? It tends to kind of play a little bit of mental tricks. I'm not saying that's what's happening to them, but I'm just saying maybe something of the sort to kind of get them a slow start. And I'd like to see them continue to kind of pick it up here. That was great for them to pull off that win, but we're always talking about the match point format in finals. I want to see them continue to light up the leaderboard. Don't let out of gas just because you got this win.
Yeah, they're not a team that are immune from wins over on EU. They do pick up wins. They typically sort of pick them up from that low ground, playing that really effectively. And we have seen them playing height occasionally. We know that they have those abilities to actually play that position. But unfortunately, in terms of their overall points gained from that match, Acorn and Bolts are the ones that take first place for that 86 total points, 36 elimination points. They're the team that are just on fire right now when it comes to those elims in endgame. They were really looking good.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be too worried, though, kind of looking at the leaderboard. Yeah, Bolts, Acorn scored more, Cold Rapid right down below. That's not near direct competition, though. Yeah. These guys are a little bit higher up on that leaderboard overall, but it goes to show that at least they're continuing to climb back up. But looking at this side of things, you know, you got to look at Oatly and Spooks. Only 12 total points in that last game. They were the team that kind of started on the bubble, but now they kind of fell outside. So we're going to need a great finish from them if they want to look to advance directly to the finals.
This is what it's about. This is what LANs are about. You can see what it means right there. To the family, to the friends that are in the crowd as well. Yeah, I love it. They have awoken. They're here. They've reminded us that they are here. And it's what they do. Does Skrull have a twin brother? I feel like it's Skrull. When we first panned him, I was like, Skrull looks exactly like his brother there.
Yeah, definitely does look pretty close. And honestly, I might have to ask him. I'm going to use this moment to go figure out if he does have a brother. You guys can use this moment to go ahead and grab some snacks. The rest of the games are coming up, so don't go anywhere.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
Sky
and Scroll just got a massive victory royale, Taco. We are back!
We are so back, and I know AGAL has got to be feeling some signs of relief because Sky and Scroll now elevating themselves into top 5 position, so they're safe for the time being, but they've definitely got to keep the momentum going. But man, what a performance out of these guys. They have really started to build after that gruesome start on the day.
That's exactly what I was going to say, right? To have that super slow start. I mean, obviously this is Sky and Scroll, right? These are some high caliber players, so I'm not surprised to see them in this position, right? Especially toward the latter half of the games. Finally, though, to get that victory out, that's going to start pushing them in the forward. That momentum is, I feel like, all they needed.
Yeah, it's one thing to manifest a couple of top 5 performances, but when you finally get that chip of managing the victory royale, it really does just remind yourself that, yes, we have the potential. Yes, we are top tier major FNCS representatives for a reason with the back-to-backs, and now we're finally starting to see that consistency that everyone's been talking about.
That's right. Now, you heard the crowd as well. Crowd, are we feeling Sky and Scroll? I mean, come on, make some noise right now for them. You guys got to wake up, make some noise. There we go. There we go. Obviously, we wanted to highlight as well Swizzy and Pixie. How can you not be fans of them having a moment here? We've got to make sure they make it in that top 7 because we want to see them go straight through to finals. But, I mean, come on. How can we not cheer for a global champion?
They've obviously had a very solid day throughout, though. I mean, Pixie, I can already tell he's absolutely in the zone alongside Swizzy. But you have to imagine still sitting inside of that 4th place position. So they are looking set for that top 7. But obviously, job's not done. Why not close it out in style? And that's the type of performance they've been putting on all day. And we know there's been a lot of love towards some of the French competition, but obviously Havoc also showing big time love to these two.
Yeah, it's got me thinking, and I actually asked them earlier in the interview about finals, kind of curious of if they're starting to think about some of those things, some of those teams that might be coming in that suddenly have to find themselves facing off against. Do you feel like anyone could maybe get in their way in finals?
With the way that they're throwing up numbers today, I don't think that's the case. I think right now, their only strategy is just focusing on the game plan that's been working so well for them. A lot of it has just been going for that height control, but I think more importantly still, it's just them understanding that they have a very solid dynamic of being able to kind of toggle the sort of primary factors, and that's, do we need to go for more eliminations, or do we just need to keep prioritizing our positioning, our rotations? But we know that they're capable of doing everything. They're just kind of firing off on all cylinders.
I love that. Is there any other team out there you feel like is really, you've kind of got your eye on that has kind of like impressed you, especially in the context of EWC?
Obviously, gotta give a big shout out towards the Asia side of things. Minipio and Fukun have been doing an excellent job at just giving a big shout towards that international scene. We saw tidbits of it even inside of Group A's competition yesterday, but here in Group B, it really does seem like there is so much of that wildcard presence.
Yeah, I think for me, it's been Oatly, right? Absolutely going crazy. We saw him inside the top 4 at one point. Now just outside of that kind of bubble, the top 7. I am so excited to see more of them compete, but I know what you want. It's more games. It's action time. Let's kick it on over to the casters.
It is indeed action time. We are back here for game number 8. We've had an electric start really here for Slurp Rush the first couple of games, but things now, Jacob, they really start to get real. The pressure starts to ramp up for the teams that are on this bubble that are trying to qualify on through to that final from today. There's definitely still so much to be played for right here. Mini Pio and Fukun, as Taka was saying, only 18 points away from that 7th place right now.
Yeah, and that's kind of the biggest thing to note is not only how well they're actually doing, and they deserve a ton of credit. You know, they did it in LAN before, and they're doing it here again, but look at that gap between them and the next best team. It's small right now, 21 and then 23 points, but if that continues to kind of open up, it's going to be like an 8-team race for 7 spots, so I need everybody else outside of that bubble to really put themselves on notice. It's now or never. Well, maybe not never because you got the survival states tomorrow, but you want to qualify here. You want to give yourself that break. Otherwise, it's even less spots tomorrow with only being 6.
Yeah, hopefully not never. You see Yapko Panzer there as well in that first page. They've really moved themselves up here when it comes to Slurp Rush, but unfortunately, we have to show this page. The complete flip side of the conversation. We saw 7 Axedas going down very early on in that game, and it's one of those teams that we don't necessarily expect huge things from here on land, but they need to just try and stay alive here outside of that that bottom three. So.
Yeah, we've already kind of seen, especially with Cold and Rapid, that sometimes consistency in eliminations beats overall victory royales. But that's one thing I do want to see out of that team of Cold and Rapid is finally get that win.
Yes.
Because they're already over 350 points, which does not matter today. But in my head, it's like prove that you can actually do it, which kind of makes it easier for you to actually do it on Saturday. Of course, the competition is going to be tougher with the group players from Group A joining in, obviously, tomorrow's survival stage. But it just goes to show that this reload is just more than just mechanics. It's more than just strategy. You have to deal with so much that is unknown at any point in time.
Yeah, I feel like it's sort of, you know, an opportunity really just to skip that survival stage entirely. You know, you really don't want to put yourself in that position tomorrow because then that pressure is just even more on. So we've got 3 more games of competition here for today. And really depending on how the teams are sort of positioned on the leaderboard, I guess sort of dictates how you end up playing. I feel like our top 3 is really far in advance right now. They're looking like they can definitely find themselves qualifying pretty straightforwardly. But if you are one of those teams that are maybe on that bubble just outside of that bottom 3, how do you now approach this? Do you keep doing more of the same? You try and switch things up?
If you're Mini Pio and Fukun, you probably just do a lot of the same. Don't want to switch things up majorly. If you're anybody else, you need to at least start getting consistent into the games deeper. And if that's not something you can do, yes, you do need those eliminations to close the gap and then kind of take a break, to avoid their survival stage or to come back for match point finals. But as you said, it just really goes to show where you're at on the leaderboard. Almost gets to decide how you get to play the rest of this one out.
Yeah, it's sometimes now or never, you know, hopefully not never for these teams. We can guarantee that 3 of them will be going out completely after today's competition. With Davi starting things off really strongly, taking down Jojo Fishy. 7 there down as well. But look at this already going down early. 7 Axetas. That's an absolute disaster for them because they were finding themselves in that sort of bottom 3 of the leaderboard, all in contention for it. And now it's an absolute disaster start here to the third last game.
And now it almost even looks like with Anon in the distance. You see Oakley doubling back. He realized he didn't pick up the shockwave. This is OCE on OCE right now with Spook taking down Anon. They have 3 straight eliminations right out of the gate. Luckily for Anon, Bazin is able to create a little bit of distance, so it shouldn't go down early unless he gets hunted by the 3rd team that's at Dirty Docks.
Yeah, they're making their way over. Luckily, it looks as though they are able to actually get...
マイクの上げ方わかんないで、これ以上上がんないんだけど。これどうやって上げんの？これか。違うな。PC 買ってないよ。ノートパソコンだよこれ。ノーパスでやってる。もういいわ、声。こっちの音量もうちょいちっちゃくして。これ以上ちっちゃくならんか。俺ノーパスでゲームもしとるけん。バロラントもノーパスの最近やってないけど。大会久しぶりやね。大会最近何してるの？マイクラしてんのね。もう学校は混んだ？もうやめるつもりなん？本当に。 なんかうちの上言っとったけど、あいつやめるぜみたいな。引退か。いや俺タイガー追ってほしかったけどな。俺は一応行くで、一応な。もうだって卒業したいもん。進学したいから俺。マジで行きたくないけど行くよ。マジで来てよ。ガチで来てほしい。普通に寂しいで。あれだね、多分夏休み終わった後ちょっとしたらすぐ文化祭の準備期間になって、マジ授業ないよ。行けたら行く、絶対来んやん。やばい、ミニピオやられる。あーかわいそう。マジで、いやマジもう数回でいいからちょっとでいいけん来てほしいわ。おーマジ来てや。たまーにするからお休み。やばい、これミニピオかもられとるやん。ガシかもられとるやん。かわいそう。家まこやったら生きとるかな。今倒してる。え、ああ普通にダウンだな。よかった。いやこれ多分きつ。でもマジやばいやん。やばい、もうアジアめっちゃボコされ。ガチかわいそうだって。もうやばいもんだって。今超えた16位。あ、16だったか。いやガチで、もうマジで今超えたマジ安定しないのがもうきつい。 初動中盤の立ち回りマジちょっと安定させた方がいい気もするな。対面勝ててないもんさっきから。やべえ、もうミニピオ本当にかもられ続けてんだけど、かわいそうすぎる。いやもうマンモス当てられて、いやもうこれ絶対トスってくるやん。コールドがマジで気持ち悪い。やばすぎる。絶対ユマコヤタ物資ねえよ。ユマコヤタやばい。あれやばいってか熱いぞ。15位のチームもう落ちてる。これ伸ばせたら、まあ、15位以上はもう全然余裕。いや10位ぐらいまで、ここから1桁順位取れんかな。マジ5位以内とか取ってほしいんだけど、ここから。いやもうコヨタも落ちた。やばいよ。ユマもさ、さっき落ちたばっかだから物資もねえし。やばいって。待って。てかもう、あれだよね。多分リブート無効じゃない？あ、まだリブート無効。これでリブート無効になるか。これが閉じ切ったら。やばいよ、もうユマコヨタもう終わりじゃん。ほぼ。いや、サバイバルは行くんか。まあ、もう、サバイバルにかけるしかないか。いや、ふうくんここで落ちたのきつ。いつまでこの画面なん？普通に観戦させてよ。やばい、ふうくんミニピオ落ちた。見してよ。なんでいつまでマップ見せられるだ。誰言って。前でやばい、ふうくんミニピオここで落ちた。マジきついやん。もう決勝行ってほしかったのに。この感じ結構きついよ。やっぱあれやね、このマップが変わってちょっと全体的にってかアジアどっちも2チームともちょっとなボロボロだな。いやでも7位のチームが295。結構差はある。結構差はあるから、いやでもな7位、いやめっちゃ早く落ちてほしいわ。カーンババチームとスポークズ。ジョシュエオムゾはまあまあ大丈夫か。いやわかんないけどな。ユマコヘタも落ちた。うわアジアもうボロボロじゃん。やばいな。最後まで見るか。ガチでいつまでマップ見させられてんの？だるいんだけど。もう良くないっすか？これいつまでマップ見せられてんの？他の配信者もうこの画面だよな。ケーキちゃんでケーキちゃん。 がマジできつい。シャバすぎる結構。見してよ、見せろや。危な、ガチで見してください。もう画面がいやもう7位のチーム落ちてくれ早く。越されたくないマジで。落ちて早く。頼むから早く落ちて。8のチームも78チームマジでガチで早く落ちてくれ。マジで。お、カーンババがすごい飛ばされてる。間違いにきつ。やばい、もう映んなくなるって。やばいな、マップがもうほぼ見えんくて、半分しか見えんくなったって。やばいって。動いたもう画面バグっとるやん絶対。もうふうくんミリピョ、これでも6位のまま。戻った、急に戻った。でもなんかちょっとおかしいな。なんかおかしくない？ただの感染なんか。わかんない。どういうことなんだろう。なんか違くない？違わんか。俺は何枠を持ってるんだ。カンババやばい。カンババがすげえ。お、カンババ死んだ。これ何ポイントなんだろう。ポイントが見えない。見してランキング。右に書いてあるさ。タームテームと名前わかんねえ。テムスか。テムス。めっちゃショック受けてる。これ誰？やばいな。馬コヨタ、フークミニピオがどうなんだろう。まだ6位維持できてたら結構熱いけど、いやでも維持できてなさそうだな。7位か8位とかになってそう。ランキング見してほしい。ケーキチャンネルの配信でランキング見る。ケーキちゃんどうせランキング開いてる。8位か。 多分ガチか。次の試合やな。まだあるよ。ちょっとミュートいきます。
Here they are, EWC, make some noise!
しよしよしよし。疲れたよ。9試合目。なんか早速、おお、早速チーム落ちて。あ、落ちてない。なんかよくわからんよくわからん。小ヨタがミニピを倒してる。ミニピオフー君がなんか一気に11位とかまで落ちてたような気がするようなの見たから、結構もう無理かなあ。いやー厳しいな、やっぱり。結局1回でも最初の方で落ちるともう終わりないよな。安定力がまだ足りてないんだよな、アジアって。せっかくさ、ビッグロイしたりさ、2位取ったりしてさ、いい順位取れとるのにさ、キルも結構取れてる時あったりするのに、その分、それ以外がダメだったりすると、結局もう終わりないよな。評価は良くても結果が良くないと。ほんまユーマがボルツを落としてる。いやもう終わりだから、なんならキル取りに行ってもいい。めちゃくちゃに。いやでもそれでサバイバルすらいけれんかったら、まあそれはそれでゴミだけど。難しい。ワンパ落ちてるし、いつの間にか。お、いいね、フー君。今声だと映ってくんないから、そこ。お、今一人でもうやばい、ボコボコ。ナイス。で もう詰めてほしい今こよた。野戦ファースト。お、行くいけ見してもうちょっと見してよ。いやマジやってくれユマコヨタ。さっきの野戦ファーストやってくれ。おお、やっちゃえナイス。もう一人やっちゃってくれ、マジで頼むからやって。やばい、もう4キルしてる。やばい、ほらもう5キル目。いやもうさ、失うもんなくなったから負けって17位との差がすごいし、もうサバイバルはもういけるとは思う。ミニピオフー君普通にチャンスじゃ。上2個と3個上のチームが落ちてる。多分今コヨタのおかげ。ミニピオじゃね、なんかミニピオの映されてんだけど。ユマコヨタは実質15位。やばい、ユマが落とされた。コヨタ死んでないよな。あははは、マジでちょっと待ってよ。 オフ君まあ結構でもいい位置取ってんじゃね。パンチないじゃねこれ。いやミニピオフ君頑張って決勝行ってくれると嬉しいな。いやさ、サバイバルがあれないよ、20チーム中かな、20チーム中6チームしか決勝行けないから、決勝行けないってなるとさ、アジアみんな行ってほしいやん。決勝トマトモフも行ってほしいし、ミニピオフークも行ってほしいし、ユマコヨタも行ってほしいから、そうなるとサバイバル3チームになるとさ、もう結構きつくない？枠が奪い合いになっちゃう。アジア勢の奪い合いにちょっとなってほしくない。ミニピオフー君がここでちょっと行ってもらって決勝で、ユマコヨタトマトモフもサバイバルで6位以内入ってって感じやね。ユマコヨタ今15位、全然いい。これはまあ決勝はいけんけど絶対何十キロビグルとかせんと、逆にそれしたらいけるかもしれんのよな。ミニピオフ君ビッグフレッシュくんないかな。ガチで普通にいい位置おるへん。ちょっと高み取れたからさ、移動しやすい。おお、普通にミニピオフ君いい。全然いい、全然いい。ガチ頑張ってほしい。全然フークミーピオヘイト食らってないから全然ダメ食らってない。めっちゃいい移動できてる。めっちゃ落ち着けてる。マジでいい。全然あるよ。ダメ全然食らってないのでかいんだから。フー君ナイス。1キルコールド倒してる。熱っ。 マジ頑張ってミニピオふうくん。やばい、打つなだりって。いやだりって、そこ打つな。今ミニピオふうくん12になっちゃってる。頑張って。キル取ってないからな。頑張ってマジで。死んでないの熱いよマジで。熱すぎるよ。ミニピオ、お、ふうくんのナイス。もしやばいよこれ。もし取られた。スカイに取られた。やば、うるせえ。ミニピョがでも倒されて、フー君がもう一人倒して、カナダ倒してる。カナダ倒してんの熱。ミニピョもう1キルあれか、核入ったりか。でもナイス。フー君が一人残ってる。ミニピョが核入って、フー君一人ソロ。フー君ソロ強いよ。全然ここからなんかクラッチビクロや。ボルツが死んで、4位。めっちゃ熱い。ふうくんが耐えて頑張って、全然いい位置いる。ナイス。これすかの。ナイス。カンバワー通して副菜つぶワンブワン。ふくんやばい。オーマやばい、クラッチ。欲しい。マジで欲しい。ガチで欲しい。これピクシーやな。やばい。ふうくんマジか。やばい。ありがとう。
elimination. You can see him looking to try and actually landing at a slightly different drop spot right here, of course, as well. Trying to take down, oh my goodness. It's a disaster for the duo in last place, but oh no, rapid down here onto Anon.
スノーチー
A
ム
team
も
that aren't really too in too
秒
much
でやれ
trouble
た
down there at the
最
bottom of
下
the
位
leaderboard,
確
but
定
even just for the confidence sake as well, Jacob, you know, for Anon and Vazen, they haven't had the best day. They've had moments of decency, but nothing too crazy. So I think just proving to the world that they can do it is going to be as important as, of course, getting a decent game.
マジでフックミリピア頑張れ
Feeling himself with the outfit
頑張って
choice.
くれ
Triple T that can get spotted out from anywhere. But I also did see Sky Scroll get an early elimination onto both. So again, they're in contention of that last and final 7th place spot. Maybe even more depending how things go. As you see here, mini-map spread out all around. Rather typical gameplay. Not too many solos pushing around. It's the teams that are trying to jump on people not paying attention.
Yeah, Sky Scroll were a team that didn't have too many of those eliminations early game. Last game, they went into the end game with not too many at all, if any. And they're the sort of team that I was fully expecting to be more W key focused going into today, but look at this, gone.
あとはまあスカイ
It's
ス
gone,
クロールと
unfortunately, having to get rebooted. Knight you can see in the distance right there as well. It's an important game for them as well. What a performance in that last one, picking up the win. They need something similar in this last game just to try and boost their way up and break into that top 7. Because they're a team again that can have those big moments. We've seen it already today, and they want to showcase that in finals.
And you can kind of see that Gon is just going through the ringer right now. He's trying to get some loot, but they're already closing the distance, trying to push him. So Knight has no choice but to disengage, create distance, and stay alive here as a solo. But Spooks, Oakley, they also try to join this fight. They need it as well. It may not be down to just a victory royale for them, so they need to combine with eliminations, but this definitely puts them in a tough spot. Spooks doing a good job from up above, landing a couple shots onto Momsy, but now he's in the palm of his hands. A couple of misses there for Spooks is going to allow for Momsy to finally clean that one up. Oakley is now going to be left by himself looking to survive.
That was an awkward fight, but Momsy did the job, which is important. Oakley just inside of this box right now. He's got a couple of different angles to try and cover. As Momsy sky jump, look to try and close this one out there. Dom in the feed going down. So it's an important game for them as well. They find themselves outside of the top 7. Oakley looking to try and get some return fire onto Momsy and Sky Jump, but unable to connect right now. Spooks goes down again. That's tonight. That's another team in the air as Oakley desperately has to try and stay alive right now to keep his hopes of getting into that top 7 alive. And Oakley down, but of course, it looks as though Spooks is able to get the reboot just about in time.
A couple of misses from Momsy is literally the difference from a full wipe and Spooks getting back in this game. A little help from Knight and Gon as well. They've been disrupting this whole thing, but Spooks now towards the back, stays alive just long enough for Oakley to now get back. But this is a tough final game in the day. At least they know in the back of their head they do got tomorrow, but if you want any shot at that top 7, you have to start pulling it back.
It's a horrible, never-ending cycle for Oakley and Spooks right now because, yeah, one of them gets rebooted, then the other one goes down, and they get rebooted. It's absolutely horrible to try and play in. As Khan and Faded are out as well, so that's one of our top 7 teams now completely down and out of this good last game. They're going to have to watch on as all the teams below them try and chase down their position inside of that top 7. Disaster for that duo. Momsy Sky Jumper, not a team that are in too much danger really. Third place on the leaderboard right now. Panzer goes down right there to Rapid and Cold as well. Looking to try and find yet another elimination. Third of this game so far. And they just keep plowing on. They just keep the train going. It never seems like they ever give up. They never just chill. They never take a step back. They're always on the front foot.
Yeah, he's just literally flying around in this game. We saw him land on the full western coast of the map, and now we see them all the way toward the north. Just kind of rotating around where the eliminations bring them. Panzer's going to go down. Yakko doesn't have too many players pushing him, so he should still be able to survive. Mini PO towards the side, probably trying to buy time along with Demus, who got quickly cleaned up by Swizzy and Pixie. They got their 3rd elimination of this game, and they're just fighting to secure their spot in the actual finals with a couple more points, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely, and they're going to be a force to be reckoned with in those finals if they do indeed make it. Because they've shown us today that they can win games. They've shown us today that they have that resilience to keep going when things aren't necessarily going their way. So excited to see what Swizzy and Pixie do end up doing when it comes to that side of things. Rapid and Cold continue their momentum in this game. That's their 4th of this game. Hands are there going down. You've got a feel for those guys as well. They're not in danger of dropping out completely right here, but they're very firmly in between, I guess you could say, of that bottom three and that top seven. You see Yuma there up on top. Rapid losing a lot of HP right now, so Cold having to try and get back towards his teammate. Koyota and Yuma are a team that are just trying to
コールドラピッド
in
やばい
the
コールド
survival
ラピ
stage.
ッドやられて
Rapid
コールド
goes
が
down. Cold going to have a try
今落とし
to
て
a solo clutch of his own. There's Yuma going down. It's all about Koyota now versus Cold. Huge return there from Koyota. Cold has no whites though, so just gonna have to try and buy as much time as possible to try and get Rapid back in this game. Koyota into the box, takes down Cold, but crucially, it's only a knock.
Hey, you need miracles, and Koyota will give you miracles. 171 points is where they started in this game. They probably need a ton of eliminations, but that is just the start. Cold didn't buy enough time for Rapid to get back in the game. You can kind of see where they ended up in the exact spots where they got a couple eliminations in the early game.
Yeah, they've been. We haven't really seen them in that position, I suppose, throughout today. You know, going down, having to sort of clutch up, going back into the storm. Because for them, I suppose, yeah, they're in first place. They also want to maintain that. You want to be the team that's crushing those keys at the end of the day. You want to show, quite literally, that you are the top dogs in this lobby.
でももうやれんかなこれ
Now they do have a decent enough lead, of course, 76 points, but that can be turned around if they're able to go down early on right here. Diamond Demon still in the game as well. Gon goes down. Knight left as a solo. Yasin and Salvatore are the team that take down Gon. Cold there in the feed going down again, so their game's been really rough. But Salvatore and Yasin, this is a team that they're again in that sort of middle zone, but again, it's about confidence, it's about momentum, it's about carrying that thought process into tomorrow.
This is where Gon just got eliminated by Salvatore, and we're already in the fourth zone. So I'm already questioning where he's going to get loot from. And then you add in the fact that they're in the center of the zone. And then he's going to spawn relatively close to above where Knight is currently positioned at. So good luck to him, not only trying to get back in the game, but getting into a position. They got a big moment ahead of them. They just got to figure out what way to capitalize and really get back into this. For Yasin and Salvatore, they're the ones just trying to grab a couple eliminations and rise up the leaderboard as well.
Yeah, just for the mentality's sake, you might as well make the most of it. We've seen a lot of our teams going into competitions, and for Salvatore and Yasin, they need to try and do that in the survival stage. Oatley there in the feed going down as well. They've had a really rough time earlier on in this game. They haven't been able to get the momentum going. And for Salvatore and Yasin, this is difficult for them because they're just trying to find a little bit of loot, a little bit of those materials. But they do find themselves in the zone, so they shouldn't have to worry too much right now.
Yeah, they started this game 13th place, 228 points. I should say 243 now with those 5 eliminations. Still need to continue look to close the gap. Because between them, Oatley, Spooks, Darm, Demas, Mini Pio, Fukun, and everybody else that are outside of the top 7, that's where the gap starts to get filled. Jump on board Kanata and Victor V. 6th place to start this one. 321 points. Those 2 eliminations are definitely going to try to help them separate themselves and the rest of the pack down below.
I really like this
as well. Just sort of towards the north of Lockdown Lighthouse. Trying to get another elimination to add to the tally as well. Not able to get one right there, but looking at the way the map sort of shapes up here, they're very much on their own, which is exactly the position that you want to find themselves in. Sky and Scroll. This is Sky. Looking for angles. Trying to find an opportunity right now to get a big beam onto Salvatore, get spotted out. Yasin, Salvatore, they've been very, very aggressive in a lot of these fights. Middle East versus EU. Who's going to come out on top? Sky and Scroll haven't been at their best when it comes to these mid-game fights as of right now. Sky very, very weak on the left side of the screen. Scroll looks as though he's just going to use this opportunity to disengage. Yasin and Salvatore are going to try and get on the wall of the 2-time back-to-back FNCS major champion. And Sky's doing a very good job at staying alive right here, and Yasin is just not able to find that final shot. Can he now? Great shot there, return from Sky. Holding out and holding on to this position and to his spot in the game right now. For Yasin and Salvatore, they're wasting time right now, really. You know, they need to take down Sky as soon as possible. Opportunity was forming right there. They couldn't quite get the shotgun out in time.
Yeah, I think they're realizing this is taking a lot longer than they would hope. We're now in the 6th zone, so I think Scroll made the right decision to abandon ship, but Sky needs to start to figure it out. He's on the clock here to try to figure out a way towards the zone. We already have one disengaging. You see he's going to get knocked. You talked about one being out of the HP. Well, he is as well. Sky looking over the top. He gets the elimination elimination for the Siphon, but now he's in the line of sight of
だけ
Salvatore.
ど
Goes
やばい
back
これ
to
で
the scene
さ
of the crime, trying to finish off that elimination, but Scroll is here as well. They realize we have a strength in numbers. We need to figure out a way out. We have about a
スカイ
minute
ス
to
クロー
go.
ルがこ
Scroll
れ
to
美味
puts
し
it
く
in
なっちゃっ
reverse
た
right there. Initially, he was like, yeah, I'm just going to get out. You can reboot. Scroll says, actually, you stayed alive. They're smiling about it. They're happy that they can still stay in this game as a duo, which could be so crucial for them because remember, this is a team that do need to break into that top 7, which sounds crazy to say here. A team like Sky and Scroll, that fight right there could have been absolutely vital in them actually qualifying on through here if they end up doing it.
A lot of questions about these guys here.
Yep.
We did see Gon go down in the 4th zone, I do believe it was. And Knight was doing a good job, was able to bring him back in the game, and now look at him. You almost would never guess outside of the materials. We already got the club championship that is kind of so important for this last week, and Fortnite could literally be the difference between first and second place between Team Falcons and AGAL.
I absolutely love it. You know, it adds extra stakes to the competition. Eyes are all on Sky and Scroll. Team Falcons, of course, we saw their little wobble in a couple of the other games as well. So it's opportunities all across the board. AGAL fans are looking on to Sky and Scroll to be that points-grabbing team, the team in Fortnite that can really solidify their spot at that first place. But remember the Falcons, they have Peter Botpoya there.
やばいミピオがここで死んだやばい核入れられたもう結構スカイがやるんだ
Darn Demon Sky. A lot of the people in contention have just lost one
いや
of their
いやきついなでも
team.
僕一人でこっからまだ広いんだよな
At least they're in the top 15. Placement points are starting to set in, but can you stay alive long enough to be the difference maker? Because Josh Yamzo, Victor V, Kanata, they're all still up and they're all still together as Darm has just been eliminated.
Dom out, Scroll still in. We've seen Scroll solo clutch so many times from the FNCS Summit to the FNCS Majors. So many times Sky and Scroll have relied on big solo clutches from either of them. But Scroll, you've got your team on your back right now. You've got Sky on your back. You've got AGAL on your back. It's time to make that count.
Yeah, even with a spot essentially guaranteed in the survival stage if they don't make it. We know this team. They're used to winning entire tournaments. They don't want to fall short of expectations here. As everybody else probably in that same boat. Kanata and Victor V, they're in 6th place. 333 points and counting. And this is a team that's trying to play a sound game. Kanata looking on the other side of the wall, and he finds the elimination, the Siphon, everything they need to make themselves stronger.
Really great patience right there from Victor V. You can see the nerves not getting to him right now. And how crucial could that be in terms of their success in this endgame? Huge amount of materials refreshed from that position right there as well. Bolts and Acorn, team that we haven't really seen too much in the last few games. They've been showing up right now in this endgame. 2 eliminations to their name. The RPG in hand as well. They're looking to cause absolute havoc. They're the team that definitely inside of that top 7 already, so they can have some fun right here. And Salvatore and Yassin find themselves up on high. They're not here to ensure that they don't just get eliminated. They're here to try and break into that top 7 if it is even mathematically possible.
Hey, they just need a couple of eliminations. It is definitely possible. It's just probability might be a whole nother question. But everybody lurking underneath, trying to follow underneath the radar so they don't go down. See Yakko in the distance. Replay here of Skyjump and Momsy just taking them out of the lobby entirely.
positioning here from Scroll getting towards that front side every single time. But no, Kanada is down. Gon and Knight takes him out. But Victor V is still alive. He has to do it all as a solo. This is your time. This is time to clutch. And for Scroll, これでシード絶対プッシュがスクロールやれてる待って待ってワンチャン
I'm not sure it's enough. Sky and Scroll might have just been forced down into the survival stage by Salvatore and Yassin. They need a little bit more points. They're the ones I'm talking about that need eliminations with the victory royale, but it is still possible, even more so with Sky and Scroll out of their path. We saw Kanata go down as well. Victor V might still be up, but Josh and Yamzo is the other team. They started this game in 7th place. They are literally on the line.
This is their time. Josh and Iomzo, they've been under the radar for a lot of today, but they've been very, very consistent. And now that consistency really needs to pay off. Just one more game, boys, and for
ふうくんが
he's got the team on his
耐
back
久
here
え
as
待
well.
って
Just to
熱
try
っ
and find their way into that top 7. Look who's
ジャ
on
ンプ
high
耐
though.
久でき
The
んの
French
熱いな
favorites, Momsey
ワ
and
ンナイトがどこな
Skyjump, looking
ワ
on
ンナ
down
イ
at
ト
the
倒
rest
し
of
て
the
よ
lobby.
誰
They
か
want to end as they began with a victory round here in game 10.
I could have closed
や
my
ばいでも
eyes and just listened to the crowd and figured out who this was on high ground. They go crazy every single time, just like Fukun. This guy is holding on to their chances single-handedly as Victor V finds another elimination, but he instantly burns through a lot of those siphon materials just to stay alive here with teams in front. This is where
キルも
you
取れた
really
ら
separate
結構
the
熱い
difference
キル取った方
between
がいいと思う
players
だ
here
から
as Gone and Knight.
取れ
They're
ない
the
と
ones that are in the path as
まずい
well.
のか
They're the ones
今が
that you
倒し
really
て
have
る
to
今
watch
がなん
out
か
for in the rest of this end game.
ここで今からって癖
They need to try and break into it. This is a good game for them. They had a big one just recently as well. Can they have another final elimination for them? They're trying to get into the box. Salco does a decent amount of damage, but he does escape. Gone forced to go down to the storm. Knight has to try and make his way in. Goes for height here as well, but only one build. Has to settle for low ground. And so weak in the process. Eomzo losing Josh here as well. This is an awkward situation for him.
There are way more than enough points on the board for them to
ナイス
try
だ
to
ナイス
catch
だ
up until
頑張れ頑張れ
Gone and Knight
ふか
have
ふか
just been eliminated
ガチであるガチである
as
ふ
well.
うくんがや
I'm
ばい
not even sure who's still
何
in
言ってんの
contention here,
頑
but
張
for
れマジ頑張れ
Eomzo, he just wants to
落ち着け落ち着
end
け
on top. Victor V wants to make sure that there's no regrets left after today's
ふうく
game.
んが
But
耐
it's
久して
Fukun
る
here.
え
This
マ
is
ジで
the
熱いマ
sword.
ジで熱い何
320
この男
points. He has
最
the
強だろ
entire support of an entire region on his back right now. Can he do it?
Looking at that height, but decides to go back down towards the low
Them
ground. He's got a few builds to
all.
work with as well. Zone pulling over towards that west, gets ahead of everyone else as well, but he's got to be careful. Couple of teams there down on the low ground, and this is awkward here for Fukun, trying to play sneaky in between all these builds. Only 2 builds on his own. There goes Eomzo as well. That Sky, the
4位
crowd go crazy right there. Victor V goes
ふうくん倒してるふうくん倒してるふうくんビクター倒してる
going crazy right now in amongst all the chaos.
That's literally the
ふう
next
くん
competition.
ほんま
It is a team inside of the bubble that's out. Fukun with everything on the line here. A solo torso.
ふうくんほんまほんま
Takes down Skyjump. He is trying to qualify.
ほんま
We are witnessing history.
ほんま
What a shot there from Fukun to keep him in the game. Pixie's weak, he has to retreat. Fukun down on low, still trying to keep himself in the game.
待って
Needs to find the shot. Aoxy on the wall, and Jojo and Aoxy will find themselves the victory royale. Is that going to be enough to launch them out of that bottom 3?
待って待って待って
Huge
待って
game for
待っ
them,
て
but for Fukun, talk about carrying the nation on your back, proving why
待
you
って
belong
う
on
ま
the
すぎるだろ
stage. What a clutch from him.
A serious clutch deserves serious props. I'm not sure if he got enough points to make it into the top 7, but I'm sure if he does make it in, he has to be one of the most
決勝いける
celebrated
んちゃうえ
players
待ってワンチャンいったワン
on
チャンい
the
っ
day,
た
coming from a region that nobody
マジでお願い
really
マジでお願い
gives two looks at any given moment, and he was taking
マジでお
out
願い
Victor V. He took down Skyjump.
マ
He
ジでお
was
願い
taking
マジでお願い
down
マ
top
ジでお願い
of the
マジでお
game
願い
in order to make that one happen.
Oh, I love it. What a solo clutch. You can see what it means to them there as well. I mean, what a performance from Aoxy and Jojo as well. A team that
やばいえ
were
ふ
down
うく
on
ん
that
マ
lower
ジで
section
う
of
ま
the
すぎ
leaderboard
るだろ
throughout
おい
today. And you saw it yesterday.
ちょ
Winning
後
that
で
last
リ
game
プレイリプレイリ
has
プレイっていうか
proved so important and
今
has it
そう
proved important again
僕のあの
for
プレ
this
イ
team
を
right here.
ちょっとうますぎるあれ何
I believe to
最
start
強
that
世界で
game,
一番
we're
強いん
either
ちゃう
in the bottom 3
ピンターの
or
音だったって
around the bottom 3. And if you guys don't know, top 7 go to finals, the middle 10 go to the survival stage, and the bottom 3 go home. And for Jojo Fishy and Aoxy, a 6 elimination victory royale. You gotta be crossing your fingers and hope that's enough to keep your dreams alive at EWC.
It's all about that leaderboard, of course. Who would have made their way into that top 7? Was that solo clutch from Fukun enough to put them in those finals straight away? For a team like Sky and Scroll, a day to forget. They've now got to dust themselves off and come back tomorrow with a fresh mind, a fresh approach to how they play, because they must have learned a lot today, but also a little bit of shock from them, I'm sure.
マジでお願いマジでお願い決勝行ってくださいマジでお願いします
with a huge amount of swagger, whether they made it to the finals or they have to go again tomorrow in the survival stage. You had Gone and Knight as well throughout the course of that game, trying to put everything to the test. And honestly, it was just very interesting because at one point or another, we saw so many teams both inside of that bubble and outside lose one of those players. So I feel like almost everybody who may have qualified into the top 7
this game specifically has to at least thank one player for solo clutching.
Yeah, Victor V. I mean, you know, what a performance from him there at the end. So much talk about his potential, so much talk about what he can do in the game. And it's the moments right there where you have to prove why you've been given that status, prove why there's people talking about you, prove that right there he can put the team on his back and solo clutch. Because they, remember, they were in that sort of
マジでやばいよ。今こうやったじゃないわ。ふうくんだわ。ミニピオもまあ途中なんか6キルぐらいして強かったけど、ふうくんだわ。やっぱソロの男、ソロ最強の男。マジでやばい、もうだってさ、やばいよ。だってもう解説の人ですらもうフーコミニピオがもう最初に出てきたもん。ミニポヨだ、ミニポヨがマジで言ってんの。やっとマジで言う。マジでいや
Can see AGAL Sky and Scroll in 10th place. We will see them tomorrow in the survival stage along with Darm and Demas again. One of them going down, forcing the other one to play as a solo. They were the team that got the 18 elimination victory royale, but by then they were already kind of down. At least they're not out.
でこれのおかげでこうやって今がサバイバルで決勝に行く可能性もより上がるんじゃない？絶対ミニピオフー君と当たる方がきつい。気持ち的にもきつくない？アジアが3チームいるのに6チーム6位以内に入らないといけないの。マジで熱い。よかった。フー君ミニピオマジでやばい。ちょっと配信ここで終わりにしたいと思います。最後まで見てくれたかいませんわ。いねえよそんな人。じゃあ配信閉じます。